Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner, and we're cruising for a bruising. We got right now, I ran into him, the Rodfather.
What's going on, brother?
What is going on, brother Rodney Bez? How you doing?
Same old. Just another day living the American dream, rocking and rolling, making sure that all the women's hearts are stolen.
Hell yes. That's what we like to hear at the VSW. You sounding great, you know.
Live tonight, brother. You're interviewing the 150-pound beefcake that makes the ladies' hearts ache.
Hell yes. So let me ask you a few questions. You know, nobody up in my area probably knows anything except what I've shared so far about you. Tell me a little bit about the Rodfather. You know, you're into wrestling. You had some matches. You've been doing your thing. What got you into all that?
Well, when I was young, my grandfather always watched black and white wrestling on TV, and he would have the TV turned up so loud. I enjoyed it. It just made him so happy. And like when I was a kid, it was something we had in common. And throughout the years, I just really loved like the alter personas of a lot of the guys, man. I loved it. Like the Brutus Beefcakes and the Greg Valentines, you know, and the Macho Man. Like he was like the mecca of wrestling to me, you know?
So yeah, you kind of watch wrestling when I started in the time I call the well, I mean they call it the rock and roll era. I call it, you know, the bigger than life era because every superstar almost was bigger than life. You know, you did have that great Randy Savage coming out. Everybody, you know, the crowd was just all about it. You had,
and that's what I want to bring back to wrestling, you know.
Exactly. We don't, you know, I think it's somewhere down the line through the years, you know, some of the character development, some of the characters got lost. Everybody, you know, focuses on the sports part of it and lets, you know, the moves and, you know, what cool moves I can do, but they've lost that character aspect.
Exactly. Like, I guarantee when people come to see me at my shows, like the kids, they don't pay for autographs. You know, they get free pictures and like hugs, you know, like I'm there for my fans because I want people to just love what they see, you know, just to have that love for wrestling again, you know. It needs that.
So you're similar to what, you know, my partner and I kind of started out with this, you know, to say, well, if he couldn't be here right now, he's at the rest stop taking a nap. We've been driving all day. But, you know, he always talks about how, you know, he wants to get people that are in their local whatever, if local area in sports, to also consider, you know, their local wrestling in sports. You're out in Kansas City, so what, you know, when the people talk about a Chiefs game, they want to also be able to talk about, you know, what independent wrestling scene is happening in the area. That's his goal. You know what I'm saying?
I'm actually in the middle of the state of Kansas.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're over there. I thought it was Kansas City.
Nah, brother. Nah. Kansas City it's got some wrestling action though, man.
It does. Oh, so you're over there in Kansas. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the flatlands of Kansas, brother.
No place like home.
Exactly, man.
And there is a pretty good scene out there, right? You have a couple promotions.
Yeah, there's quite a few different promotions going on. I'm not like I'm not really active in any certain promotion or anything like that. I'm an unsigned talent, you know?
Yeah, you just kind of help out, you know, wherever it is. If there's a show that you kind of like, you'll talk with the promoter, say, hey, can I be a part of it? I'll help you. I'll help sell tickets. You let me get my match.
That's the thing about me, man. I love the marketing. I love the promoting, and I love to see the fans, man.
See, that's like me. That's what I really love about this sport. I mean, yes, I like what happens in the ring, and, you know, I've been in the ring. I'm going to actually be doing a training seminar coming up in August. I'll be doing a 5-hour seminar at this New England Pro Academy. Actually, on the lady on TV, Sasha Banks, she actually trained there. That's where she made her bones. But I'm going to be going out there. But, you know, I really honestly, like, I'm like you. I love the promotion part of it. I love making guys look huge. I love taking people like the Rodfather and making him look as big as Macho Man Randy Savage because, I mean, at the end of the day,
I'm talking about,
you
brother.
are. Because the only difference is the right eyes haven't seen you yet.
Exactly, brother. Exactly, man. I've been doing the backyard wrestling, and I've went to some shitty training schools, and You know, I've been bounced around here and there, and you know, right now I'm getting middle-aged and crazy, but I ain't giving up. It's my dream. I'm gonna, you know, like I said, you know, ass whippings. Everybody takes them. And, you know, the ass whipping I took Saturday, that ain't the first one. It ain't gonna be the last. You know what I mean?
No, I mean the game don't end. It just gets a little bit harder.
But it's people in life that give up. They're the ones that don't achieve these things, and to be idolized by these kids and stuff. That's what it's all about for me.
That's enough motivation to keep you going for however long. You know what I mean?
You're
Just
damn
seeing
right.
the kids smile, seeing them come out and want to meet the Rodfather, coming out, you know, wanting to get that picture, wanting to get that hug.
When I'm checking in the motels and the motels are packed because of the event, and the kids are, oh my God, the Rodfather's in my motel. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I mean, and you know, honestly, that's what really draws me to the independent scene. We get that intimacy that you don't get on WWE. You know, I can go to a WWE event. I could even sit in the first 5 rows. I'm gonna still feel like I'm watching it on TV. I go to an independent show. I sit in the first row. I can sit anywhere in the building. I feel like I'm part of the show no matter what. The wrestlers are looking at me. They'll fight with me. They'll talk with me. You know, they do all sorts of stuff. In between, I get to talk with them. After the show, I get to meet them. You know, that really brings the fan into it, but it also, you know, opens the books for, you know, people like me to be able to do podcasts and get, you know, people to come on and tell their story.
Exactly. Just like, brother, I got a surprise for you while we're doing the Versace Stoner podcast. Now, dig this, brother.
Yeah.
The 2022 Rodfather Bays Bash. Going to have live commentary during the matches, and I'm going to fly you in for live commentary.
Holy shit, brother. I'm speechless. I am speechless.
It's going to be me and you doing commentary at the Bays Bash next year, brother.
Well, let me tell you this. I really, really appreciate it, and I am down 100%.
And I'm going to only do exclusive when it comes to Bays Bash with the Versace Stoner podcast.
Hell yes, that will be one hell of an event. You know, I do some commentary. I actually enjoy it. I've been actually practicing behind the scenes at it, and I love it.
And I'd like to welcome all the guys that you have lined up to do the podcast interviews and stuff. They're all welcome to hit me up. Between me and you, we'll get them scheduled for next year's Bays Bash.
Hell yeah. I mean, I know a bunch of people that would love to come and work in a different territory, get their name out there. You know, I was talking to people, they're like, you know, where do you want to work? They're like, anybody that was willing to book me. I'm like, sure, let me, you know, market. And that's what the whole thing with this is, you know.
We're gonna work on this. We've already got stuff in the works, actually. And we're gonna get this set up months in advance because we want this to be the mecca of shows in the state of Kansas. The Bays Bash is synonymous, man. It's the biggest party around here.
You know, like I said, I had to miss this last one, and my partner couldn't get the day off. But you know,
brother, I'm glad you missed it. To be honest with you, because I got my ass kicked. And the first time I meet the Versace Stoner, the Rodfather ain't gonna get his ass kicked.
Well, I tell you, I probably would have bought you a drink after the match for the ass kicking that I saw from the pictures in the tape. But
yeah,
you know, but you know what? You went out there, Rodney, and yet, regardless, you know,
my first legit match with that company, and I called out a legit multi-time world champion.
Exactly.
A lot of people ain't got the balls to do what I did.
No, I mean, that's like somebody stepping into the boxing world saying, hey, I want Mayweather right now. And let's make
that's
it happen.
Like going in your garage and punching that speed bag, then going fighting Mike Tyson.
Yep, and you know what? You went out there regardless, you know, you didn't come home with the belt, but you proved one thing, that you can hang with anyone.
Exactly. And I ain't got nowhere to go but up from here, brother.
No, I mean, the sky's the limit after you do that, and like I said, you know, I think you gained a lot of respect. I see the fans pouring in. They're asking me every day about Rodfather merchandise. You know, they're loving the Cruising for a Bruising. I'm just waiting on, you know, the makers to approve the graphics. Supposedly they're so good, my graphics that I made, that they're wondering if I really made them. And I'm like, yes, I showed them the proof. Of course, I don't steal graphics. I'm a graphic designer.
Brother, you are the official Rodfather merchandising guy. Nobody else gets to copyright me, merchandise me, but Versace. That's it, brother. Stoner, you have the deal.
Hell yes, and we'll take you to new heights. I have a lot of, cool ideas, and you always give me great photos. You dress up great. You like to have fun with the gear. You have the
Brother,
red, white,
my
and
gear
blue.
my gear is inspired, honestly, by Dusty Rhodes and the Macho Man Randy Savage, because those two were the best promo cutting some bitches in the game.
They were, honestly, everybody, they talk about Hogan. Hogan's fine for what he did, yes. And the WWE needed him, but the real mic man, the real talker was Macho Man. Any of his promos that he did, he put 150% effort into them. They were over the top.
When I was a kid, he came out with a little creamer thing.
Yep.
And he said, to be at the top, you got to be the cream of the crop. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Brother Rodney, I remember that well.
And, man, it's just, the dude made me get excited. It made my heart race. And I was just so happy when he would come out. Because I was like, when the Macho Man comes out, you got to see a legit wrestling match.
You did, and it was a real match. He did it, he did it different than, the people in his time. Yeah, like I said, Hogan was the big name. He was the big draw, but Hogan didn't really wrestle. He fought. He was another bruiser like Duggan. He bruised.
Exactly.
But Macho Man could wrestle. He could grapple. He could dive. He could jump. He could fly. He could do it all. And, your other guy you talk about is one of the best in the business, Dusty Rhodes. He's done so much for the business between, what he's done as the booking, creating in WCW all the events that he started, and plus his wrestling.
Exactly. And
funny
his
you say that.
bloodline.
One of my favorite Savage matches is actually when Savage went bad, and it was Savage and Sherry. The King Randy Savage and Sherry, and it was versing Dusty and Sapphire.
Yes.
That was one of my favorite matches, growing up as a kid.
Sapphire, baby.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Because Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, baby, he said he had wined and dined with kings and queens and slept in dumpsters eating pork and beans. Like, that dude was a bad motherfucker, dude.
He was, and, in real life, too. And, he spawned some great... I have to say, he spawned two great kids. I mean, look at the talent.
His bloodline is phenomenal for wrestling talent.
It is. It really is. Now, and unfortunately for myself, I've honestly stopped watching WWE product. It has definitely changed from when we watched the Savage days and all that in the 90s. It's definitely not what I remember.
No.
It doesn't give me the same excitement. But what does is the indie scene.
Yes.
That's where the passion is now, I feel.
Like, I thrive for it. I feel it in my blood. I love it.
I mean, I'm going to say that on Phase Bash, you probably, gave a 500% performance. And you weren't making no $1 million payday.
Exactly.
This is all about, giving to something that you love, you respect, and, you respect the community. That
honestly, I knew from the bottom of my heart I was walking into a straight ass kicking. But I did it because I strive to make the fans cheer for me. I love it. When I come out for my intro, I got them jamming Great White, once bitten, twice shy. And I'm rocking that place. It erupts when I come out. My fans are the most devoted, the most loyal. My fans literally drove from all over the United States to come see me. And to a little bitty town in the middle of Kansas. And that was hours from my hometown. So, like, my whole hometown took off to go down there too. Like, we represented.
You had all sorts of Bays fans all across.
Yeah, we pulled up 3 motels. I had so many fans.
That's amazing, and now that makes me really excited for next year's bash. It will probably be double that.
Oh, bro, I've had I've had thousands of people show up at my parties, man, and that's why it turned it from a party to a bash over the years. So next year will honestly be the 22nd annual Bays Bash.
That is wild.
And it's gonna be huge, brother.
That's wonderful. Like I said, we love these kinds of things here at the VSW. It gives, like I said, everybody a chance. And like you said, you're coming from someone that started from a fan and just wanting to be part of it and, wanting to give to it.
Exactly.
And you got to respect that, regardless if you've had, if
I promise
had to go
you,
to
brother,
professional schools or not, at the end of the day, you're a wrestler.
Exactly. When you feel it in your blood and you can take those bumps and you can man up and deal with the bruises and that ass kicking that you get, because I don't care what anybody says, professional wrestling is real.
Oh, it surely is. You might not.
Mr. Anderson said it perfectly when he said, wrestling is real. People are fake.
That's true. That's how it is. So let me ask you. Let's talk a little bit to the fans about Bays Bash this year and your match. How did it all start? You challenged the champion. Tell us up the story.
Well, a year ago, I was trying to get the event going, then COVID hit. And initially, the Bays Bash was 7 different bands, a big outdoor arena. I had hired a wrestling promotion to come in. Things didn't work out too well because of the whole COVID. And I took a big loss, a couple grand here and there. And I just had a promotion, like a guy I got a hold of. He said that he would do it, and he stuck with me on it. And he put it together this year. Wasn't what I usually do for the bash, usually because I try to make it like a really big thing. But they were able to do it this year, and that was cool with me. I didn't want to just throw the thing, I wanted to get in the ring because I wanted to give my childhood friends that I'm still friends with, and I wanted my family and my kids, and I just wanted everybody that knew I had a passion for this, because they watched me struggle for years trying to get to do this. And I just got my chance, and I got an offer to get in the ring with a legit world champion, knowing damn well I didn't have enough training, knowing damn well that not the average guy off the street can actually just go get in the ring and fight a heavyweight world champion, let alone a legit multi-time, well-traveled, well-seasoned veteran of the game. And, I knew I wasn't going to walk out of there, but that crazy son of a bitch wrestling fan inside of me said, you're going to do this, Rod. You got this. And as the Rodfather, I'm synonymous with don't quit. And I'm hardcore. I've been in tons of street fights. I've put my hand in boxing over the years, and I've done some crazy things. And that's probably one of the craziest. And I accept the ass whooping I took. But I'm happy I did it, because the smile on them little kids' faces and the photos that, I was able to take with my fans, and all the support and the love and everything that's been shared to me. I got some hardcore fans, man. And that just, when you go out there and you give your heart and soul and you try, well, at the end of the day, whether I got my ass whooped or didn't, my fans were going to be loyal to me, and they still are. They check on me. They make sure I'm all right. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit sore. I'm beat up. But you know what? I'll live to fight another day, and I'm going to do it again. and again.
Yeah, definitely. And that is what it's all about. It's not always about wrestling. What people don't understand about wrestling, it's not like your other natural sports. It doesn't matter all the time if you've won that belt, if you're walking home the winner. Sometimes the biggest winners are actually the losers of the match. And you know what? You showed tonight that you were, or that night rather, that you were the winner. Because you know what? You did come in with minimal training, but 100% hard. And you knew what was coming. You knew
I went into that fight weighing 150. The guy I got in the ring with was 207.
Probably half your age.
Yeah, I'm 44. Yeah.
Know what I'm saying?
I don't know much about the guy, but you know what I mean?
But usually the world champions nowadays are all young kids. I notice.
Yeah.
That. I notice it's all the young kids. All the old guys can't. We can't win the belts no more.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? You went in there. You didn't even really know much about them. First of all, that's
no.
You know, some people get their opponents 6 months in advance. They can watch tape. They can watch.
Yeah,
match.
this was within a week. You know, I got drunk one night, had a couple too many beers, ran my mouth, called him out, and you know, hey, it makes for a great fucking story, doesn't it?
It really does. And the surprising thing is he actually answered. You know, you can call out people all day. Sometimes they don't answer. He answered you.
Exactly. And the thing was, I realized I made a mistake. I had to man up and face him. I'm not gonna lie. It was a fun ass whooping.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people in your predicament that night might have, you know, backed out and may have said, you know, maybe I don't really mean it, you know, it's okay, you know, but you didn't. You stuck your ground. You know, you dealt with what you said. You knew which way probably it was gonna go, but you gave it anyways. You took the beating, and you are able to fight another day. You know, we will see another Rodfather match at some point.
And I mean, I can't tell you exactly who it'll be with, but I feel sorry for the next person.
Oh, the next person, now you're going to have a little bit of, you know.
Yeah.
Now
I'll be a little more
taste.
prepared.
You know a little bit what to expect. And if you've already faced one of the best, if it ain't on that level, you're going to have an easier time.
Exactly, brother, exactly. I wanted to go into this business with a legit match, not no backyard wrestling, none of that stuff like I used to do. You know, I wanted to go into an actual legit match in a ring, and I wanted to go toe-to-toe with a champion, and I got my wish. So I figured, hey, I want to pay my dues, so I did. I got ragdolled. I got my ass kicked, brother. I'm not going to deny it, because any man that denies an ass whooping, he's lying to himself. And you lie to yourself, you're lying to your fans. My fans, they don't care whether I win or lost. They came to see me, and they're happy. You know, I put on a good match either way. So
that's all that really counts. You know, you did. I'm hoping that I'm sure at some point some tape will surface. I mean, it's very rare that a promotion doesn't film some sort of hard copy version.
Yeah.
And hopefully maybe after they edit it, they probably add in some commentary. They do some other stuff into it, and maybe at some point I will get to see that match. I would like to see it just because, you know, you are my boy. I am one of those loyal fans of yours, you know, Rodfather. I do appreciate what you do
that,
for
brother.
This business. I love what you do in the ring. I love what you do outside of the ring. I see all your posts. I see all your stuff on Facebook. You know,
I do a lot of charity work too, brother. I'm always doing things for the kids. I go around and I hand out wrestling belts to all the kids around here, and I barbecue for all the kids in the neighborhood. And I'm always doing something, man. I always got to be out there with the community doing something.
And that's really like the backbone. I mean, if you're gaining lifelong fans at this point, if they, you know, even after you retire in the ring, they're going to be fans of the industry, because they're going to remember how the Rodfather made them feel when they went to an event. You know, how good the wrestling industry was to them as a kid. That's what kept me as a fan. It wasn't, you know, what I see on TV yesterday. It's how it was when I was a kid. And when I was a kid, you know, yes, WWF at the time was the big one, but you know, they had some house shows going on. They had indie shows around that would bring in the talent to work, and I would get to meet them, you know, and they would always be nice to me. You know, I remember one time I met Tito Santana. I met the Warlord.
Awesome guy, man. Awesome guy.
Honky Tonk Man was a great man, you know, when I met him. He was very nice to me as a kid. I might have been about 7 or 8, but you know, he shook my hand, he showed me respect, he let me hold his IC title. And, you know, it was a great time. These are the memories I have. These are the memories that keep me, you know, wanting to watch wrestling and to be in the business.
Exactly. That's what I want to bring back to the fans, brother.
You know, and we can't knock that. We can only support that here at the VSW. So if there's anything you ever need, any kind of social work you need to be done, you know, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're also on Instagram and YouTube. We can promote, help you share, and do anything you need because we totally support the Rodfather and his journey right now.
That's awesome, brother. Thank you. And I support the Versace Stoner as well.
You know, and that's what it's about, making friends in this business. And, you know, when you got friends, a lot can happen. You know, you can put egos aside for a minute and let friends make friends, and, you know, and realize that partnerships can happen.
That's a definite thing right there, brother. That's definite.
You know, you don't always have to be the top lone dog. You can be, you know, a couple of top dogs.
And I've always donated to, like, my independent wrestling friends when they were going through hard times, you know, because I was always trying to help them with their dreams as well. I still do from time to time.
You know, I won't lie. Last year during the pandemic when wrestling was shut down, I was pretty devastated. I had tickets lined up for some of the hottest shows. I was about to take off big, doing my own actual. I was gonna try to do my own show, working a show that I want to do at some point. That's gonna be a 50-50 show, meaning, you know, 50% is profit. The other 50% I wanted to donate it to an autism cause.
That's awesome, brother.
You know, me and Disabled Wolf are all about the charity as well. But
you put me on a plane ticket anytime you book that, and I'll be out there to do it with you, brother.
Exactly. You know, I love that. And you know, it all happened that, you know, as COVID, as you know, and everything just turned to mud. But you know, I saw some of my friends struggle, and I saw people, and I started, you know, I started buying shirts. I started buying 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shirts a week from wrestlers. Just I didn't even know, random. I would do random drawings. You got a shirt. You're getting a shirt. I always try to support the individual indie wrestlers because, you know what? When they go out for me on an event, no matter what it is, if it's a small VFW hall or it's like the biggest TD Garden, they give me 150% show. You know?
Yeah. Dude, the independence, that's where it's at, man. That's where the superstars of tomorrow are coming from.
You know, and that's why I started the VSW. It wasn't really to cover the WWE. There's a million people covering that. I can talk about it. And with talking about that comes a lot of negativity and toxic behavior.
Oh, yeah.
The fans get toxic towards you. You know, they even the AEW, it's great wrestling. Don't get me wrong. I love AEW. I'm a huge fan. But the fan base, I get into skirmish because then they start to try to compare to other things. And they want to fight you. I don't want to do all that. I like the indie scene with the indie people because they just like all the shows that the guys are around. They just care about the talent. They don't give a shit about the companies. You know, they don't have those fights. They don't have those battles that you know, you see on the main screen. And, you know, I like that. I like to be able to engage in a fan, you know, in a mature manner. We can disagree. We can hope not like the other wrestler, but I've seen some crazy shit on social media. The way people act over, you know, wrestling on TV.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Me, I'm like you. I won't argue with people. I'll just whatever. Because everybody's got an opinion, I guess, and that's cool. But, you know, sometimes I see people negative towards, like, some really good independent wrestlers when actually they're doing phenomenal work. It's just because they ain't on that main stage on Monday night. You know what I'm saying?
And, you know, I always like to ask these haters, what are you doing on, you know, where you wrestling at tonight? Because they're not wrestling. Exactly. They're sitting behind a keyboard typing. They never stepped in a ring, never laced a boot. They wouldn't even have done what you did, okay?
I had a couple guys call me out come Monday. They said, man, you got your ass whooped. And I said, yeah, but I had the balls to do it. You know.
Exactly. So, they didn't go in the ring with the champion. They didn't get their ass whooped. They didn't even try.
Yeah, that's what I told them. I said, go give it a shot sometime, man. Guarantee your results ain't going to be as good as mine. Like, yeah.
I mean, even the guy that you had to face, he had to do, you know, like probably a good, you know, years of training to get to where he had to get. It doesn't happen overnight. I always tell the people, you know, obviously you're more experienced.
And honestly, if anything came out of that match that I had Saturday night, right?
Yeah.
If anything came out of that, if that did anything, it helped the independent wrestling game. For one, it let people know and reassured that in life, man, you cannot be a fan and just go walk in the ring and fight one of these guys. You will get your ass kicked.
Yeah, I don't want to give people the wrong idea.
I worked out. I work out all the time, so I'm like in good physical shape.
And like you said,
I got my ass handed to me, brother.
But like you said, even regardless of what professional, you had some backyard, you had some wrestling be under you. You just didn't literally walk off the street to go face the guy. It wasn't like like a mass transit incident or nothing like that. Like I don't want I don't want to tell people to let my fans know that they think they can just go challenge world champions. That ain't gonna happen. You had the Rodfather was already existed before this match.
Yeah, because I've had people like just tell me, they're like, man, they're like, you're gonna get your ass kicked. I'm like, yeah, I know. I kind of knew ahead of time. It's not nothing new to me. But yeah, there's a lot of people that they watch that stuff on TV and things, and they're like, oh, I'd get in the ring and kick his ass. No, you won't. No, you won't.
First of all, you wouldn't even be able to deal with the breathing while trying to run. Second of all, you have, like when I used to box, I come from an amateur boxing background. My guy always told me, my trainer, we have to train 3,000 minutes per 3-minute round. And that's exactly what we did. I spent days and weeks in the gym just training for, 9-minute fights.
Exactly.
But it takes balls. There's plenty of times that I've gotten thrown up against people that I knew that I couldn't beat, and I would just go in there and do the best I can. And some days I would lose, or sometimes I got knocked down. But guess what? I got back up. I was there the next day. I was at the next training camp. Nothing stopped me, and that's how it has to be in this business. You got to just keep going, moving,
exactly. You gotta
driving.
You gotta have that heart and that drive,
And we can definitely see that heart in you, Rodney the Rodfather, and we really appreciate it. We are just about out of time on our road trip here, and I got to go wake up the other guy. He's been sleeping for too long. But I have one more final question for you that we've been asking everybody on this Cruising for a Bruising, and it is this. Why should you, out of all the wrestlers on the card, stand out and win the inaugural Cruising for a Bruising accolade?
Well, I think it's because I'm the only one on here that, when they made their debut, actually took on a legit world heavyweight champion. Multi-time legit world heavyweight champion. Besides that, I think we're all pretty equal in the wrestling game, brother. And I'm just humbled to be on the podcast.
Fair enough, and thank you for coming on. We'd love to thank you. And again, we'll bring you on again, of course, and we can talk more about next year's Bay Bash, because you know that the old Versace Stoner will love to help you with anything you need, graphics, videos, movies, music, whatever you want. I got you covered, brother.
All right, brother. Sounds good.
Thank you for talking to me.
Rodfather.
Hell yeah. We'll see you around.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
You too. Wow, what a great guest. We had just started the road trip, and I didn't even get to announce him. But yeah, the Rodfather, Rodney Bays, what a great guy. I really do want to see his championship debut match. I didn't get to. I'm trying to get a hold with the promoters to see if I can get a copy of the hard copy before it's edited or whatever they do. We'll see what happens. And that is great news for me, that I can actually commentate on the 22 Bays Bash. That's amazing. I do actually like to commentate. I've been practicing a little bit here and there, getting better. I like to do a serious commentate. It's a serious business. But anyways, I really need to go wake up Disable. He's been sleeping now too long, and I want to get back on the road. As much as I want to be at this rest stop, I need to keep driving, or we'll never get to where we have to go. Thank you, everybody, for listening, and we'll see you on our next episode of Cruising for a Bruising. Versace Stoner out. Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner, alongside Disable here. And we are cruising for a Bruising. What a trip this has been, Disable.
Absolutely. We flew all the way to Kansas to rent a car, Versace. I was passed out with the Rodfather, my friend.
I know, it's been such a wild
But I'm
time.
refreshed now and I'm ready to go.
Well, good, because we're going to enter the city of love, my friend.
L.A.?
You wish. No, this is another place off the map. And, they measure things here in Valentine's.
Ooh, Valentine's.
But our guest is calling us right now. Welcome.
Hello,
Who are we speaking with today?
Love Dog.
Love Dog. He's been waiting like forever to do that.
I've been waiting to be on this podcast.
That is great. We love you, Doug. Ever
love
since
Doug.
we got to see you, I think the first time we laid eyes was Limitless. But obviously now as New England has opened up and the wrestling world's opened up, you're all over the place. And, we really are a big fan of yours. And we just wanted to start off by saying that.
Thank you. I'm trying. I'm trying to get my love out there to everywhere.
With that, I feel kind of bad. I feel like you started on the scene, and then, like, the world shut down.
Yep. It was, technically, I guess you could say my career started right when the pandemic happened. Love Doug finally got out there, but it was all closed studios.
Yeah, that's how we first saw you in front of a closed studio, and,
The road is where it caught my attention.
The road, yeah, Limitless, the road was big for us, and, and I think, in all honesty, I think that was, yes, it was horrible for the business, and it was horrible that people couldn't go to shows, and it was horrible for fans. But in another sense, it got fans to know you guys. With weekly episodic shows, people could fall in love with indie stars really fast and be able to follow them. Besides, like, the normal monthly-to-monthly shows that are run.
Yep, I would say probably the greatest thing to happen for Love Doug. I could show everybody my love and reach as many people as possible.
And, you've been doing a fantastic job at doing that. You've had I'll have to say this, you've had a bumpy road on the road.
Oh, obviously.
It hasn't been a very easy trail. You've had some success. Your first match with Ava Everett there in the Bed of Roses. The Bed of Roses. You got the win there.
I won there.
And I believe that was I'm pretty sure that was your first Limitless win.
Yes.
And what a victory though. What a victory.
One of my favorite moments on the road.
It was. We were cheering for you there, Doug. Nobody's going to cheer for a witch anyways.
I hope not.
And I hope there's no warlocks listening in.
But there is a good witch named Kaya McKenna.
Yes.
I just want to state that I'm not using witch as a derogatory term. This woman, Ava, is an evil witch, and I think people should know about that.
Oh, yeah, there's no derogatory term for that. In the word witch, yes, there's plenty of good witches. We live near Salem. Salem is full of plenty of great witches. But
I love going to Salem.
I love Salem. But you know what? Ava Everett is not one of those good witches in Salem.
She's an evil witch.
Exactly. And unfortunately, we saw what happened to you at Pressure Point by her.
You know what? I tried for so long, almost 2 seasons on the road, and then sending her flowers and cards, and it just came down to the mirror match, and I was trying to save everyone from her witchiness, and I think I got my heart broken in the process.
You did, but I'm glad you're still able to speak. I'm glad you're still able to talk. You're not totally broken. And
nope.
As long as there's a little slither of your heart left, it will grow back full size.
As long as it's not deleted.
It will grow back full size. It happened.
The first interview.
This is your first interview?
Or have talked to people after that match.
Oh, well, yes, and like I said, That I said that match was pretty intense. I was actually pretty nervous for the glass myself. It's not something we really see inside of Limitless too much as glass.
Mm-hmm.
Even I don't even think Alexandra Lee plays with glass too much.
I just knew, she put out that video antagonizing me and trying to test my love, and I just knew if I was going to do this, I had to prove to her that I was dedicated and that I was serious about, my heart.
And, sometimes you have to put your life on the line to do such a thing. That's what love's all about. When it has no bounds and no limits, it's just putting yourself out there regardless of the results.
I mean, my love is limitless.
It really
is. One of our top promotions in VSW.
It is. We love Limitless. And, another promotion that we do love is NCW. And we are so happy that we got to see you on there, too, behind the closed
main
doors.
Event.
What match did you catch?
Let me see.
He faced BRG in the main event.
There was the BRG match. Yep.
I also just had another run-in with Becca on there.
Yep.
She beat me, though, again.
Yeah, she beat you on that. But you actually, believe it or not, you actually won your first match that we saw on NCW before you had won your first Limitless match.
Oh, yeah. At NCW, my love there is pretty strong. So it feels good. So it was nice to get my first, known victory out. But it was something different, to win for Limitless in front of these people that have been watching me for almost a half a year.
Yeah, they've been following you and following your trials and tribulations. When you went to NCW, I mean, you got a few of us that knew you from Limitless, and then some of you that even asked me who's this Love Doug dude in NCW? And I was like, oh, let me show you his Limitless films.
I mean, I don't know if you guys have caught my chaotic stuff too.
Oh, I have. Yeah. I have, and I was at one of those tapings too.
I think you were in the front row there, right?
Yes, I was, and JT Dunn actually stole your roses that night and put on his own little show.
Yeah, I had a chit chat with him. Clearly, that didn't go well. I lost there.
And you were just recently in another banger tag team match over there with JT Crawford, right?
Prabu, right?
Prabu.
Oh, yep. This past Friday, we did a TLC, Love in the City, and wow, we were I was up at the top of that ladder probably 3 times, almost getting it. Of course, we got the unit out there, and Ace Romero.
Yeah, I mean, talk about evil people. You got JT Dunn and Ace Romero.
The Dudley's Edge, Christian, and Hardy matches.
I mean, you also had MSP in that match too, so...
Yeah, Danger Kid suplexed me through a table off of the apron through a table.
That's insane. I can't believe that.
How can anyone not love Doug?
I don't know. Somebody was saying that... I don't know. I saw reports that MSP cheated to win that match, but again, that came from the competition.
Oh, probably. Those guys do not love each other. I'll tell you that right now.
No, I mean, I always got to watch my sources because... But yeah, and speaking of that, I mean, we also just witnessed your Proving Ground, first match, too.
That is a VSW podcast-sponsored match.
Yes, it was. We did actually pick up that match.
I saw that afterwards. They told me that it was a VSW.
Yeah.
I was hell yeah.
Yeah, he did all the... I think he did all the graphics after the fact.
Oh, okay.
Derek Simonetti, he's a good guy. I like him. He, I don't know if you're new to Proving Ground, if you worked there before. I mean, I've kind of followed it for a few years, but he does a lot of the work himself, all the editing, all the video, all of it.
Oh yeah, nope, yeah. That was my first time working there.
Yeah, he's quite impressive in the amount of work that he actually puts into his product just by himself. He'll spend hours upon hours overnight working. But yeah, I mean, we saw you against Foxy Campbell. That was a nice match.
Almost won again. I think I got a little carried away with my love. Sometimes I think if I don't stay centered and concentrated, sometimes I can get, my love gets a little too excited and I lose.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to just keep the focus on the match and less on the love, maybe. I know it's hard to do, though. It's hard. Especially when the whole crowd is feeling the love. I mean, everybody's into it.
Oh, yeah. And, it is nice, though, to be back in front of... I mean, I haven't been in front of crowds so many times, so it's been awesome to go to these... to be at a show and have people actually, screaming love, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, because, to be honest, as funny as this might sound, like, I've watched a few indie events with people, like, I've had people over for Limitless shows, I've had people over for some other shows, and they'll scream Love Doug here. They'll go wild when you come out.
Oh, my God.
You can ask the Saberwolf. He does it himself sometimes.
I just did. I did it when in Top Rope and Chaotic, even though people were staring at me, Versace, I didn't care.
Yeah, Top Rope, that was another one that you jumped into that we saw you there live. That was an interesting matchup.
That was actually my first match I ever had was for Top Rope.
Prior to Pandemic.
Prior to Pandemic, it was against Channing Thomas.
Oh, wow, the natural one.
Yep.
And look how far you guys have come a long way since that point.
Oh, yeah, but a lot of love therapy, if we could say.
Yeah.
So, Love Doug, if you don't mind me asking, who was your favorite wrestler growing up?
When I was little, Shawn Michaels.
I could kind of tell with that because Heartbreak Kid and all that.
Yeah, I mean, he just, he had everything.
He never put on a bad match, ever.
No, he stole the show every time. I mean, his energy is awesome.
My first match I ever watched, besides the WrestleMania in Boston when I was a young kid, was the Shawn Michaels Bret Hart Iron Man WrestleMania match. I was in love.
Oh, wow, good match.
See, I'm from an older generation. I remember Shawn Michaels with Marty Jannetty as the Rockers. I'm a tag team man. They killed the division back. You think the Young Bucks are good today? They had nothing on the Rockers.
Talk about the glass getting shattered.
Oh, yeah, that happened too. But I followed HBK, and, he is one of the top superstars. In any era, like, if it is the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, and the 10s, he's always put on a show and he's always delivered. Let me ask you, Doug, did you always know you wanted to be a wrestler? Was this like a lifelong passion, or is this something you just kind of picked up as you got older?
I've been watching it since I was little. I guess you could say I was obsessed or in love. And I came to a point in my life where I was just like, the only way I'm going to find love is if I pursue my dream and become a professional wrestler. Before this, I was to give you a backstory, I was a real Cupid, and then I found love for everybody else, but I couldn't find love for me, and that's what brought me here.
Well, I mean, sometimes that's what happens, I think. When you start to put everybody else first, you lose yourself. And I think right now you're starting to find yourself, and you are starting to make your way into it. And I think eventually you will find love.
Let's hope, right?
Unfortunately, you don't have your wings anymore.
No, that would probably help me a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that match now. Ava would have never caught you. You would have been buzzing around.
I would have just flew up to the rafters.
Yep, right around there. That would have been great.
Think of that battle. She could have been on her broom flying around. I could have been flying around with my Cupid wings.
Oh, wow. That would have been quite the matchup.
Who trapped Dorothy.
I have to tell you, I'm going to have to talk to Randy Carver, say, listen, you better get into cinematics. You better call up Harry. You better get a crew out here. We got an idea. Let's make it happen. But, that's what's so fun about it. There is a lot of fun in Limitless. I think that's what draws me into it. It's serious and fun,
And I love how they combine guys that be in higher promotions like Beyond and even lower tiers like Proving Ground and combine them together. They do blend it in nicely with the dojo students and everybody trying to work their way up. And everybody gets a fair shake on the road, whether they lose or win. They do get a fair shake.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at me.
You've had
three seasons of the road, and I couldn't get a single win until the last season.
I think I think Limitless had more champions than you had wins at one point.
Yeah.
Speaking of champions, how do you feel about the current champion in Limitless? Is he lovable to you?
My little grapple boo?
Yeah.
Daniel Garcia. I mean, he's always really nice to me when I talk to him. I know some people don't like him.
I see.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm not in love with him, but who knows? Maybe I'll have a match against him, and he'll fall in love with me.
That could happen. I mean, I'm one of these guys. I always support the local independent champions, no matter who they are. You got Garcia, you got people like Yuta, you got people that just aren't liked in the industry. I hear what the fans are saying when they come out.
Mm-hmm.
I hear how good they can even chant it to their music. They're very crafty, the fans. I'm not one of those guys. They're the champion. They deserve it. I give them their fair game. I tried to stay quiet when we were at the last Limitless show. Garcia had some words, and the fans just wouldn't have it. I tried to listen to what he had to say, as rude as he was. But, you always got to show respect to the champion. They do have the belt. I just didn't know if that's something I'm eventually pursuing down the line.
Who knows? He'll be busy with Santa in the North Pole, helping kids on the nice list.
Who was?
You.
Oh, you know me. All the time.
Yeah, it's like the movie with Tim Allen. I think of you having meetings with Santa Claus during the wintertime.
I might have to make a phone call.
Oh, yeah, just a quick, maybe FaceTime now. Now with COVID, you can do a quick FaceTime.
And to go back on your question about the Limitless title?
Yeah.
Of course. For me, the Limitless title is like Limitless's heart. And even if I get an opportunity, I mean, I want to win it, but if I can get an opportunity, I think that is my love is worthy.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, obviously it can't happen right now. There is probably some people ahead of you. I mean, there is, but you keep working that and you keep working your love in Limitless. I guarantee you'll eventually one day get that opportunity.
The prestigious need some love.
Oh yeah.
Those three?
Yep. Three Stooges.
Nope. Yeah, I'm done with them people.
Yeah, we had Alba on our show once. He was okay, but he didn't really
like me either.
He didn't really draw as much as I thought he would. I thought more people would give him a listen. But he was nice. I don't know. He's just obsessed with Mac Daniels. I think there's a few other better people in the industry.
Oh, yeah, he's obsessed with all of them.
Yeah.
You know who it is, Versace.
Oh, I do. Unfortunately, I do. So let me ask you this, Love Dog. We've seen you in a few places. I seen you booked, I think, at Blitzerig Pro as well. Is there any places you're dying to work at that are like on your list right now, on your radar?
Pretty much anywhere. I mean, I hate to just name. Well, I'll name a couple that I really want to get to is Beyond or WWR Plus.
Yep.
I would love to work for Black Label Pro.
Okay.
And I mean, those are a couple that are at the top of my list right now.
Yep. We're actually going to be seeing you next Saturday in Jersey during that the lab taping. You've been added to season 2 of that. That's exciting.
Oh yes. Yep. I can't wait to see what happens.
This show is actually going to air later that night of that taping. It's going to be kind of fun.
Oh, perfect.
But yeah, so we are excited for that. The Lab is a great company. We started following them in season 1, and we've loved everything about them.
We're less than 2 weeks away from coming back home, Versace.
Yes, we are. On the 31st, we will be back in Yarmouth, Maine.
Oh, snap. You guys are going?
We are. We are.
Oh, what?
We travel far. We do travel far for good wrestling. I will say that.
It's going to be a wild night.
I hope so. We actually, our last show that we went to in Limitless, we did go to Patience as a Virtue, was actually, believe it or not, our first Limitless show.
What?
Yeah. We had tickets to the second one before the pandemic. I got sick. And then the world shut down, so we never got out there.
Especially for AG versus Chris Stratland.
So I just watched everything I possibly could on IWTV and then bought the rest of the DVDs from their website and just kind of just caught myself up.
Binged.
I binged during the pandemic. I just picked up Michael Labb's new book. It had the rest of the history to fill me in.
That was, you know, no secret too. That was actually my first Limitless show.
Really?
Yep, my first Limitless show ever being at.
That's awesome.
I had to lose to that serial killer.
Oh, I know. That was pretty sick and twisted. We were kind of disturbed even more. What happened after the match?
Yeah. Like, give me my scrunchie back, bro.
And like, who goes through another dude's man purse?
He's like a real life vampire.
Yeah, the guy's crazy.
But like, honestly, who goes through a fanny pack man purse?
And
like,
he dresses like he's at a wedding.
He does.
Yeah.
I don't know. But only something that evil could have come from probably the mind of the evil witch herself.
Oh, guaranteed. I mean, he was already evil and crazy like he is. I think that she just, you know, she found his root of evil, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, she played her magic a little bit into it, and I think she turned him even more sadistic than he already was. If that's even possible.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's Dave Everett.
It is. It really is. And you said Beyond and WWR. Those are great, too. Actually, WWR has their show tonight.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's at 5, right?
Yep. And, you know, they've been, I have to say, that's been a really nice thing they've done with it. I'm been really excited to see, because we do have a lot of great talent in this area in the female division that just, I think, go unnoticed.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you have, look at the people that were on the show tonight. You know, those people, well, those, you know, women are the best of the best.
They really are. I mean, and, you know, some of them you see on television during the week. Some of them we catch on AEW Dark. But, I mean, they all, in the next 5 years, you might not see them in any independent shows. They all could have major contracts somewhere easily.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's what's great. That's what's great about, I think, our area compared to even some of the other areas is, you know, you do have a very quick turnover. Yes, but you will see, you know, somebody at a live show on a Friday and then, you know, catch them on AEW Dark 2 weeks later.
Yep.
You know, and you have to appreciate that. You have to love that. That wasn't available 5 years ago. You know, I think right now the independent scene is thriving more than ever. Even though I know there's been a pandemic and a lot of people taking a hard hit, I think it's come back very, very strong. I think the fans are behind it. I think, you know, even the promoters are more in tune to what everybody wants. And I think the wrestlers are just fired up more than ever.
Every promotion, even besides AEW and the indie, seems thriving now. I have to give a big thanks for me being into wrestling hardcore like I've always been. Is to AEW. I'll admit that. They're giving all these indie guys a chance to shine. I love it.
Oh, I love that they're giving those opportunities.
You know, we did actually get to see, you know, Daniel Garcia and Kevin Blackwood on AEW. You do get to see the C-Stars. You do get to see these people get TV time, and that's just wonderful because they do work their ass off. And then, you know, and I always tell this to all my people that I bring on here, and it's really true. It's not that any of you guys are not great wrestlers or good wrestlers. Y'all are great because, you know, we come and see you, and I wouldn't come if you weren't. But the thing is it's just a matter of who's seeing. You know, me watching is great, but it's some of these guys get different eyes on them, and all it takes is the right person to get the right eyes on you, and you're off and running.
Oh, yeah. That's all it is.
You know, and that's what we started here, the VSW. I noticed there was a big gap in the indie scene of coverage, of, you know, people getting lost in the shuffle, but great talent. So I was like, you know, everybody covers WWE. Everybody covers all these other stuff. I'm going to start covering, you know, NCW, Limitless, Chaotic, all these.
Who covers the professional Boston sports and the indie scene? No one.
Nobody right now. So I figured I'll start to cover these scenes, and let's start to get names out there. Let's start to share, you know, into other demographics, and let's see if we can get people known. And so far, it's been very good. You know, this Cruising for a Bruising tour started all the way down in Kansas, and we're going to probably finish it somewhere up in Canada.
Oh, wow.
That's a huge work of territory.
Huge cost of gas for sex.
Oh, I know the gas prices are ridiculous, but I mean, the amount of people that have poured out for this event has been amazing.
That's awesome.
And it's just been a great time. And, it's all about just getting everybody known,
That's all you can do.
It's all it's about. So let me ask you this: with Wrestling Return and all that, is there any people you're dying to have matches with?
That I want to wrestle?
Yeah.
Let's see. Who do I want to... Let's see. Who do I want to fall in love? Oh, Ace Romero. Give me that guy.
He can sing.
I think he is a... he also sings on the side.
Yeah, he does. I seen it.
Because he doesn't want to lose his love.
That's one reason why I'm in love.
But, he kind of sings to you with that, I don't want to lose your love tonight.
He does.
He's almost singing to you.
Speaking of, it took me a while to realize Gene Simmons and Kiss has a big part of your theme song, the Love Gun theme. It's a perfect song for you the more I listen to it.
It's, my version is Love Doug.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay, so you got AC on the top there.
Yeah, I put Ace Romero up there. Give me also, it's... I'm trying to think of, I definitely want to fight Daniel Garcia. Trying to think of people who I haven't wrestled already,
Any
Fandango.
Yep.
Da, 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 da.
Thinking maybe any NCW guys out that way?
Oh, yeah, give me Vern.
Good old Vern Vicalo. He's great.
Burning down the house.
And Chaotic, I think, Danny Miles.
Oh, you're going right
pretty much the whole unit. Give me the whole unit.
You want the whole unit. You want the whole thing,
Let me fight.
Huh?
Yeah, let me fight them. They seem to not appreciate my love, so.
Well, maybe you better teach them a lesson in how to appreciate love.
I tried. JT.
Yeah,
JT
I know.
Hunt.
But, maybe it's got to be done a little bit more fairly. With the unit, that's 4 against 1.
But here's my dream match for you, Love Doug. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
A triple threat hardcore match between you, interpromotional, you as the indie scene, Orange Cassidy in AEW, and R-Truth in WWE. I would love that.
Sign me up. Sign me up. I love both of them.
I have another dream match, but it's more on a funny basis. You just had one great match for the love of Bobby Jr. You won that. I think you should fight AG for the love of Ava.
Hey, who knows what's happening,
But,
who
again,
knows?
you never know. That's the thing with Limitless. Anything can happen.
It's crazy. He's, in love with a witch.
It is. The other person I honestly would like to see you matched up with is Insane Dick Lane. I think that would be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I've never run into him.
Yeah, I think when you went to NCW, he just took some time off, had a baby.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys just missed each other over there.
But they will be fighting for first place for Cruising on the Bruising.
Oh, they will be against each other for Cruising on the Bruising, because as you do know, all these interviews will be put as single episodes, and after 1 month, whoever gets the most views will be receiving $100 cash prize.
Oh, snap!
Yes, we are doing that, and that is really happening. It wasn't just talk.
I could. You know how many flowers I could buy?
Yeah, you could buy whatever you want, any which way you can win. However you do it, that is up to you. You'll have a link. Share away.
I'm in.
But with that, don't you have questions?
Absolutely. So we're wrapping up the Near the Interview, Love. And here's a question I ask everybody on our road trip so far. Are you ready for this, Love Doug?
Yep.
Why should you, out of everyone booked on the card, Love Doug, why should you stand out and be the inaugural accolade on your resume of the first ever Cruising for a Bruising Champion with that cash prize? Go.
Love.
There it is. One word answer.
I strive for it, and I think the more I go for it, the more I get it.
It is true. I think the more you do try, I think the more people will love you, and I think they do. I don't know how your... Well, it's hard to gauge your reception because your reception started during live tapings instead of in front of other wrestlers. It'd be interesting to see how your love would have progressed in front of live fans from like 2 years ago to now.
Yeah.
But I think you're very over right now in the crowds. Like I say, from what I hear on the streets, people love you. That's always a good thing.
Good. Street people.
The street people love you. That's what's really important. Yeah. They're the backbone of the wrestling industry, the street people.
Put that as the caption for this episode. Street people love Doug.
That is great. Oh, but we do thank you so much for coming on our show. This has been very lovely.
I absolutely love the both of you. Every time I see you guys at promotions, I'm like, oh shit, here we go.
Here we go. When you see the Versace Stone and you see the Sable Wolf, you know it's going to be a good time, and you know you're there to watch good wrestling. We only go to good shows.
I love your fits when you show up to the event. Always on point. It's great. I gotta buy some Zumbas.
I just actually ordered 3 new pairs, a nice hot and white pink, and it's gonna go perfect with your shirt. It's gonna go perfect.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
I will be decked out on the 31st with Love Doug.
Hopefully we'll see an elite or unrivaled Love Doug figure someday.
Hey, if not,
I hope.
If they don't make it, Derek will. He'll put it in Series 4. If you wrestled for a proving ground, you could get a figure.
Oh, here we go.
He makes action figures. He does. He already has like 2 lines out, and he probably will be doing 3, 4, and 5 soon. He does he has the facial scan software and everything. It's wild. He paints them, hand paints them, and they're like on point. They look like Hasbro guys.
Oh, I'm going to need that.
So definitely reach out to Todd. He does do face scans for figures, so. But, it's been a great time having you on the show, and we will probably definitely reach out and have you on again. And
I hope big things to come.
Exactly, and we can't wait to see what you have, what you have in store for all of us as the months progress. We know it's going to be great. And thanks again.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great night.
You too. Love Doug.
Love you.
Love it.
Wow, running into the city of love, disabled. What a lovely guy. What a lovely guy. I love Doug.
I feel so refreshed now, Versace.
I do. This is a lovely evening.
Full of love, my friend.
My goodness. What a great night. What a great night. I have to say, we're going to have to go to a rest stop, though. I am a little bit hungry.
We're almost at our final stop, my friend.
We are. We got a few more stops to go, but we will get there, and this has been a great journey, and I'm glad.
While we get something to eat, make sure you watch this commercial break.
Welcome, everybody. We're continuing on our Cruising for a Bruising. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner, alongside
with the Sable Wolf.
And we're continuing this road trip. My God, it has been great. The weather's nice. The view is nice. The food has been good. Have you had any complaints to Sable Wolf?
Not so far, Versace, with all the work we've been doing.
Well, I have to say it's all going to pay off, as all hard work does. Today, on this journey, we're talking with the Boston Badass, Steve Savage.
He's got some ECW bloodline traits in him, Versace.
Oh my God, he does. He sure does. And, I just can't wait to see. We have definitely questions for him. He's been somebody on our radar for a little bit. And now we finally are going to have him. This should be good. And like I said, as we, keep on our cruising, For a Bruising tour, we're going to be, talking to all sorts of superstars, different styles, different, even regions. Isn't that right to say, Wolf?
Absolutely, and you got different promotional clips involved too, per wrestler.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Everyone's all unique in their special way.
And here we go. Hello.
What's up, brother?
How you doing today, Steve Savage?
Oh, I'm rocking and rolling as always.
That's what we like to hear at the VSW. We're just on our tour here, cruising for a bruising. Stopping in with you today to talk a little pro wrestling.
Well, it's a good thing because that's what I know.
Well, then it is a very good thing indeed. So let's ask you this. I've been friends with you a little bit for a while on the social media, but when did you get into the wrestling business?
I broke in I started, if you could call what was done back then, training in late 2000. Mid 2001, I had my first match with NWA New England.
Okay, so that's 20 years of experience right there this year.
Yes, sir. 20th anniversary this year.
Wow, that's an amazing feat.
You got any matches with a certain wrestler you're trying to celebrate your anniversary with?
Not really. I'm a journeyman, brother. I've been doing this so long. I've wrestled for probably 50, 60 different companies. So I've never really had a home base, so to speak.
So it's not like you're not a promotions boy. You're not their poster child, but you're your own individual. That is,
you book Steve Savage. You're booking a hardcore match. You're gonna want Steve Savage because he can get the job done.
Exactly, and that was gonna bring me to my next question. I was actually gonna ask you. You fight a very special style of wrestling, different. It's a hardcore style. That's a different kind of style than just regular professional wrestling. There's weapons involved. There's no referee. There is no rules. There's a different level of training you have to do to get into that. What made you want to get into that sort of style?
Red equals green, brother.
Yeah, that is true. Red
equals green. I'm going to be straight up honest. I'm not in the best shape physically. My cardio's not where it should be. So why am I going to waste time trying to outrun some 120-pound stick doing a 450 splash when he's going to no-sell my punch in the face anyway?
Got a good point, especially for the hardcore matches. You really got to sell to the point where you're almost dying.
I'm just, what's sell? If you don't see spots, you don't fall down. That's what Balls Mahoney told me.
Exactly, and that's what happens in the hardcore match, and you get the bang. You don't have to waste all that time chasing, like you said. You don't have to grapple. You don't have to chain wrestle. I mean, I'm sure you know how to. Like you said, you did some training back in 2000, but again, that's maybe for the younger talent nowadays. All that fun.
Yeah, it's the younger man's game as far as what would be considered sports entertainment version of wrestling. I've always considered wrestling a lot like ice cream. Everybody likes different stuff. Some people like the flippy shit. Some people like death matches. Some people like straight up old school Flair Steamboat Broadways. There's so many different variations of what wrestling is that for people to say there's no good wrestling out there, they're just not looking in the right places.
Oh, 100%.
That is a truer statement has never been said.
I mean, maybe people don't like WWE, and that is fine. You don't have to, because, guess what? When I grew up, there wasn't just WWE. You had the NWA running. You had WCW running. You had ECW running. You had all sorts of other independent promotions running. Now, yes, the major leagues have been consolidated down, but they also have other brands. Plus, you have a huge variety in the independent scene from here to California. There's shows running every single night on IWTV.
Oh, absolutely. And if you do the research, I mean, YouTube's your friend. Use it for more than just watching Karen videos.
if you want to look up good wrestling, type in a year and type in the word wrestling. You'll probably get 1,000 videos for any year you put in.
Oh yeah, and that's how I learned a lot about the independent scene is just typing in names, and maybe their promos come up, they have a channel. Some people they don't, but you know what? They have fan footage that's out there, and I've been able to trace back the fan footage to the promotion and find matches that way, and because I'm an indie guy, I love the independent scene. I love seeing where people go with it. They start out somewhere, and by the end of their journey, they're either a different character, they're in a different promotion, they made it to the big time, or they're totally just off their rocker and done with.
It's a strange business, man. Some people can hack it, some people can't. I've been given grief, I've been given praise, and I'm still here.
You gotta love that.
You never really retire, your bookings just get further apart,
Yeah, I mean, eventually everybody just becomes like, what, John Cena? You get booked once every couple of years?
Or Undertaker once a year?
Hey, for what they're making for that once-a-year appearance, I'd do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I would too.
That's like almost, you're almost touching Mayweather money at that point just to go out there. But on the local scene, obviously, you're still active, though. You're not doing once-a-year appearances. And, the pandemic obviously slowed the whole scene down. What did you do to stay, in shape for that? How did you, maintain that drive?
I was doing underground shows during lockdown.
Really?
I did about 5 or 6 different tapings from quote-unquote undisclosed locations for promotions that didn't want to be named, and I still took work.
That's fair enough.
A very secret show, per se.
There were a few. There were a few that were run on the down low.
That's fair enough. But I mean, I guess at some point it has to come down to, yes, there's a public safety aspect of it, and I get that. I wore my mask. I've gotten my vaccines. I've done all that crap. But, and that's not what I taught. But I guess if you got a bunch of people that have all agreed that, hey, this might be a risk, but we're all willing to take it, and you're all adults, really, you guys can run and do almost anything.
Yeah, basically.
I know I've seen a lot of slack. There was some slack I've seen, not just with your work, but a lot of people got, slack for participating in shows when there was supposed to be no wrestling at all. But, at the end of the day, how else, unless you have access to a school that you knew the owner, or you have a ring in your backyard, there's not much way to stay active.
Well, there's other ways to stay active if you're not in ring. I made your money selling merch. You got to sell yourself to the fans. It's.
Oh no, I get that. You have your post.
You got to stay relevant. If during lockdown there's no matches, so you're not doing anything, well, who's going to remember you at the end of the year when everybody comes back?
Oh, exactly. No, I get that. I'm saying without the ring. I'm saying to stay in the physical condition. Obviously, yes. A lot of people have thrived during the pandemic with doing great promo work, really pushing merch, really, and having the time to be able to interact with fans where before they didn't have the time.
Are you kidding me? The pandemic was great for me. I probably did about 15, 16 different podcasts and sold a crap load of merch. I'm out of 8x10s right now.
And that's great to hear. I love to hear that because, sometimes it's hard to move the merch, especially, when you're at weekend shows after weekend and things get kind of stale in the scene. But I think the pandemic helped a lot of people get their character and their name out there that otherwise just didn't have the time to do so.
Yeah, it's you can get your name out there by wrestling one company every week or every other week or every month or whatever it is you're doing. But at the end of the day, if you're not putting yourself out there to every promoter in every state or around the world, you're not going to get anywhere.
No, you have to really sell yourself. At the end of the day, no promoter's going to sell you. The fans aren't going to sell you. You're going to sell yourself. If you can't do that, nobody will.
And it's up to the fans to test the waters when the wrestler gets the opportunity to be in a promotion or have their videos up on YouTube. It really is a combination of the fans and the wrestler, but more of the wrestler per se.
Certainly is. It certainly is to say, Wolf. And Like I said, here at the VSW, we've always, I started this podcast a little bit under late last year, early this year, and I just really, I see all these great guys day in and day out on my social pages. I talk to them, I see their matches, they're unbelievable, they do great moves, they're killing the business, but people don't know who they are, 3 states or 4 states away. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start to do a podcast. I have a lot of people on my Twitter that are from all across the country. Let's start to get names that, I know, and let's get other people to start to know them too. And that's where, this whole thing came from. And then I told, to say, well, if it's the summer, we got to get out of here. Let's take a road trip. Let's go for cruising, for a bruising, and let's get some, great interviews on the road.
That's the way to do it,
man.
The weather hasn't slowed us down, even though the ring has been so bad in New England, Versace.
It has. I can't wait to get out of here onto our next location, really, because the rain has been pretty bad the last few days.
Yeah, it's been bad, but it's not going to be any worse than the rain of blood that's going to happen in Plattsburgh, New York on August 21st.
Is that your next show?
That is my next confirmed booking. Tim the Legend Lacey has challenged me to a hardcore match. He said he has an enforcer in his corner, and I guess the powers that be wanted Barry Horowitz to be in my corner,
wow,
of all people. So that's going to be interesting, because Barry Horowitz and Steve Savage, great, 2 guys known for losing more matches than they won. Tremendous.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a team up there, but hey.
But he didn't know what he was doing when he booked me in a hardcore match, because I said every fan that buys a ticket to this show should bring something me to whoop his ass with.
That's going to be a fun time. I might have to come out there and bring something.
I'm going to say the fans bring the weapons for this one.
Oh, nice. Can stop at a Walmart away instead of figure hunting. You can get furniture hunting and help Steve Savage.
Bet I'm going to get a figure. I'd like to see him smash an AEW figure over the guy's head.
Oh, my little dog Pockets. Yes, perfect.
Yeah, no? That would be great. As long as it's not any of those chasers or rares, we're good to go. But so that's your next confirmed booking. That's going to be a fun time out there.
And I think the week after I'm out in Ludlow, Mass for Battlefront Extreme.
Okay.
Nothing in September yet, and then I think early to mid-October is SGW out in Newington, Connecticut.
Nice. So you get around the area, just stick in one. And is this August show, is that going to be your first show since pandemic?
No. I went out and did 6 weeks of TV for legit American wrestling out in Charleroi, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. That was nice. How was studio wrestling?
It was good. It was good trip, good group of guys out there. They're an upstart promotion, but they've already got the benefit of having local TV, so.
And let me ask you this, now that you mentioned it, I got a question for that. How was doing like taping and syndicated TV compared to like live shows?
Honestly, when you have a studio audience, it's a little different, because the live shows, you don't know what kind of crowd you're going to get. You don't know what's going to happen when you get out there. You can be told, okay, this guy's the heel, this guy's the baby, but you get out there,
the fans
and
are the fans. The fans are the fans.
Yeah, the crowd eventually is going to dictate the way the show is going to go. The advantage of LAW doing their TV is they have a studio audience that is cued very similar to how it's done on Thunderdome.
Okay, so they're cheering when they're cheering, they're booing when they're booing.
They're working according to what they're being told to do.
And they'll get cut off if they have a picture of a wrestler that shouldn't even be mentioned.
Yep.
No, not that bad. I'm under suspension there anyway right now. Apparently they don't like it when you kick the ref in the balls and hit him with a kendo stick.
What? I mean,
that ain't PG,
I thought that would be okay in today's world, but who knows? I grew up watching Sandman.
He took my fork away, he took my knife away, he took my kendo stick away, he took my baseball bat saw blade away.
I mean, what does that even leave a man with?
Floyd hasn't even been taken away from Jericho yet.
Nope.
I'm not even going into that one.
So let me ask you this: you said you're going to be on your 21 years anniversary come up. What's your favorite match you've had?
honestly, it wasn't even a match that I had. I think the favorite match that I was even ever a part of, I had booked a charity show out in, oh God, where the hell was it? Way out in Western Mass somewhere for Camp Miracles and Magic.
I don't even know where half the Western Mass shit is, so go on.
Yeah, it was like a 2.5-hour drive, and I wasn't even out of the state. I was like, damn. But
Wow.
It was a private event booked for this camp, and God bless this camp. Every kid there is HIV positive, and it's just kind of like a summer camp to get them all together without the stigma of living with HIV in
all that,
the
having the
stereotypical normal camp with
bullshit.
kids.
Yep.
I'll tell you, 125 kids sounded like 1,000 in that building.
Oh, that's amazing.
And the main event was Justin Credible and Jason Knight, the Impact players, versus Sixto Romero and Johnny Malloy from the SWA out on Long Island. And it was just great seeing everybody in that room just light up because a lot of them had never even been that close to a ring before. A lot of them didn't know anything other than what they saw on Monday nights.
Yeah, and that's a lot different than, the closeness that and the intimacy that takes place in the independent scene.
Yeah, but for me, that was probably the best thing I ever did in the business, just because it felt good to give back to a community and to put on a hell of a show for them at the same time. It was one of the few indie shows I've been in the back for, and there was zero ego, zero drama. Everybody was just, we know what we're here to do.
Sometimes I like those tribute shows and different charity shows better than just any other show, because the people do just give it their all for all the right reasons.
Yeah, there's no storyline. There's no reason for one. We're doing this for these people.
The more you can raise, the better match you put on, the more they're entertained, the more joy you're bringing somebody. And, at the end of the day, that is what the business is all about.
Absolutely.
Almost any wrestler besides MJF will tell you it's about the fans.
Oh, for him, it's about the fans, too, because how else would he be getting paid?
Exactly. Some people forget that, though. You'd be surprised.
Sure, he does.
You'd be surprised, though. Even, not him. Other wrestlers would be like, well, I don't need the fans. I don't need you.
I give credit to MJF, the keeper of the kayfabe.
Yeah, I mean...
Rumors have it that he doesn't really break kayfabe.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to some of the people that he trained with, and supposedly that's really how he feels. I'd love to someday really ask him if I ever get that far, but, yeah, I mean, he does a great job keeping character, if that's how it is.
Oh, yeah, I've heard stories. Guys have gone to signings with, a picture that they would buy at the signing, and then they'd hand him, a toy ring, and he'd throw the toy ring halfway across the building because he was like, no, you didn't buy it from me. Get it out of here.
Yep. That's showmanship, and that's part of the business, too.
That's what it is. Don't get offended when the bad guy acts like a bad guy.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the whole thing, and growing up with, I grew up, like I said, in a very different time. I grew up with matches where they had chains, and, the 80s was a very colorful era for wrestling. Then you moved into the 90s, it slowed down a little bit, but then it picked right back up in the mid to late 90s.
When I started watching right during the pickup when I was
And
young.
then you had ECW exploding on the scene where anything went. I went to Philadelphia, I saw all sorts of shit that would probably get me, banned.
Rumor has it there's another ECW reunion show getting planned for the 2300 Arena.
Really?
That's the rumor mill. There's talk about getting, and we're not talking like ECW like you guys remember it. We're talking 1992, 1993 ECW, when guys like Tommy Cairo and the Sandman were introducing the kendo stick match to the East Coast.
You're going way back.
As long as it's not the end
before
of the
it got televised
era ECW, I don't want to think about that.
No, he's talking before it got televised, before it really became a promotion.
I'm talking when Tommy Cairo and Peaches and Sandman were having their feud, when Tommy Dreamer still wore suspenders,
yeah, that's
when Todd Gordon ran ECW, not Paul Heyman.
Yeah, that was before Shane Douglas threw the belt in the trash. That was way before that.
It was the segue to that, and it's going to be OGs in it.
Exactly.
It's going to be a lot of the old guys that people who know ECW grew up watching it. And I was honestly honored recently, about maybe 10 years ago. I went out to the H2O Arena in Jersey, and Tommy Cairo saw me running the kendo stick gimmick, and he handed me one, and I looked at it, and it said, "To Steve, the passing of the cane, Tommy Cairo."
Wow.
So to me, that was kind of like, all right, I found my spot in the business.
Now he's letting, now you can use it. Now he approves.
Because it's like, oh, well, you're ripping off Sandman. I'm like, well, technically, I'm ripping off anybody who's ever picked one up.
Yeah.
Think about how many people have used a kendo stick over the years.
Yeah, I mean, and then even all of them, are going to tell you,
beer, smoking cigarettes on the way to the ring.
And even all of them are going to tell you ripped off some Japanese ninja.
Yeah, you show me one original character right now.
There isn't. Everybody's either using someone that nobody remembers, or they have a mashup of different.
Well, that's the kicker. If nobody remembers it, it's new.
Yeah, it is. But unfortunately, there's still fans that are out there that still remember everything.
Oh, you're going to have the historians, but those are the people that are going to buy a ticket to anything with a wrestling ring in it, and they're not going to care who's on the card.
Pretty much. That's how we are at the VSW. If we can see good wrestling, we'll go to it. I mean, there's certain shows I won't go to if certain people are on it, just because I can't support those people. But for the most part, I'll go to almost any show. I mean, there's not one that's been too small yet.
And we'll go to any show, whether, like we said millions of times on our website, from a VFW hall all the way to a packed TD Garden. We don't care. We'll go.
No, I mean, this year alone, we got shows booked. I'm going to MV Young show out in New York. I'm going to the Lab out in Jersey. We're going to All Out in Chicago.
Nice.
We'll be doing a little bit of traveling, seeing a little bit different of the scene. Good time. But
and we got our barn in Yarmouth.
Yep, up in Maine. And what else I hear today? Speaking of hardcore, XP's coming back, right?
XPW is coming back.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
It's going to be coming back on the East Coast this time. Rob Black set it for New York instead of California, so that'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, let's
hope it's not a travesty.
No, I don't. I think it's going to be different. I think it's going to be an opportunity for some of these East Coast hardcore workers to maybe, get booked.
Oh, absolutely. You don't have to do deathmatch to get over. As much as I love and appreciate watching the deathmatch stuff, more credit to those guys, because, goddamn, to support your family and to pay your bills by throwing yourself through 90% of that shit. Oh, goddamn! I couldn't imagine doing it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a difference between hardcore wrestling and regular wrestling. Then there's the death match, which is even different, And every time you get in the ring, you're changed when you come out of it. You're not coming out the same way.
I've done one death match in my life, and goddamn, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, not a fun time, I bet.
It was fun at the time, but looking back on it, I've been friends with a few deathmatch guys who are like, "Oh, I've been doing this 3 years. I got to retire," and I'm like, "Well, yeah."
Yeah, it's kind of like you want the short run, but if you really want to, you're not gonna last 21 years in the business doing death matches.
No, it's you know when you can do certain things and when you can't.
Yeah. But hey, you got one under your belt and you survived it. That's always good.
That's all I need.
Right, just throw that on the resume. It works. And like I said, we're gonna be looking forward to that August show, and and some of your work that you did televised, we've been able to track that down. We're gonna watch some of that as well.
Oh boy.
Like I said, I always like to watch and know who I'm talking with too. I have done blind interviews, don't get me wrong, but I do like to actually promote the people I talk to. I'll buy merch, I'll wear their shirts, I'll support them to the end. They're helping me.
You've
They're
been
coming
saying
on my
you were
show.
going to get a shirt from my store for 6 months, bro.
Yeah, I know. I always get sidetracked. You don't understand. My box just gets filled.
Hence the stoner portion of his name.
Yes, the stoner portion does help me forget. And like I said, then you got all this, my mailbox will just get filled with just spam in a minute, and then I forget, who I was talking to, what I was doing, where I was going. But, yeah, I know. I'm owed one of those Steve effing Savage shirts.
Hey, that Steve Effin Savage one's the 20-year anniversary shirt.
Yeah, that's the nice one. I
like
that one.
Get our hands on one of those as well, Versace.
Yeah, you better buy one too, Disable. Don't be cheap. Get your hands out your pockets. But we do like to support, who we talk to. They come on our show, and that helps us. That we help them. We just keep it mutual. Everybody can support each other. There doesn't have to be egos in this game. Everybody can help each other.
There's too much of it. I've been around too long to deal with it. I've seen what happens to the guys who have the egos, and usually they're the ones that end up bitter old men at the end of it all.
They do, and it's a shame because they could have great careers. They could have even went further in the business.
That's a whole portion of VSW, is not only to help ourselves get successful, help others have successful, put some more money in their pockets.
Exactly. I mean, I can tell you right now, I can't think of one instance on my show that I really ever talked negative about a wrestler or even a promotion. I'll criticize certain things, but I don't talk about, botches. I don't talk about missed spots. I don't talk about all that. That's all normal shit that happens every single day.
Just go on Twitter. You see a bunch of it.
But it's not even...
Oh, it's another problem I have with the way the business evolved. I think the smart marks starting to take control of what they think gets over, and all of a sudden, oh, great, so the picture of the guy snapping his neck, putting himself out of commission for the near foreseeable future. If by chance this is what he does for a living, how's that man going to put food on his table?
Exactly,
or laughing at, oh, well, all these people got fired. Oh, well, they'll be going here, there, and the other place. You're still getting a chuckle out of somebody losing their job.
And they don't understand. Yeah, they're going. They may go here, there, but there's also a 30 to a 90-day clause where they can't even work. So
depending on the secretary if she changed it or not.
Exactly, and depending on where you were at in the company, you might not have made much money to even save.
Yeah, it's people think it's like the glamour life, and they believe that there's millions and millions and millions of dollars to be made. Well, there is, but I can say from experience, myself included, 95% of the independent scene right now does not have what it's going to take to make that 7-8 figure mark every year in wrestling.
Not unless they combine themselves or come together and everybody, joins hands. If they do that, New England could bring that in. I mean, we have a killer scene, and we've had top stars move on. But it takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of group work.
Yeah, it's everybody's out for themselves as opposed to like the betterment of the business or the betterment of the company that they're in.
But I mean,
it's also changed now to where anybody with $5,000 can go buy a ring and call themselves a wrestling promoter.
You can do that, and either you can run a good promotion or a shitty promotion. It all depends.
Exactly. People say, oh, well, you'll never make it in this company. Well, I'm just going to go buy my own ring and do it. Well, do it, but do it smart.
Exactly. Like, I won't lie. At some point, I probably will launch a promotion. I will have people with me by my side that's been in the business. I have my ideas. I will coincide with their ideas. I will ask them how it goes, and then we'll go from there.
But you're also a fan and a podcaster who knows the business.
Oh, I mean, I've been doing this for like 20 years.
You're not an in-ring competitor sick of his spot in a company.
No, I don't really agree on all that when people do that. If you've been fired and you just want to open something up just to spite the business or spite the company.
I want to put a championship belt on myself because no one will. If you're that worried about a win-loss record, go play baseball professionally.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of how.
And if you think that one matters too, if you think the real sports matter with the victories and losses, you still got another thing coming.
Yeah, even that don't matter because they're still getting paid more. I mean, I tell you right now, if Mike Tyson wanted to fight me in a one-night match, I'd probably take the punch from him because that payday is worth more than most people are going to make in 5 years.
Oh, I had an opportunity to wrestle Screech, Dustin Diamond, for Celebrity Wrestling. And they said, oh, would you have a problem jobbing to Screech? I said, what, you're paying me? Absolutely not.
I mean, it's business at that point. I mean, and some people will. Some people will be like, no. And that's where the ego and the pride.
In the back of my head, I'm like, wow, do I really want Screech to kick my ass? But at the same time,
it's the business.
It ended up not happening anyway because the promoter was full of shit. But
I mean, sometimes you take those kind of like you bite your tongue, bite your lip opportunities because they are good paydays, and it does get your name out there to the next spot.
Exactly.
Wrestling isn't always about winning, and sometimes you're the biggest winner and can lose all your matches. It's more about how you interact with the fans and if they think you're a winner than if you actually win.
Oh, absolutely. I've done the shows where I've been there for nothing but a battle royal, but at intermission, there's still at least a couple of kids coming over to my table looking at my stuff. I mean, it's like, well, they must have liked something about me.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about. You can get one person to want to view you. You get one person to check out your Twitter, your Facebook, your Instagram, wherever your social media is. Then you got one new fan. Just one fan is all anybody needs, really. If you got one fan, you can get 1,000 fans. It's just a repeat process.
It starts with one or two. It also starts with the support of your in-home family. Your family, your friends, your close friends outside of the business.
Exactly.
Because if your circle's not supporting you, don't expect anybody else to.
Oh, no, that's 100% true. If you're not getting support at home or by your friends and family, then, yeah, you're going to have a real hard time on the outside world. Not to say it's impossible, but it's a lot harder. But talking of all that support, we're just about out of time on our podcast. I do want to bring it over to Disable Wolf.
Here's the question I'm going to ask everybody participating in the Cruising for Bruising card to end the finale. You got to be ready for this, Steve?
I'm ready.
All right. Out of all the wrestlers that are recruited for this VSW/Shoutout promotion, why should you be the inaugural accoladal Cruising for a Bruising Champion?
I'm a 20-year vet. I am Mr. 501 in PWI's 500 5 years in a row. It's about high time I got a little respect. And if I don't, I'll just beat it out of you.
All right, fans watching, you know what it is. If you make the decision, you got a backhead to watch.
Exactly. Watch Steve Savage, and if he wins, he gets that $100 prize.
Hell yeah.
Cash money, any which way you want. Cash, Venmo, PayPal, Bitcoin. We can do it all.
Take the bag of weed right on the spot, brother.
We could do that too. We could do anything in any way here at the VSW. We thank you for your time, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
And like I said, good luck. Good luck. Hopefully you win this.
All right, boys. I'll talk to you soon.
Have a good one.
Bye.
There it is, guys. Steve effing Savage. What a legend.
What a bunch of history that doesn't even get noticed, but that's why we have this show, don't we?
It is. That is why we are here. What a great episode as we continue our trip on Cruising for a Bruising.
Stay tuned. Stop at the rest stop if you need to. But anyways, we will be back right after this break.
We will. Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner. We're cruising for a bruising. I'm alongside
with the Sable here.
And here he is right now, Tough Daddy. Tough Daddy, how is it going?
All right, how are you?
We are doing great here at the VSW Cruising for a Bruising tour. Very excited for this stop
and
with you.
Welcome aboard.
Yes, I'm very excited myself. It's the first wrestling interview I've done actually in quite a long time.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't done one since the last time I wrestled, and because I returned back to wrestling in 2019.
Oh,
and my last time wrestling before that was I want to say it was 2006, 2007. I think it was more like 2007.
Wow. So there was a huge
quite a gap in between.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of guys that took a break around the same time. That's now in RW.
That's cool, though. That makes
all of us took a break because we all had different reasons for leaving the ACW. So, I mean, I don't want to talk about their reasons because then, I might say something wrong. But, I definitely had my personal reasons like they did for leaving.
Well, yeah. But it seems that so reunion wrestling really is a reunion of some older talent now coming back.
Yeah, that's what we all liked about it, is that, you know, it's old, it's new, it's current.
And it's a bunch of you guys just getting together and having a good time. That's all that matters.
Oh, yeah. Because back in the day, the original ACW crew was Monster Mac. Trainee number 1, you know, was Mac Attack, Havoc, myself, Ray Ranson, Scott Levesque. What do you call it there? Zach Justice.
You got true New England originals there.
Even Chris Cruz, who was in the first few of the RW shows. Brian Sire, who was actually in the first one at the Chop Shop back in 2019.
Yep.
You know, all of us are like original ACW, and there's actually some other guys out there that wrestle for other promotions that are just as big names as Scott Levesque's become, that, you know, used to be part of ACW.
Yeah, and then man, I see you got some new people over there too, like Mike and you know,
AJ
Jason,
Phoenix.
AJP. So you got some newer people that weren't around, you know, much back then.
I mean, AJP, a very talented guy, a very talented kid.
He is. He really is. So so let me ask you this. You said, you know, your last interview before that was probably in 2007 sometime. When did you jump into the business? When did you start wrestling?
We're not, like, recording right now, are we?
No.
Oh, all right. When did I start? I was actually, believe it or not, I was, when I first started, I know back when I did it in Massachusetts, you could be about 15 years old with a parent signature, but I was actually like 14 at the time, and it was for a company called PTW, Primetime Wrestling, which later became ACW. It was by the same guy, Dave Oliveira.
Yep.
They gave me some training, but let's just say after, when I met this guy that my sister had dated on and off since high school, his name was Rob Roberts. He's another pretty good name, and actually he's still wrestling himself. He wrestles, I believe it's for SPW now.
Oh, wow.
Showcase Pro Wrestling. But Rob Roberts originally wrestled for the original Top Rope, which was Yankee Pro and South Coast.
Okay.
And when he found out I was wrestling, and he found out who I was wrestling for, he actually got permission because he was doing his own classes down at Val's Gym in Fall River. And he was training some people, and he asked my mother about training me and had her obviously sign the paper because I was underage. I was 15 by this time, and that's when I actually started professionally getting my training, was at 15 years old. And then later I eventually went back to wrestling for Dave Oliveira when he got a place down at the Durfee Mill in Fall River. It was building 11 4th floor, and he was putting on shows every Saturday.
See, like...
And by that time, I was already trained by Rob Roberts.
So you were already in there. See, like, I mean, I know things have changed now. You got to be, like, I think it's 18. I think some places will allow 17, but for the most part, it's 18.
Yeah, it's like 18, 21 for some states.
But what... I mean, I started with an amateur boxing career, and I was able to amateur box at, 15, 16. I don't understand why wrestlers can't train at a younger age this way, so by the time that they're 18 and 19, they're actually ready to work. They don't have to spend another 3 years or 4 years breaking into the business and losing prime years.
Well, it was tough, especially after I got my training. I started doing what they used to call dock matches, which I know when they did them, like say if it was WWF or the WCW that did them, they were basically a match before the actual taping.
Yep.
But when it came to the indie leagues, it was actually kind of the same thing. It was like a match before the actual show, and it was just so when, say, people walking by, driving by, they see a sign that says wrestling show, they want to stop and they see something going on, they think, oh, the show's already started, and it was just meant to fill the rest of the seats.
Yep, get more people off the seat.
Yeah, but they don't do dock matches anymore, not even in the indie leagues.
No, and now they got complete shows about them on TV.
Yeah, and some of the indie leagues don't even do hardcore anymore. Some still do, some don't.
It's very, very rare. I've only seen a few handful of promotions. If they do, it's just 1 or 2 matches. I mean, I know the most notable
and you
is Beyond.
can't anymore either.
I mean,
or if you do, you got to prove a negative HIV and hepatitis, which I mean that I don't blame them.
Yeah, I mean that would be with anything. I mean, Massachusetts is still luckily there's no athletic governing body to govern professional wrestling. As long as certain guidelines are met, you pretty much can run a promotion.
And hopefully it stays that way, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
But I do know in Massachusetts, the last I know, is that if you have training in any kind of fighting, you're supposed to fill out one of those papers basically saying that you're basically like a weapon.
That is true. If you're like professional amateur boxing, I had to fill out something because your hands can become a deadly weapon at that point, and it does change things in the case of like a street fight or something. Believe it or not, you are right there.
Because I had to do it when I first started wrestling.
Yep. Because you learn all sorts of submission holds that could snap a man's neck, break limbs. That's considered a deadly weapon.
Oh yeah, but yet again, people like to say wrestling's fake, and it's not.
No, people.
The bumps are real. The fighting's real. Okay, we might not really hate each other, but it's still fun to beat the shit out of your family member or best friend.
Exactly. How many brothers fight? How many cousins fight when they're young? It's fun.
And how many best friends fight, and yet they still remain best friends, not even enemies.
Exactly.
They end up having more respect for each other.
It's very true, though. It happens all the time. People don't think of it that way. And wrestling is real. The injuries are there. People get injured. People get hurt.
Speaking of respect, Tough Daddy, since we're now on the air, the first question I have for you is, who is your wrestling influence?
My wrestling influence, believe it or not, Mick Foley. He would be the one that inspired me to really want to become a wrestler. And what inspired me even more to become one was when I first saw ECW on later what became Spike TV. At the time, it was TNN TV.
Okay. Yeah.
I just loved the fact when I would watch it, how it looked like guys, like any of us, just walking on from off the street or coming in from the bar or something and just ready to brawl and knock some heads off.
Yeah, I mean, I used to go down to Philadelphia, when it was airing down there, and I tell you, sometimes it was people just walking off the streets coming in, just fighting each other. It was some wild times, but it was also one of the promotions that got me outside of what I call sports entertainment wrestling and into actual wrestling. WWEF, whatever you want to call it, it's always been a showmanship. It's always been a show.
There were some guys from there that, I guess you could say inspired me, that I looked up to, who later also went into, like, WCW, like, say, Roddy Piper. I mean, even a lot of guys still today who talk about him in interviews say that he was an amateur boxer before he went into wrestling, and that he really was a real fighter.
Oh, and yeah, he was.
His matches, you could tell he was a brawler.
He was, and his WrestleMania 2 match, he actually fought Mr. T in a boxing match, and I guess they really sparred. It was a real sparring contest.
I've seen some interviews about Mr. T about that, and he said that they didn't hold back.
Yeah, they actually went at it, and Piper wanted it that way too. And WWE in the 80s, when I started watching, it was 84, 85, WrestleMania 2, I would say. Wrestling was a very different time period. As the 90s came, it changed the scene, and then it changed again in the late 90s, and it became, the Attitude Era came, and you had a lot more adult-orientated wrestling going on. But with that being said, the 70s and 80s was just as brutal as then. People don't realize that. They had death matches back then. They had these cowbell matches.
Probably less licensing, too.
There was no licensing. They had blades. They had knives. They had... the locker rooms were rough. There was no laws. It was different. In 70s and 80s, wrestling was really crazy. I think that's what really got me into it. And then, like I said, ECW, when that came out, that was just something totally different because it was, like you said, average people, some of them. You had names, but then you had average people, and you had people breaking into the business for the first time, like Stone Cold Austin.
Believe it or not, as cheesy as it sounds, I was actually inspired a little by Andy Kaufman and his feud with Jerry Lawler.
Yep.
I mean, that's just classic.
That's classic wrestling right there. I mean, I was actually talking to another wrestler about that the other day, and that was just a great overall spot that was done. And I think it blended the realism for the fans, and plus it brought in celebrities that wrestling's always done that. It's brought in celebrities to bring in fans into wrestling, and I think it did that then. And Jerry Lawler still is a great wrestler. He's very good on the mic. Unfortunately, I think a lot of his promos aren't allowed today that he did back in the day. The times have changed, but in the 80s, 90s, he was amazing on the mic.
Oh, yeah, and even he said, too, what was it, that Andy Kaufman really was a wrestler, that's what he always wanted to be, was an entertainer.
Yep. And like I said, that was a good time. And that was, I want to say that was, mid-90s? A little bit when Raw first started coming on.
And it was War Versace.
Oh, it sure was. So let me ask you this. Right now, you just working with Reunion Wrestling?
Yes. For right now.
Do you have plans to go elsewhere as you make comeback, or just kind of chilling where you're at?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll definitely say that, Mac Attack's Reunion Wrestling will always be home, and that's what I would say is definitely my main company. But if I ever got a chance, as long as it doesn't clash with doing a show for RW, I'll definitely, go and do another show for another company. As long as, it's not for the same time at slot as their show.
Yeah. No, no conflict. So, yeah. And, Mac Attack runs a great show. I am a big fan of Reunion Wrestling. I've talked to a few of the guys on their show. Talked to Ray Ranson before. He was on our show early on when we did our podcast. Great guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say that. Right now I'm kind of feuding with the guy in RW with the Bitter Club, and, but that's just
it's not too good with the Bitter Club. I mean, I'll tell you something that differs on my podcast than most people's podcasts. I don't really like the down wrestlers. Even though you guys have your feuds, I still give everybody their respect unless they disrespect me personally. Ray never disrespected me, but I can see what he's done with you and with that club, and
And make your life a living.
Yeah, they're always coming out and trying to just really beat me. And if you don't mind me saying, I can actually go into the story now this happened. If you watch the first Reunion Wrestling show, RW1, yesterday was history, tomorrow's a mystery.
Yep, I actually have it right in front of me.
Yeah, well, anyways, if you watch it, I did a match with Monster Matt. We shook hands because we feuded for a long time. Now we're best buddies. We're awesome buddies. And it pretty much ended our long history feud because people wondered for years if we were friends or feuding. So, yep. I mean, basically, hey, look, it showed. We shook hands. He raised my hand up. Long story short, Scott Levesque comes out at the end for the Battle Royal. He does his little promo, doing like he always does, talking about how, unlike everybody else in the back, he's number one. He's bragging about, how he wrestled all these WWE stars and everything. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's good. But, you don't have to constantly brag about it.
No, it shouldn't be not that much ego.
He wins the Rumble. He asks for the belt. And then he turns around. You can watch it. It's right there. It's episode 5 on Reunion 1. Grabs the barrel, brings it in the ring, and throws the title out. And says it's a piece of garbage, just like all of you. And he was pointing to the fans. I'm sorry, but that belt represents not just RW, but it represents the fans.
Yeah, and that's total disrespect.
So, I mean, that's a slap in the face right there.
Yep.
And anyways, training number 1 comes out. You'll see the place went wild. And he turned around and told him, why don't he put the title on the line? Then I come out, I give him a stunner. He kind of straddles around, falls. I pin him 1, 2, 3 and get the belt. And then ever since then, even though he threw the belt out, he's trying to kick my ass to get the belt back.
You know, if he didn't want it the first time, he shouldn't have thrown it away. He should have put some respect on it, you know?
And then, reunion 2, we have our fight. I beat him. And then that's when the Bitter Club comes out. Ray Ranchin. And then Peter Crave turns around and I don't know if he's a ref now only or if he's a ref/wrestler like he was back in the day. But anyways, Peter Crave takes off his ref shirt. He has a Bitter Club thing. And they turn around and start beating me. And then Mac Attack comes out, attacks them. I still beat him, pinned him. Still became the champion. Reunion 3 comes. He's talking about retiring and how I'm the better man. Shakes my hand again like he did in episode 6 of Reunion Wrestling 2. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Just give me a minute.
Yeah, no worries at all. We're a pet-friendly podcast here.
They gotta know the Versace sooner, those pets.
Oh, of course.
Sorry about that, but anyways, like I was saying, getting back to what I was saying, you have Eric Dillon, who comes out from the crowd into the ring and, gives me a big push spear kind of thing. And then we have our fight. I'll give Eric Dillon this much, which is one of his other ballerinas there, as I like to call him. He gave me a pretty good ass whooping. If you watch it, I got my ass kicked pretty good around the thing.
Yep.
But I still beat him.
Still won the match.
Yeah. Now, you got Reunion 4 that's coming out. It's supposed to air on Monday.
I saw that on my Twitter feed before.
Just say I will be facing Ray Ranchin in Reunion 4. That'll be airing on Monday. Which episode? I'm not really sure. If people, as long as they follow Reunion Wrestling on Facebook and YouTube, they'll come across when, Ray Ranchin and I's match will be airing, but
we'll be on a lookout for that. We are very excited for that. Like I said, we are big Reunion Wrestling fans. Season 3 was excellent, and we've been waiting for Season 4 to be aired. We saw a little teaser, but that's about it.
But yeah, I don't have I really don't care for the Bitter Club right now, and I know Mac Attack doesn't either.
No, they probably don't.
Because it's kind of like the three of us are feuding with them. They're trying to always kick my ass. I don't know if they're trying to see how tough I am, but I'll admit I can take a good ass whooping, but I can also give one too. As
Definitely
you've seen.
can, Tough Daddy. You're tough as nails.
You really are, and that's what I was gonna say. You fight a different style than just normal wrestlers. You fight hardcore. You bring weapons involved. And that's a different style of wrestling, and it takes a different mentality to do hardcore wrestling.
Yeah, unless you ask guys like Jim Cornette and stuff.
Well, yeah,
We're not like Jim Cornette here at the VSW or Shout Out, I assume.
No, we don't. I'm not really a fan of Cornette. The only thing I can say good about Cornette is that he honestly was a pretty decent manager with Yokozuna. And he did okay with the Heavenly Bodies. But that's about it, really.
Still today, a lot of people like to shit on guys that are willing to do hardcore or are known for doing hardcore because they think, anybody can do it. Anybody can get whacked over the head or whack someone over the head with a steel chair or a VCR or whatever or land on thumbtacks, but it really takes someone with a high tolerance of pain to do it.
Yeah, it's one thing to get hit, but it's another thing to get hit, get up, and continue the match, and continue the battle, and probably get hit maybe 10 to 15 more times. I know regulations have changed throughout the years. They're no longer they don't like to allow the direct headshots that were allowed early on in the 90s. But, one of your legends, the people that you looked up to in this industry, Mick Foley, you can listen to him. He took a pounding in hardcore matches.
And believe it or not, the guy that trained me, Rob Roberts, which you can still find some of his matches out there today on Facebook and YouTube. And actually, I think there's even some that might be still on the Top Rope page. Not 100%, but and I'm just saying that because I've been told that there is. But anyways, Rob Roberts back in the day was known for doing hardcore.
That's pretty cool. I did not know that.
Yeah, he was known for doing hardcore for the longest. He doesn't really do it too much anymore. On occasion, a lot of it, like he says, it's because of age and it's just getting to him. But even still, even not doing the hardcore, he's still an excellent wrestler.
Yeah, he is. Like, that's the thing with the hardcore. I think, like, it's not for everybody, and it might not be for everybody every time. Like you said, it takes a certain threshold, and it also takes that certain mentality. And it is more than just beating each other to death with weapons. I mean, there's a lot more involved. You still got to wrestle. You still got to win a match.
Oh, yeah.
It's just an added, I don't have to worry about the referee getting in my face.
No, but there are some referees willing to take some chair shots, and I give those referees thumbs up.
Yeah. It's always good to see, and there is definitely some good refs out there. We got a good crowd in New England. I feel like we have a good pool of talent just overall between refs, ring announcers, commentators, just everything. We have it all at our fingertips here in New England.
Oh yeah, and what's amazing is just the talent from Mac Attack. They not only promote and put on the shows of RW, but they also put the shows together on the internet. They do the commentary. I mean, that right there takes a lot of talent too.
It definitely does, and I'm a back end guy. Like, I'm gonna take this cruising for a bruise, and I'm gonna take the interviews. I'm gonna put them to videos. I'm gonna, put up links in social and make it all look pretty and make it into a show.
Just like Derek Simonetti's doing with Prove It Ground.
Yep, and he does it with that, and all the promoters do it, and it takes a lot of work, time, patience, and just overall desire to want to create to get it all done. And I give kudos to anybody that's creative that comes up and makes any kind of content, whether it be wrestling related or not. It takes work. And I've watched, Mac Attack's, videos. Like I said, I'm sitting here looking at 1 and 2 right now on DVD. And, they're very well produced. They're very well put together. The soundtracks are nice. Everything is nice. It flows great. The commentary works. That's all, like you said, after production. That's great.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just like Paul Heyman and a lot of the guys in the ECW days, like they said, they wore many hats. They not only put the shows together, but they were like security. They were also editors, everything.
You have to take on many roles sometimes, especially nowadays. If you want things done right sometimes, I always say you got to do it yourself, especially if you want it done the way you want it done. So you might have to do 3 or 4 different roles. And, if you have the heart to do it, that's what's going to make you stand out in the crowd and make you, more successful than the next guy, let's say. That's what it comes down to is, your desire and willingness to thrive. And regardless of whatever industry it is, it could be wrestling, it could be, regular work, it could be whatever it is.
But it's definitely tough to get in the wrestling business. I'll definitely say that. It's definitely tough. It's not easy. And, it's definitely not for everybody.
No, it's not easy. People think it is. It's not. Not only do you have to train, you got to actually
You got to sell.
You got to be booked, first of all. Someone's got to want you.
Oh, yeah, and a lot of times it's not so much whether you're good or not. It's just whether if they want to use you.
Yeah, do you fit their needs?
Not just that, but just, after just one day of training, you're going to be sore. You're going to be stiff for a few days. And, if you got a trainer that's nice and might give you a day off, trust me, by this, maybe not the next day, but the day after that you go back, you're probably still going to be sore. But, you just got to push yourself. And you might even come to the limit where you're going to puke and stuff. Hey, you know what? If that happens, drink some water, drink some Gatorade, get some electrolytes back in you. Make sure you got some protein, get some energy. Go right back in that ring and do it again.
You know,
that is great
all
health
that
advice.
punishment is definitely worth it. I would definitely say that punishment is worth it, and I don't regret that punishment that I went through at all.
it really is. You know, me, like I said, coming from the boxing world, we had similar training sessions. I would go to the gym. We would have these 3-hour sessions. I saw the people throwing up next to me, you know, after the 500th push-up or the 600th crunch, and people just can't take it and they break. And yeah, you do. You just got to, you know, break through all that, because at the end of it, you're going to be a better person. You're going to be stronger, faster. And you know what? Mentally, you're going to be much more clear-headed and minded in what you do in life if you can get through all of that and just put it all aside.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I did my training like 20 years ago, and I can still remember it like it was yesterday.
But even like that, you still must go to the gym now. You still must freshen up. You still must put in some work.
I exercise every day. I do cardio, push-ups, sit-ups, and crunches and everything like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something you can say, well, I trained, you know, 30 years ago and I haven't moved since then. You got to actually stay active if you want to stay actively wrestling.
Especially if you want to move up that card.
Well, yeah, that too. I know. And I think that's everybody's goal, is to move up the card at some point. You know, you get to the top, get all the fans. But you know, here, like I said, here at VSW, we do things a little different. You know, I look at wrestling like this. You know, everybody is really pretty awesome at what they do, especially in, you know, whether it's reunion wrestling or wherever we go, wherever our stops take us. We got a lot of amazing talent. My issue is not enough people are seeing them. Not enough people are getting to go to these shows. Not enough people have access to these shows. People in California aren't able to watch them. People out of the States aren't able to watch them.
My long-term goal is running the Beantown Sports Wolfcast for all 4 Boston sports teams. I know a lot of them are Laughs fans. I'm trying to get it so that someone could watch their nearest promotion, support them like they support their small business.
Exactly. I want more eyes and ears on the indie wrestlers, so, you know, people can become fans of these guys that we are.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely agree. I mean, I can definitely name some names that I looked up to back in the day from the indie scene that was just in Fall River down at the PAL. I've always been more of a fan of the indie than I was of TV. And as you already know, as I've said it before, the only fan really I was more of was ECW.
Yeah, because it was like I said, you know, that was like the working man's wrestling. You know, you could see guys that, you know, some of them weren't even in shape. But, you know, it was like I said, it was a wild time down back then when it opened. I heard they might be doing a reunion show. Not really sure. Hope they do.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah. You know, but,
Let the bodies hit the floor.
that would be great. You know, like I said, it's something different. You know, now I think the wrestling world's starting to open up. The pandemic is starting to end a little bit, which is allowing the world to start to open up back again. People are starting to put on shows again. You know, I'm sure after the seasons are done, eventually Mac Attack will go to live crowds again.
Oh, yeah, I know that's definitely one point that they want, and a lot of the guys that are part of the RW roster, you know, that's one thing that we all want is to, you know, wrestle in front of the live audience again.
Yeah, I mean, you guys get a lot of the power.
I'm talking about, you know, the guys that I talk to that are all baby faces like myself.
Yeah. You know, and
the heels, no, because baby faces and heels, as you already know, we don't really talk to each other.
Nah, you can't.
They stay to their side, we stay to our side, and that's it.
That's it. That's how it has to be done. The line has to be drawn somewhere. But we definitely look forward to your match with Ray Ranson. And I'm going to give it over now because, as you know, this is also not just, you know, a show that we're putting on. We're actually having a little fun competition for all of the participants. So I'm going to give it over to Disabled Wolf here.
All right. Thank you, Versace. Tough Daddy, I need you to bear with me for a second while I ask you this serious, well-thought question.
All right, no problem.
Out of all the wrestlers booked on the Cruising for a Bruising card, why should you be the inaugural Cruising for a Bruising champion and win the cash prize? Out of all the wrestlers, why do you stand out?
Why do I stand out? That's actually a really good question. I would say because, well, just like my name says, tough. I am tough, and I'm one tough daddy. You know, I can go out there and I can take more pain than the normal average wrestler. If I had to give my pain on a scale, I would say I really don't know. Definitely, I can definitely take pain, as you already know and you've said yourself. But I'm definitely one tough cruising for a bruising person. I cruise for a bruising all the time. That's why I do the hardcore stuff.
You know, and I can dig that. Thank you very much for coming on our show, Tough Daddy. We'll be looking out for you. And like I said, this show will be airing live on the 24th. And about a week after that, the competition will begin.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You also.
Wow, what a great stop that was, Disabled. He is tough as nails.
A very good memory for someone who's been through the hardcore stipulations, per se.
Yep, and talking about one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, Mick Foley. I gotta love him. He was one of my hardcore legends growing up. You know, Cactus Jack, WCW, ECW, and all the greatness. Even his run in WWE as, you know, Mankind and the Hell in the Cell matches, all that great memories.
Still alive from that? I ask myself that question at least a few times a day.
You know, and I can see now if he looked up to people like that, this is why Tough Daddy is so tough. But what a great interview. And you know what? I hope he wins. He has a good chance. I really do think so. It seems like he has a good fan base.
But let's get to a rest stop and go over our other participants and give them a chance.
Oh, we will, yes. We've been on the road for a little bit, and I do need to take a break. We'll be back with you guys shortly, though. Have a great one, folks.
As the great Mick Foley would say, have a nice day.
Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner, and I'm alongside Disabled here, and we're just getting our engine started as we are cruising for a bruising.
Just pack the bags, Versace.
You got the bags packed. We got the smoke. You got the snacks.
I ate some breakfast.
We don't have to do any pit stops. Everybody's went to the bathroom. We can hit the road and go. And where our first stop is going to take us, I do not know, Disabled Wolf. But I'm very excited for this journey. What about you?
I am super excited. We're going to go through the tough areas. We're going to go through some love, some tough talks, so many things as we gather our journey through the bruising.
Oh, this is going to be an insane journey. I mean, we got all sorts of great talent lined up for us. And, you know, we've been waiting for this one. This is the big one, folks. And, you know, we've done a lot of work to get this, you know, going. You know, I reached out to a lot of, like I said, great talent. And they were nice enough to respond back. And, you know, we really made something special here with this show. And I'm really excited for it. And I hope everybody really enjoys it. But, yeah.
Absolutely.
So on our stop today, Disabled Wolf, guess where we're going?
Where?
We're stopping into the Dirt City.
I heard all about that Fall River, Rhode Island place, Versace.
Yeah, it is a dangerous place. You never know what we are gonna see.
Maybe I should check the wheels before we leave.
I wouldn't even open the doors. This is, you know, these are one of those neighborhoods that you just, you know, windows up, doors locked. keep your head low and mind your own business.
Something that the IWTV doesn't know how to do sometimes, Versace.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I'm going to tell you this much, like I said, there's a lot of superstars in this area, while we're cruising here for a bruising. I don't know if we're going to run into them. I hope we do. But sometimes even the superstars are afraid to come out here in Dirt City.
Absolute.
Oh, here's one now.
Hello?
Speaking of our stop at Dirt City, here he is, Ricky Medeiros.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Really good, you?
I'm alright, can't complain too much,
How is things going, Ricky? So, just why I have you, just, a quick little thing. Welcome to the VSW podcast. We're very happy to have you here. Been a big fan of you for a while now. Saw you tagging up in NCW with Detox and, really shining singly and proving ground. And we can delve into all that on this interview. But, again, thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Oh, not a problem. Thanks for having me.
So, let's delve into it. Last night, really big moment in your career. You're now the second Proving Ground world champion.
That I am. I went one-on-one with what was supposed to be one of my best friends. But we went one-on-one, and I won my first World Heavyweight Championship. I've held tag team gold before and mid-card title, won mid-card title before. But this is my first World Heavyweight Championship, and I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, we are very excited for you, and like I said, it was you said you're your best friends or good friends. I'm a fan of Mike too, and he's been a tremendous Proving Ground champion. But it was a good match. You won cleanly, which is great to see. I hate when titles change, in a dirty way, but this, it changed cleanly. I can't complain about it. You were the better man last night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Michael see it in that same light, but everybody else will. I mean, me and him both left it everything that we had in the ring, and his feelings were a little hurt afterwards. I still haven't talked to him, but like you said, the better man won last night.
Sometimes it happens, Sometimes you got to put that aside. And who knows, he might be still a little sore. The matches, it was a pretty good length match. You guys fought it out, and you all gave it your all. With that said, and talking, you were saying you held other gold. You've had tag team gold. I know that. You held mid-card gold. When did you get into wrestling?
When I got into wrestling, I started backyard wrestling my junior year of my sophomore year at high school. So that was probably like 07. I was probably in a ring, but not knowing my ass from my elbow. Probably 07, 08-ish as well. That was back under the old name of Andrew Assassin. We try not to talk about those days too much. But so then I really came to the first time I wrestled consistently for RWA was probably in 09. And it's pretty much been pretty consistent since then.
RWA, you say? That was
RWA is like my real home. T Phoenix is the first legitimate person. I mean, I was getting booked at shows that had no fans, and even the wrestlers didn't want to show up to. But in 09, I mean, granted, it was still before we were doing live shows, but T Phoenix was the only person at the time who was willing to give me a shot and book me.
Wow, that's great to hear.
Great to hear.
And speaking of RWA, I just saw today they're running a show coming up soon.
Yeah, August 7th at the Mount Pleasant baseball field, I believe, in New Bedford, Mass.
And how can people get tickets for this?
I'm sure there'll be tickets there. You could contact myself or T Phoenix. We do have hard tickets for sale. $10 for adults, $5 for children, 12 and under.
Wow, you can't beat that deal. I tell you, some of the ticket prices these days are like more than like Red Sox to go see a show.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if people are paying to go, I mean, get as much as you can, but at the same time, you better be bringing every name there is in the country, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't complain. I mean, I paid some good prices for tickets. I'll say that, but they've all delivered. The shows have all delivered. None of them have disappointed me, which is always a good thing. It's nothing worse than overpaying and then being like, "What the hell did I just see?"
Yeah.
You know. So, when did you start teaming up with Jason?
So I started teaming up with Jason. I believe it was somewhere around the end of 2017. I had taken a little hiatus from wrestling. I had to fight some demons. Had to get my head straight, you know. And when I came back, it was that's honestly how we got the name Detox. Is it was supposed to be a rib on us, but It was natural, you know. Me and Jason are like real life best friends, you know. It's not a work. We're real life best friends. I've known him. He's probably my longest standing friend, if not the longest in the top 2 or 3. You know, so everything was organic. It didn't. They just kind of threw us together, and it really worked. And I mean, granted, he's got a broken hand now, but if he didn't, we'd still be teaming.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate. Kind of what happened in NCW, you know, with your tag gold and just having, you know, all these proxies jumping in trying to defend it. I don't get that shit. I feel bad for you all because you guys probably suffered the hardest.
Oh, without a doubt. You know, I talked to JC Marks, and Mike was already in competition. He wouldn't let me team with Mike, even though me and Mike had our own thing, had our own beef somewhere else. You know, like I said, that's one of my best friends. So even when me and him are fighting, at the end of the day, when it comes to somebody else's beef, we got each other's backs, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
so,
in all honesty, you, Mike, and Jason are pretty tight. I mean, even before that, Jason and Mike tagged a little bit under the influence. I mean, you guys all worked in the same circle. I mean, you are the Third City Murder Crew.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we've been on that's my road crew for as long as I've been wrestling. Since we've been getting bookings like outside of 20-minute drives, you know, those are the guys that I ride with all the time. When we take those long 6, 7, 8, 12-hour drives, it's always them. They're at least them 2 are in the car, you know.
Yeah, it sounds like you disabled from around the road, huh?
Absolutely. Me and you are a tag team for Sashi.
Exactly. You know, but that's great to hear. You know, you always got to have friends in the business. But with that, you know, there does come beef. Sometimes friends fight. Whether it's in the ring, out of the ring, friends always fight. And there's no other better way to do it than just beat the piss out of each other one good time. I mean, that's what you and Mike did last night. I don't know what the future's going to hold for that friendship.
And usually best friends who hate each other put on the best matches at Ciampa, Gargano, Shawn Michaels, Triple H.
They do, but at the end of the day, they become friends again. So, you know, we'll see what happens with how this all plays out. Like you said, I haven't seen any statuses from Mike at all today. And normally I see at least 1 or 2.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't even talked to him myself. He was a little upset. He left in a hurry. He didn't want to talk to me after the show. So I don't know how he's feeling about it, but I can say that I'm gassed up to be the champ. You know?
Yeah, I mean, don't let his mood, you know, ruin your party. Right now, it's your time to shine.
And that's a major accomplishment.
Like you know, you've held other titles, that's cool, but it's not a world title. It's not you're not the king of the castle, but right now you are in proving ground.
And I'm going to do everything in my power to stay there, you know?
Are you going to be a fighting, defending champion?
Every chance, anytime somebody wants to step to the plate, I'll be there.
That is great to hear. You know, and like I said, you know, it's been a crazy ride for everybody. You know, the pandemic struck probably when a lot of people were just about to take off or on their way taking off. How'd you deal with that? You know, everything shut off. No more shows, you know. One day you're wrestling, the next day you're getting the phone call, we're not doing nothing.
It was literally like that. So, and NCW was the last show I had wrestled in 2020.
Yeah,
it was supposed to be a double shot of Friday, Saturday, and we wrestled Friday. Before the show was even over, we were already being told, like, oh, we're not wrestling tomorrow.
Yeah, I remember I was supposed to go with you, Versace, on that Saturday.
We were, and then JC emailed me that morning, and he goes, shows been canceled. They're not allowing any shows, and I'm like, oh, man. At least we got last night in.
Yeah. So, literally, we were, I can't say for certain, but I feel like the clout was on our names at that point, you know, and all three of us, I feel like we were all going to go getting finally what we deserved, and then the world stopped, and I got real bitter for a little while. You know, I was angry. You go from being a rock star to a nobody, and it feels like it literally did happen overnight, you know, so it's like, what the hell, man? But so then you think about it, and it's like, well, it's eventually got to come back. So then you start working on yourself. And I've been in the gym for a few months, working on me, making sure that I could be bigger, better, and faster, and whatever I got to be for this point in time, you know, when we did come back. And it obviously has proven that it helped, you know.
Yeah, you definitely made some gains. I see. I mean, at least on the camera, you made some good gains. You're looking a little bit bulkier, but a little bit stronger, faster.
Yeah, I mean, and that you get what you put in. You know, I work hard every day, and that's how you get results. You know, you don't get nothing by sitting on your ass waiting for the next guy to do it.
No, you don't. You never will. No matter what aspect, no matter what part of life, you always have to take the initiative and go with it. Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, and like the thing is like a lot of people think like, oh, I'm just waiting for the motivation. You will never get motivated that way. You gotta do after the do brings the motivation, you know, because like at this point now, if I skip a day, I feel like, oh man, I'm an asshole. You know what I'm saying? And like that, you got to do before the motivation can come. And then once it becomes consistent and you're doing it, and it becomes second nature, habit, you know what I mean? And then you feel bad when you're not doing it, when you're not taking care of yourself. But that's with anything, not just taking care of yourself, anything in life, you know?
Yeah, once you stop, you stop and think about, you know, what am I doing? How am I doing it? You know, am I getting enough, whatever it is, rest, sleep? Am I eating right? Am I eating healthy? Am I doing exercise? You know, what am I putting in my body? What am I doing in, you know, what substance am I doing? What am I doing? If you stop and actually think about that, take it all into consideration, you know, you can become like a better person just with a few simple changes.
Yeah, I think I read something earlier. It was something like read 30 pages a day, 10 pages a day. It's 30 books a year. $10 a day is $3,600 a year. You know what I mean? Saved. What's $10? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, just the little thing. It's little things. You know what I'm saying? People expect to. Oh well. Just one day there's going to be this radical change, but it doesn't have like little things. It's the little things that progress to the big stuff.
No, most definitely.
Absolutely with that. And I have a question for you, Ricky.
Yeah, shoot.
So, what would be one dream match you could book yourself in a feud in if you progress towards your career?
So are we talking like realistically, or are we talking like dreams, like I can pick anybody?
You can pick anyone.
All right, so I'm a really big Undertaker mock, so if I could work the Undertaker any day of the week, I would love to work the Undertaker, you know, but that's like the mark in me.
Kawaki versus the Dead Man.
Yeah, but
let's say realistically.
Yeah, but if I had to say realistically, there's a few people on my list. One dream match would probably be AG, especially now that he's not signed.
Yeah, he's coming back to the business.
And I've wrestled him once, but there was like a botch in the match, and still to this day it bothers me, you know. So that I'd love to get a chance to fix that, but I I don't know. There's a lot of guys. Like, I would love to work Christian Casanova, or Carmelo. I don't know what I should call him. Yeah, but you know, he's like a whole nother level of good, and fucking he can do anything. I'd love to wrestle him. There's a few people on that list, you know. Any day of the week, I'd love to wrestle A.R. Fox, you know.
That's the beautiful part about the part of the country we live in. These are all possible matches.
Yeah, right.
It could happen. You know, come August, you know, you might get a phone call, you know, saying, hey, you want to face AG, you know. If anybody can make it happen, Simon Eddy can make it happen.
Oh, yeah, if I was going to put my faith in anybody, he's who I'd put my faith in.
I mean, shit, he traveled, I don't know what he did, but I saw him. He tracked down a box of trading cards all the way from England, found the guy's trading card. It's not even available in the country. So, I mean, like I said, anybody can make it happen. It is him.
No, yeah, you know what? Todd's a genuine good guy, you know. Derek is a genuine good guy, and, like, a lot of people kind of like shit on him a little bit because of how nice he is and stuff. But it's a lot of hard work to be nice to everybody, even when you take it. Because he got screwed over quite a bit, you know.
So you know, we love Todd and Derek, and you know, we always
he has
appreciate,
a huge passion.
I appreciate his work that he puts in because he does have that level of dedication that you're not going to find really often. You know, he is up the late hours. He is putting in the work himself. He's not hiring 100 people to put a show on. He's doing most of it. You know, he's driving it and he's putting it all under his own, you know, limitation. He's putting it on his own, you know, deadline.
Yeah, and he puts 100%, 110% into everything. Like the Proven Ground action figures, he went all out on that. You know, he goes all out on like the editing and everything on the videos. He does a great, excellent job. You know, he goes above and beyond for us too. Like normal bookers go around like, oh yeah, this is what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Like he asks us like, how do you guys feel about so-and-so or whatever? And you know what I mean? He cares about what the people in his locker room think. And like,
and that's important. That's really important. You know, just being in the industry anyway, you want a locker room that feels like a family.
Yeah, and like I said, RWA is my home. That will forever be one of my favorite locker rooms. But aside from home, PG is another one of those locker rooms where you go out there and everybody, it's like a friendly competition. Everybody's out there because they want to be the best that day, you know, and fucking it drives everybody to be better. And that's the place where you have the most fun, you know, because you're going out there and you're, like I said, giving it 110%. And because you're giving it 110%, now you're motivated and you want to keep doing it.
Oh, exactly. And, you know, that motivation, that comes from within, like you were talking about. And, you know, once you get that spark, it turns into a wildfire. You can really go with it. And, you know, that's what takes people to the next level in this industry.
Yeah. You know, the hardest part is having the right set of eyeballs on you.
It is. And that's what I always tell everybody, you know, that's what I started this podcast for. You know, I started to talk with indie wrestlers so I can share the shit out of it and get people that might not listen to it actually listening to it.
And here's my goal too, Ricky, is that yeah, I've been a huge wrestling and Boston sports fan my whole life, but my whole thing is I'm trying to get it. Say if you followed the Bruins in April, I want it to be that people have an outside passion to watch their nearest local promotion like you would support your small business. That's what my long-term goal with the VSW is. Say if you live in Fall River, watch Proving Ground, buy their stream support. Say you live in Maine, give Limitless a shot. That's what I'm trying to do long-term.
Yeah, that's great, you know, and like this is the best way to do it, networking. Everybody could do something for somebody, and
exactly.
You never know who, you know what I mean? You never know who the next guy is going to be.
You know, I was talking to another guy yesterday. He was a long-time wrestler, and he was telling me, you know, the one thing you can do in this business is throw the ego away, because once you throw the ego away, you can make a lot of friends, and then you can make a lot of money.
Yeah, and I shared a locker room with Hernandez the other day, and he was so cool. He was like talking to us, and he was telling us about how like a lot of guys right now don't want to be helping. You know what I'm saying? They'll give you the bullshit. Oh, that keep doing what you're doing, kid, and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? And he actually talked to us. You know what I'm saying? He was a really good dude, and I like. That's what I'm saying. You talk to one person, and you're just maybe it's knowledge, maybe it's a connect or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But just talk to everybody, man. Talk to everybody.
Exactly, because you never know where you're gonna find somebody or something that could be your next break or whatever it is where you're meant to be in that spot. You know.
For real.
So let me ask you this. So you got, you're saying, you got your home, PG, NCW, of course. If you had to like venture out now, let's say pick another 3 promotions that you could be booked for. And let's get WWE, Impact, New Japan. Let's take, 3 good promotions that are, that we could work at. What would you pick?
So realistically, anywhere that'll book me. Realistically, I'm willing to take drives. Me and the boys, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's anywhere that'll book me. That doesn't even. We don't care. You know what I'm saying? We're just trying to get out there right now. It doesn't like anybody who's willing to book the Dirt City Murder Crew with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, I could see you guys back in Maine. I could see them 2 back in Maine. They were there originally early on in their careers. Even like Blister and Pro might be nice for the Dirt City.
Yeah, I mean,
a few good promotions, running some pretty good shows.
I don't know if anything's been announced, so I don't want to say nothing. But there's something in the works with people around, I guess.
Yeah, like I said, I know what's just been booked through and what's out, and like I said, but if things are, I don't like to share things until they're finalized, because you never know, last minute people pull, and then they look like stupid idiots.
Yeah, not even just that, but you don't want to take, sometimes, you know what I'm saying, sometimes bookers don't announce people till later on, like as a wow factor, and I just don't, like, too. Yeah, you know what I mean, and I don't know what's been announced, what hasn't been announced, so I don't want to say, like, nothing, but It's funny that you brought them up. So
I just bring them up because you were mentioning AG, and I saw he's in the show out that way. I have a birthday party that day. I'm going to the one in Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
We've been venturing out to the New York, Jersey line, going out to, like, the Lab and working out that way. MV Young shows.
Yeah. I mean, I've only worked, I wouldn't even say it was a Beyond show, but it was, like, one of their, like, studio tapings, I guess. But it was, like, a wrestling seminar. It was a wrestling seminar. It was Brian Myers.
Yep.
And everybody who did the seminar got to wrestle a match. And it was funny, like, everybody who went on early, like, they were people first time training. Like, one kid asked, like, do you have to wrestle? It was kind of a good time. But, so that's, like, the only time I ever, like, really worked for Beyond. But that's,
Drew runs a nice
like,
show. Drew runs a great
I wouldn't even really call that working for him, though, you know what I'm saying? I like, went to a seminar.
And then got to work the match.
Yeah, and then got to wrestle a match there, so it wasn't really working for him. But that's But I mean, at least with the promotions that you are in right now, And do you work with Reunion Wrestling? Yeah.
They were in a lot with Mac Attack.
Yeah, those are my boys.
Yeah,
I mean, we kind of had to. Oh, never mind. Can't talk about that. Yeah.
Those guys. Well, no, I mean, we were just talking with Tough Daddy last night, and we talked with him, and he was just telling us to check out coming Monday. The next season's going to be available, season 4.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to all that excitement that takes place. Season 3 was pretty wild. It was our actually introduction to Reunion Wrestling was actually season 3, and then I went back and bought the DVDs from Mac to see 1 and 2. And I fell in love with that kind of stuff. That's the kind of wrestling I like. You can see it's just for passion.
Yeah, I mean, I love those guys. They're 2 of the funniest dudes I've ever met.
They're fighting for the love of the sport with their friends, too. Exactly.
Yeah, they go out there and they have a good time. I have a good time. Everything's always fun with them.
like I say, But they, I don't know when they're coming back live. He was tough daddy, was going to try to figure that out. But I know Proving Ground sometime in August.
I believe it's the 21st, the Black Box.
Yep, and NCW's Big City Rumble's coming back.
Yep, I believe that's also in August.
That's also in August. We're excited for that one.
Gotta keep an eye out for gimmicks you never seen unless it's BRG
I mean, talk about, another opportunity, Ricky. I mean, the championship is up for grabs that night. Not the tag, but, I mean, the world title's up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Anything could happen, I guess, right?
Just gotta keep an eye out.
We'll have to see in August. I got to talk to JC Mox a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if he's already letting people draw numbers of how to get into that Rumble. He hasn't really made announcements yet about it, but I know, with this year it's going to be a little different where the title's vacant. Kind of reminds me of that 92 Rumble where, Flair picked up the victory and walked out champion.
That'd be nice, right? Winning. Let's see if I can shoot for number 30, if I can even get in.
You gotta be careful. The corruption is high in that place with not only BRG, the last one, disguised himself in it so he wouldn't have to defend us out. And you got that slimy Castro in the NCW. Never know where he's gonna land.
Maybe he'll go back on vacation, hopefully.
He might. Him and, never know. He made enough money off the last couple of shows to probably go retire.
Boy, would I be a lucky man if he retired. Shay got beat up because of him.
Yeah, he did. He's been causing trouble all through the NCW.
Especially with Lumberjake, too.
Lumberjake Shay. He's been playing them all, though. He plays them all against each other.
And Steven the Turtle, he stole all his money.
Hey, I mean, can't knock the hustle. Don't hate the player, hate the game, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't hate him, but I'm just saying, it's one thing to take someone's money, but it's another thing to get a man beat up for no reason.
Hey, I can't say I wouldn't have done the same thing in his shoes.
But cash opportunities, especially after the year we had, you got to take them while they come because there are not that many available.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some people still aren't back to work. So.
Well, they aren't. And, luckily some people were able to, make do. Some people had to suffer, unfortunately. And then, some people just reinvented themselves. And, made the best of the situation they could possibly make. I've seen people during the pandemic that have done better during the pandemic than they ever probably did prior. And if not for it, they probably made themselves the best they could ever be.
Yeah, look at Kellen. He's not a spring chicken anymore, but he looks fucking great, dude. This pandemic, the first time I saw him after the pandemic hit, I like shit myself. He looks great. And Kellen is also great. He's another one on that list, actually. I'd love to wrestle Kellen one-on-one.
And you got someone like Love Dog wrestling in every promotion in New England, whether it has 5 people or 500 people.
Yeah, Love Dog's a good dude, too. I like Love Dog.
He's a nice guy. I'm glad to see his addition to the NCW family during behind closed doors. That's exciting. And yeah, you and Kellen would be a great matchup. That could happen maybe NCW or any of the other promotions.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
That would be a good matchup, as you're starting with, I don't know what Jason's recovery time is. I don't know what, how the tag team titles will look. But, while you have the opportunity, you might as well make the best of your singles.
Yeah, so I think there's still a couple more weeks before the pins even come out of his hand. So,
yeah.
We're in the dark just as much as you are.
Exactly, and even regardless, when you guys are tagging, you're still the Proving Ground champion. There's going to be people, if not already.
I got a list of people.
He's got a list, I'm sure. I'm sure Derek woke up with emails, already with people that want that belt from you.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are upset because they felt like I stole their opportunity, but I had something to prove, and I proved it.
And you didn't get distracted fighting in the parking lot yesterday, too.
Yeah.
I tell you, though, I'm sure AJP feels like a sap.
Probably a little bit. I mean,
but you know what? At the end of the day, I mean, the rules are the rules.
Yeah, that's the referee's discretion. I mean,
you did what you did, but you didn't do it with any. I mean,
I didn't do it. I didn't do it for him.
You didn't do it for him. So,
I don't care what happens to him.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's no one's fault.
No, it's his fault. Should have been smarter.
You know, once he saw you with the belt, he knows what a DQ can do in a title match. Everybody knows that you can't change the title on a DQ or a count-out. It's been that way since the 70s, probably. So, I mean, once he saw you trying to go in, he should have tried to stop you if he really cared about winning that title that night.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he thought the belt was coming at him, but...
Well, you had different plans now, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, one man can only take so much.
Yeah. Well, you at your breaking point, I think, there, and, you came out victorious, though, from it.
Yeah, like I said, I had something to prove, and sometimes the best thing that can... pressure is the best thing for you, sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that work under pressure tremendously, look at our former quarterback, Tom Brady. The guy could play the best when he had the most to losing, So
I've seen plenty of evidence of that, Versace.
You sure have. But we're just about out of time on this. But Disable, if you got one more question.
This is the final question I'm asking everyone. So, out of all the people in Cruising for a Bruising, why should you, Ricky Madero, stand out from the rest of the card and potentially win the whole thing?
Because, man, look at me. I'm the man. What you talking? I'm the PG champion. I'm out here. I'm killing it every single time I'm out there. It's just me, man.
Fair enough, my friend.
There we go. Thank you very much for calling in, Ricky.
Anytime, my friend.
You best get out of Dirt City. It's getting
I gotta
dark.
get the hell out of here, Versace. Yes, too.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
All right, you too, guys. See you guys later.
Bye-bye. Wow, what a great interview. I can't believe we ran into him. That's a great, person to run into in the Dirt City. But we really do need to get out of here. It's getting dark. Now I have to stop. I don't really want to get out. I don't know if I can wait till the next one.
But hey, I could use a coffee break, Versace.
Oh, let's go get one then. I see something. I think that might be a Dunkin's or a Starbucks. Maybe it has a drive-thru.
Maybe a honeydew.
Well, until next time, everybody, we're on the road. Cruising for a Bruising.
See ya.
Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner, alongside
with the Sable.
And we are cruising for a Bruising.
I am all hyped up for this one today.
Are you? I mean, this is one of the toughest in the game we're going to run into today. One of the best, most outspoken, undefeated champions that you've ever witnessed.
This guy has some Floyd Mayweather, Goldberg, and John Cena type vibes all in one.
Oh my God, he's a superstar. He's got Superman vibes. Never mind all the people you said. He's Superman times Gaston times John Cena. Okay, and then you got the guy
times
that's coming
all
on the
your
show.
Favorite sitcom dads.
Oh, those guys, yeah. But I mean, I'm telling you, this is probably the biggest guest we've had ever on the VSW. Very excited for it. Can't wait for it.
Absolutely.
I'm cracking open a drink. It's hot. I got the smoke on the boat. What a night.
I fell asleep on some of our pit stops, Versace.
Yep, there was a few of the times you fell asleep, plus that knick-knack store. I don't know what kind of junk you bought in there, glass, house, stained glass, whatever shit it was. I was out there talking with Dick Lane. I was out there talking with these guys. You were off doing whatever, but that's okay. We hold no grudges here. There's been plenty of times where I've had to take a nap and you've taken the wheel.
It is very hard being a passionate Boston sports fan and wrestling fan like myself, Versace.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you got for sports right now to watch? There's nothing going on, is there?
The All-Star game that just happened.
The All-Star game, what does that matter? It doesn't even count.
Exactly. Well, they did take away that rule that the winning conference gets home field advantage in the World Series.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. That's like you might as well have the best of WrestleMania after WrestleMania. Just, the people that didn't win, they can wrestle again and see who wins out of those guys. It's a second place choice for losers. They're not most like the Super Bowl. They don't go to the All-Star game for the Super Bowl, whatever that is. They just play. You never see the winning team go. They always decline.
They kind of have no choice now with the new rules in play from 5 years ago. But anyways,
that's your thing. You love the sports. I like the football, though. Don't get me wrong. I like to watch the guys beat the hell out of each other on the field, and the hockey, too. When they're up against the glass, there's nothing better, especially being there live. You can see their face smashed up against the glass. Nothing like it in the world. Nothing like it next to being ringside, that is.
Absolutely, Versace. I cannot wait for this guy.
I can't. And speaking of surprises, did you catch that Money in the Bank last night?
Yes, I sure did, Versace.
What'd you think about John Cena's return?
I think, Cena's return, he's going to lose. That's a problem.
Of course he's going to lose. I mean, look how old he is. He hasn't wrestled in how long. He's going against Roman Reigns, one of the best in the business right now.
He's the best heel they've had in years.
Oh, yeah. They built him up beautifully since his comeback. I think it was last SummerSlam. At the end, he came back, was it?
Yeah, he beat up The Fiend and Braun Strowman.
Yep, and then he won the title at, I want to say, Payback. I think.
Here it is, Versace.
Here is our guest.
Hello.
What's up?
Did you hang up on him?
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, Tough Talk Tony Spencer, is that you?
That's me.
Finally, we were waiting to get you on the phone. We've been driving all day. It's been one hell of a ride. How are you doing today?
Well, like every other single freaking day in my life, I'm doing much better than everyone else.
That's good to hear. I always like to see people doing good things. You are, you're holding 2 belts across your waist.
Absolutely.
Are you still with us there, Tony?
I'm still here. I think it's a little touch and go here because I hope we don't lose the call again.
Oh no, we shouldn't. We got like 6 bars where we are. I don't know. I know you're up in where? Way up in the deep mountains of New Hampshire.
That's right, man. I mean, that's where I got to be to maintain that Granite State Championship,
It's kind of funny. All the big champions move out to nowhere. You got you. Lesnar moved out to the middle of nowhere. Is it like a common thing that champions do?
I think that when you possess as much greatness as some champions, you really just need to have space to yourself. You know what I mean? You can't mix yourself in with undesirable people who may be of lower quality intelligence or might be a little bit, I think the nice way to say it is ugly. And you really just don't want to mix in with those people. You want to make sure that you give yourself your own space to kind of reflect on your own sense of greatness and your own sense of genius.
I kind of like that idea, it is kind of like your own safe haven. And you don't have to deal with all the outside bullshit, which means you can actually focus on winning. I think a lot of people get caught up with, the lifestyle, but they don't put it. And it doesn't mean anything. They don't put the work in. They lose their match. They're champion for a day. I mean, you've held on to these titles for quite a while now. At Proving Ground, Elkmania, wherever else you've wrestled, you've done great with it.
Mm-hmm. You're right. I have, and I intend to keep doing the very best job possible. And because I'm definitely not a fly-by-night champion. I am a consistent champion, and people are just gonna have to get used to it.
You really are. Like I said, I personally, I will tell you, Tony, I am actually a fan of yours. I know a lot of people are not. I hear what the people say when I come to the shows. I'm not one of those people that chant that. I don't. I actually own a few of your shirts, except the one that says you suck. I own them all. I think you're actually a pretty good wrestler. The first time I caught you, you were actually in a title match at OCW.
Oh, yeah, against Caleb Manson there.
Yeah, it was right before the world shut down. And, you gave a good try. But I think the guy cheated or something, if I remember correctly, and you ended up losing the bout. But, from that on...
let me just make it perfectly clear. I definitely, I may have eaten a bad tuna sub earlier in the day, and that kind of threw me off my game a little bit. Because, I was on top of the kid, for most of the match, and then something turned in my stomach, man, and it just
hit at the wrong moment.
Yeah, when you know what it's like when you consume something that you shouldn't have, and then all of a sudden all you can think about is, oh my God, I am in so much pain.
Oh yeah, and then you got to just do what you got to do, and you kind of just lose focus on it.
Just like the tire.
Yeah, Caleb Manson can go ahead and think that he has a pinfall victory over Tony Spencer when he really just has a pinfall victory over a bad tuna sub.
Speaking of bad tuna subs and bad stomachs, I was just reminded recently on one of our last pit stops of another title that you held, and that was the TWO title.
Oh, yeah.
That was the Turds of Wrestling Championship that you held. Yes. Oh, yes. When we talked to Richard Lane, he reminded me that you were also the Turds of Wrestling Champion.
Oh, yeah, and I started the turd bowel odor. I remember that now.
Yep, you were actually reigning in only champion of that while it lasted.
Well, I actually had a turd bowel odor t-shirt made, and I think I have the only one because no one else bought them.
I have the only Cheesy McCheesy, whatever that one is, if that makes you feel any better.
It's not easy to be McCheesy.
Yep. When you trolled everybody thinking that you were Mayor McCheese yourself. A lot of people fell for it.
I think only Jake the Drifter thought I was Mayor McCheese. I think everyone pretty much knows that I'm not Mayor McCheese.
They do now, but you'd be surprised on the chatter that I heard when it was going on. It was between you and Dan Terry for quite some time.
I don't think Dan Terry has that kind of time. You see what he's up to, painting Legos and stuff.
Yeah, and I don't think he has that type of knowledge. Honestly, we will probably never know the genius behind McCheese. Unfortunately, he seemed to go off the radar. But you did make the great, lovely artwork for that T-shirt. I did end up buying it, and it is now a collector's item. There's only one of one. That's rare.
But that's the thing, good sir. Things are only collector's items when people want to buy them.
They are, and I've already gotten 2 people from India that want a Mayor McCheese shirt, one of one.
And those people love the VSW.
They do. That's actually one of our second highest demographics is India. We have such a huge following there.
Dude, I want to go to India. Can I go to India?
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm down.
I just fixed our tires, so we're okay for Sachi.
We have to cross water, though. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for India, yeah.
Yeah, we might have to take a boat or a plane or something.
I just got so excited when Tony called, and I had to check on the tire, and I got it fixed. The Wolf did something right for once.
You did it. You got it right. We're back and moving, and that's always good. I get nervous on the highway with him sometimes, especially when I fall asleep. So let me ask you, Tony, somebody as you and your greatness, how did it affect you when the world shut down and you couldn't do anything?
I think like a lot of other people during the global shutdown, I really just kind of refocused my efforts into studying the craft of professional wrestling. And, as the wrestling was presented in a medium that it's never been presented before. That is, empty arena, or eventually, the digital fans tuning in via video camera. I think it really showed us a lot about how important it is to have folks there to give the wrestlers a sense of that bond that they have with the people that they're wrestling in front of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I mean, and that's like, I think, I mean, in all honesty, that's the difference, one of the major differences between watching, you know, WWE or AEW or going to an indie show is that bond that you do get and you do make that connection with, you know, whether it's the person you're booing, whether the person you're cheering, you know, they always somehow notice you some way, you know, even if you're in the furthest fan in the back, you're somehow part of that show when you're there.
Right, exactly.
And I think, yeah, you're right. It did show us. I mean, yes, wrestling can happen without fans. It did. It happened in a multitude of different promotions. But I mean, like you said, as far as the mental awareness of the wrestler, I think it does play a big difference in how well people perform. I mean, and how well even they can play their, you know, who they want to be. I've seen people, you know, struggling because they're not in front of people to cheer or boo them.
Right.
But I am glad now, you know, things are returning. We just got actually tickets for Proving Ground just went on sale today. That should be a great show.
Yep, I've been emailing that link out left and right, being to everyone in the past 2 years who's been like, when are you going? When are you gonna have shows again? When are you gonna have shows again? When are you gonna have shows again? And I'm like, well, pal, it's time to put your money where your mouth is and buy an entire front row seat of tickets. And then someone was like,
yeah,
tickets are $25. I'm like, dude, everything is more expensive post-pandemic. Just fork over your cash.
Yeah, people are looking at the $25. I'm looking at those $65 ones. You get a nice like toy with it, a package. You get a whole deal with that VIP stuff. Somebody brings you drinks. I don't know. Here at the VSW, if I only go big or go home, you know. But I get it. Some people on a budget get the $25 ticket. You're in the house. You get to see the show. You can have a good time. And you know what? Honestly, Todd puts on a good show.
Yeah, absolutely, he does.
Proving Ground is.
And I think that the people are going to be very happy when the Proving Ground, but more specifically, Tough Talk Tony Spencer, returns to his old stomping ground of Peabody, Massachusetts. And I understand that the venue itself is also pretty incredible. It's a place called the Black Box Theater, and I know it's been used for different performing arts kind of things and events and parties, but this will be the first time that they're going to have a wrestling show in those four walls over at the Black Box Theater. So I'm kind of excited, you know, because I'm used to American Legion halls and fairgrounds and middle schools, you know, so I don't really have experience performing in a theater.
That's hard to believe.
You know, because where we usually are is not made for acoustics. You know, it's not made for this kind of event. And I think it'll come off very interesting.
It will.
I mean, even if you think of the things that Sully Banger used to do down in Rhode Island, I forget what it's called now, but they were in more of a theater setting, and it gave the product a very different feel, a very different sound. So I'm interested to see how the venue itself impacts the overall product.
It does, you know, and actually, you know, venue does play a big difference. I mean, I've been starting to watch, like, I don't know if you ever heard of a company, it's called No Peace Underground. They fight in a very unique setting. It's on, like, a stage. There's not even a ring. And it does. It gives a whole different feel to the show. And, yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how this set up because, like I said, there is 2 tiers of tickets. Actually, there's 3 tiers of tickets. There is those VIP ones, but then there's also front row ones. See, the VIP on front row seats, you're sitting on the catwalk above on the second level. So you get to see the whole house. So it's going to be very interesting venue. I really am actually excited to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's on SummerSlam Day. That's even better. I mean, that's like wrestling heaven.
It's on SummerSlam Day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
SummerSlam's on Saturday this year.
Hard to believe.
Oh, okay. SummerSlam. Okay. Thank God. I thought I made a mistake in my calendar.
Oh no,
he didn't.
You know, and for all intents and purposes, you know, there was a big announcement last night, I think, of a return for SummerSlam. Maybe we'll see a big return for you in Proving Ground. Maybe John Cena returns. Maybe.
Well, I mean, you know, you never say never.
And that's what I like to hear,
Especially in the wrestling world, as Roman Reigns is the top dog now. I think Cena's just coming to lose.
Well, I mean, that remains to be seen. You never know. I mean, in order for him to be a credible challenger, I think they're going to give him a little bit more than just come in, lose to Roman Reigns, go home.
Yeah, it's not a Goldberg match.
At least it'll be a good match.
Oh, I mean, yes. I mean, I'm going to tell you this. As much time Cena has taken, he can still wrestle. He hasn't forgot how to do anything. He's still a great worker. You know, he might be a part-time wrestler, but he's a little bit different than the other part-timers you're used to. Cena is wrestling. He knows what he's doing. But, yeah, he'll give a good show, and I'm excited. But I did like your first match with him and PG. Todd has showed it to me several times. Always great time to watch it. You know, it was a great matchup. And, you know, but let me ask you, so, you know, you mentioned, you know, some people. What got you into this, you know, wrestling? What made you want to be, you know, a wrestler?
Okay, well, I don't know if you saw my appearance on Leo Connor's, which is okay because, you know, it's only the highest rated episode of The Ring and All Other Sports, that fantastic show by Leo Connors. You can catch it on YouTube. But my father was actually a wrestler.
Really?
And it was the parentage, really, that really got me there. I really can't, you know, I revealed it on Leo's show, but I'm trying to keep my dad's name out of it.
No, that's
because
fair
he
enough.
was a rather famous professional wrestler. So I don't want people to think that I'm trying to benefit off his name. But he was a very influential wrestler. And, you know, after a while, it was just in my blood. You know, I realized I was smarter than everyone else. I was faster than everyone else. I could outthink everyone else. I could out-wrestle everyone else. And it just sprang from there. You know, I could deny it. You can't deny natural talent. You can't deny a natural sense for what pro wrestling is. And I have it. And a lot of people don't. A lot of people people look good. You know, they have good bodies. They can put on their baby oil and their abs ripple. Or, you know, if they're a chick, you know, they get them big tatas. You know, they can swivel their hips and make it look good in the ring. But I'm not about that. I mean, I look good, don't get me wrong. But I am substance. I am the substance of professional wrestling. And that's why you line these people up, as they've been doing in the Bay State Open Challenge that I've been, you know, conquering one after the other. They line these people up, and every single time I see right through them, I maneuver myself around their strengths, I exploit their weaknesses, and after the bell rings, I'm still the champion. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand
here's the
thing,
gravity Tony,
of what I just relayed to you? Okay? They come in expecting to get the better of me, and they never do. Period.
Well, you're a world champion. You represent not one state, not two, but 3 states as their champion. That should be on ESPN. This is Floyd Mayweather style.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to be compared to a gentleman the caliber of Floyd Mayweather, but
I told you, Tony, this kid, he's been petitioning with the New Hampshire Commission to go and change that old monument that fell down to the man in the mountain and put your face up there, because you are the Granite State champion. You do represent that state. This kid's all about it. He not only got the mind for it, he's got the money behind it.
Well, I mean, the thing is, whether it be man, woman, or wildlife, they don't stand a chance against me, period.
Even
and
man,
I
bear,
repeat
pig.
Again, man, woman, or wildlife. And the fact of the matter is once you've been in the ring with me or seen what I do in the ring, then it becomes clear to you that the only word to describe me is indescribable.
That's fair enough to say. And let me ask you this, Tony. So now that you've beaten all these people they've thrown against you, is there anybody that that you have in mind that you want to beat, for your own record, for your own self-pleasure?
Well, I mean, it's always business before pleasure. So I try to never get my personal feelings involved with what I do in wrestling. But there are a few people I'd like to knock off my list. A few people I think that I could have great matches with. Of course, as a result of me. Number one up there is Bobby Orlando. I think Bobby Orlando and his GOAT.
Do you love the GOAT as well? Are you in love with the GOAT as well, like Love Doug is?
He has custody of him.
No, I'm not terribly in love with the GOAT.
Okay, just wanted.
But I also think that another person that I could teach a thing or two to is none other than the Russian Dynamite Masha Slamovich.
I would love to see that matchup. I've actually been... It's funny you mentioned her name. I've been trying to push that match as a challenger for you for many months. I think that would be a great challenge. You got the All-American hero, Tony Spencer, against the Russian Dynamite.
She's like
Masha
a Russian
Slamovich.
anti-hero.
No, she's worse than that. She's worse than Nikolai. She's tougher than Nikolai Volkov. She would have made him cry. I've seen her crush men under her fingers, and I think someone like that against the great Tony Spencer would be like one of those crazy clashes like WrestleMania 5 when the Mega Powers exploded.
Well, I'll tell you a match that would definitely explode. Tough Talk Tony Spencer versus the masshole Mike McAfee.
You know what? That would. I like that matchup.
Because let me tell you about my actual dream match, okay?
Yeah.
Now, granted, I just threw 3 opponents out there at you, and they're all fine and well and competent professional wrestlers who excel at professionally wrestling.
Yeah.
But the number one match that needs to happen before I'm dead in the cold, cold ground is an Irish Spring death match. Tough Talk Tony Spencer versus, are you ready for it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Swoggle.
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
The heir to the McMahon family himself.
And you got special Ring Ambassador Sidney Bacabella.
Someone booked that match. Somebody got to do it. I'll do it from my backyard. Jesus, that would be a great 40th. That would be a great 40th birthday present for myself. I'll just book you guys.
I'm not wrestling in anybody's backyard, guy.
You've never seen my backyard. It's like my backyard's like Disney World. I got 3 pools and a jacuzzi. People come over here and pay me to sit here and just to take pictures for social media. It's insanity around here, Tony. You don't understand the life of the
I got my own man cave for
That's
Boston
okay.
Sports.
You do. I let you have your own room for your sports crap. It's great. It's great. I love good things. But you know what? I think that match should happen. That would be a great matchup between you two. And, I think the chemistry's all there.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and hopefully at one point or another, someone will see the merit and the value in that particular matchup, and we'll get it done.
Oh, there's plenty of people out there that could, and I'm sure, like you said, it's just letting the right ears or viewers, watch it. But after this is aired, don't worry, I'm pretty sure everybody will hear it.
Especially, he's the kind of guy, if sitcom TV dads could wrestle as good as Tony Spencer, he'd be all noticed. That's what we need.
Well, I mean, yes, but also this trip has taken us from Kansas City all the way to the cold Canadian country.
Boy, that made me so nervous, Versace.
You kidding me? You barely got past there. You're not even vaccinated. They wouldn't even let you through. It was a shit show. It's so cold. You didn't even bring a jacket. You thought it's summertime. But anyways, I don't want to talk about that. I'm just saying a lot of people, a lot of eyes and ears are on this Cruising for a Bruising. So that's why we wanted you on here, because you know what? You're the kind of person that needs eyes and ears on you. You're big, but you can be bigger if people are watching you.
Hello?
Yeah, we're talking to you.
I'll just, you cut out for a second. I want to make sure I didn't lose the call.
Oh, no, we were just telling you about how we've been traveling from Canada, and, this is a lot of people watching this show, and, we know that, and that's why we wanted you on here, because someone of your magnitude deserves the eyes and ears that are going to be listening and watching this show.
And that's exactly the thing. I mean, if you're gonna bring in the big numbers, you got to bring in the big guests.
Exactly, and there's nobody bigger right now in the game than Tough Talk Tony Spencer. We're just about out of time on this ride. I got to get gas. I got to get something to eat. But you know what, Disabled? I'm going to hand it over to you right now.
All right, Versace. All right, Tough Talk. Are you ready for this question I've been asking every guest so far?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Tough Talk Tony Spencer. Why should you, out of everyone booked on our ride on this card, be the winner of our accolade added to your already great resume of the Cruising for a Bruising inaugural champ and the winner of the grand prize? Why should it be you out of all the wrestlers on the card? Why do you stand out?
Well, I think the first thing that you're going to realize is that I'm not your run-of-the-mill, slack-jawed, beefcake, pea-brain, body guy, tanning salon, protein egg whites, tuna fish, protein shake, ding-dong, right? I am a fully formed, adult, mature male who commands respect and the distinction of being an honored guest everywhere he goes. So that's number one. Number two, I understand professional wrestling like no one else on the entire planet understands professional wrestling. I know the ins and outs, the ups and downs, the backs and forths. I know it all. And I will never stand here and tell you that I'm the absolute expert on pro wrestling, because once you start looking into what I do, how I do it, how I conduct myself, how I win my matches, how I get my opponents into a false sense of security, then immediately drag them back down to the depths from whence they came, you will understand exactly that I am an expert in pro wrestling. It's just that simple. And I give you a third point, but to be honest with you, I don't think you deserve it. I don't think anyone in the world needs any more justification about my abilities and my worthiness as a wrestler, and for whatever cockamamie honors that you've drummed up. Of course I deserve them. Of course I do. Because I just gave you my qualifications. And the fact that I can't remember what the heck you're willing to award me for those qualifications is a testament to my greatness being so overwhelming, it even affects my own memory. So that's exactly why I'm the perfect candidate for your ridiculous accolades and whatever sort of prizes you've dreamed up. Because I am exactly who I say I am. I'm Tough Talk Tony Spencer.
Well, this isn't a job interview, though.
What a great answer, though. I think that's probably the best. I'm voting for Tough Talk in this game. He's getting my vote. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. Have yourself a great day and whatever else you're going to do for it, and you're basking your own glory or whatever it is that champions do.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, just making sure you're still there. I got a little bit of a fuzz.
Oh,
Maybe
no,
it's me.
I was just thanking you. I was saying we're just about out of time now, and I really do thank you for coming on the show. And, now you can go return to basking in your glory, whatever else champions do.
All right, I will get right on that. Of course, as always, the pleasure was all mine. And you go ahead and have the best night of your lives.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, take care, folks.
Wow, that was an answer to Saberwolf like no other could give. I don't know. We got some tough competition on this road. I don't know who's gonna win. It is up in arms. We still got a few more stops. My God, what a day in professional sports. My God, what a day in podcast history this has become. What a day. Everybody, thank you. We got to get some more gas. I got to get some to
And
eat.
I just fixed the damn tire, Versace.
You did a good job for once. But I'm still hungry, damn it.
Oh, yeah, let's go get some grub, shall we?
Shall we? Versace Stoner out.
Disable out.
Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner. And we are cruising for a bruising. We are way up north. That's right, Canada. And, well, unfortunately, Disable Wolf got detained. I don't know how. I'm usually the one with the smoke. I'm usually the one with the border problems. But today, it was him. I had to leave him at the border. I had to get through. I had to see what's going on the other side. And my God, is it beautiful. My God, is it clean. My God, is it empty. There is not a lot of people here in Canada. I can tell you that much. But it is great. I love it. And you know what? Else I love is good professional wrestling. And that's what I'm on the search for. I heard today that I should be looking for the Steel Panther, Cameron Stevens. And that's who I am going to be speaking with. And I can't wait. Here he is now.
What's going on, brother? It's going good, man. It's going good.
You know, it is here, cruising for a bruising. We made it up your way, and, we're here to talk a little pro wrestling.
Absolutely. It's one of my favorite topics of discussion.
That is great. From what I've gathered and I've seen from social media links, you're a pretty big deal up north.
I try to be, man. I try to be. I like to keep myself as busy as humanly possible. Yeah, man. It's all about trying to keep myself out there, get as many people getting an eye on me, and hopefully they like what they see.
That's great. And here at the VSW, that's what we're all about. We love to support people and showcase them. Show the world what you guys do inside the ring. Sometimes not enough eyes get on the individuals. They might get on the product, yes, but not on the individuals. And that's what we're here for. And we're glad to have you on here. I've been watching some of your matches. You've shared some links with me, and it's been great. I see you got a pro wrestling tee store. We'll be making an order here soon this week, as I've been ordering from all. I've been ordering from all our guests on Cruising for a Bruising because I like to support you guys. That's what we do, like I said. So I do have a few questions for you. Let me ask you this: what got you into pro wrestling?
So what got me into pro wrestling originally was my cousin Steven, which is where the Stevens comes from. And he used to babysit me when I was a kid, right?
Yep.
So when he would babysit me, he would always have wrestling on. He would always have his action figures. I remember he had them piled up in his closet. They could have been in a bin, I don't remember, but I remember there being so many action figures in that closet. We would be playing with the action figures, we'd be playing the video games, and he'd always have the events on. He'd always have wrestling on the TV, and by the time I was 2, I was hooked.
That's funny you say that. I'm the older cousin role in my family for probably all my cousins because I was the one with all the action figures. I was the one always having it on the TV. I was the one always putting the kids in moves. I remember putting my little cousin in, sharpshooters for days. And they would always ask me about the guys and I'd teach them all about it. That's great, because at the end of the day, wrestling does bring people together. And it started off as, something for the family. Saturday nights, crowd around, you go out with the family, you see a show, and it's great that got you into it. And, that's what introduced you to this lovely sport. So
100%. And it's funny, man. This is something too where wrestling is something that's been able to help myself in a very, very large way throughout life. But yeah, it's without wrestling, man, you never know where you'd end up.
It is true, you know. I feel like it is, you know, sort of a. I would say, I don't know how to say it. I mean, I would say it's almost a medicine to some, where, you know, it is an escape without substance. You can take that mind trip. You can be in another reality without having to do any substances, without having to take any pills, drink any drinks, do anything, you know, and you can just, you know, put yourself in a better spot. I know it works for the.
It kind of gives you that natural high.
It does, and I know that's what it does for fans, because I see them all the time, and they're always telling me, you know, oh, I've had such a horrible day, you know, and I'll say, well, here, throw this on the TV. Call me back in an hour, and you know, in an hour, you know, they're like, wow, that was great, thank you. You know, that's just what I needed. Or I've had, you know, other, you know, people have had really bad weeks. I'll take them to a show with me and just be like, here we go. And, you know, that will change their mood around. So I can only imagine for the on the other spectrum of it, the wrestlers, you know, I'm sure the same thing's happening. You're having a bad day, you know, that could change it. Well, how, you know, listening to the crowd, listening to the fans all, you know, behind you.
Absolutely. And even when they're not behind you, that can, it's almost more fun when they're not behind you, because then, then you get to go back and forth with them.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's nothing like a little banter with the you know, the bad guys when you're ringside. It's always fun, you know. And depending on, you know, I've had great experience where the wrestlers really get into it. Other times they kind of just ignore. But there's been great times where, you know, they've gotten into character, they've played it out, and you know, it's really just enhanced the experience of the show. You know, it's what breaks it out. You know, WWE, AEW, that's all great. I love it. I grew up watching that. Of course, you know, most people did. WCW, all in WWE, you know, those were NWA. Those are the main three back growing up. Yes, it's great. Going to those shows, you know, there's something special. I went to Mania last year. It's a big deal, yes. But you're not going to find the level of intimacy and, like, even fan experiences, like with other fans, that you're gonna find at an independent wrestling show. You know, you're gonna probably meet one of your favorite wrestlers that night, regardless. And you know, and just the level that you do get of interaction, it's something different that, you know, most fans that go to just mainstream don't understand.
Well, and that's just it. When you go to an independent wrestling show, realistically, if you go to a WWE show and it's intermission, that's your time to go get popcorn, check the merchandise stand, whatever. Realistically, it's the same thing for an independent show, but it's not somebody with a company t-shirt selling you the merchandise. It's the wrestler themselves selling you the t-shirt. So it doubles as you're picking up the merchandise, but you're also having a bit of a meet and greet with the wrestlers at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You know, you're getting to see the wrestlers, you know, like I said, sell their own product. You're getting that interaction. You can get autographs and all that fun. And it's not, you know, not for that $300, you know, price range. You have to pay to meet, you know, a WWE champion. And I will tell you this, I've met some very top notable names at independent shows that, you know, even at, that you'll see the, you know, like the next week on television, and the price is like quadrupled. It's kind of funny.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely, 100%.
But you know, that's what I like about the independent scene also, is you're never going to know who you're going to see today and tomorrow is going to be on TV. You know, where I'm here in the Northeast, we have a very rich wrestling talent pool. You know, you're always seeing guys getting picked up on Dark, Elevation, NXT, and all these other great, wonderful shows, you know. And, you know, and I'm sure you guys have your own, you know, talent pool up there that, you know, you guys have a very rich history of wrestling in Canada.
Absolutely. Where I was actually trained by Bruce Hart back in what year would it be now? I was 15 when I started training with him. 16 throughout the majority of my training, but yeah, man, came in with Bruce, and he would always tell me stories about like Dynamite and Pillman. Pillman was one of his favorites to tell stories about.
Well, that's awesome. It's getting trained by someone that's like worked with other legends in the game and just like had all these great stories. It must just be something. And plus, you're learning. You're learning from the best, and if you want to be the best, sometimes you have to learn from the best. That's the facts.
100%, and like I always loved learning from Bruce. There's a lot of knowledge there with him that is very helpful for the next generation that's coming in through AWA, actually, Alberta Wrestling Academy out in Alberta. Bruce is actually working with them as well.
And now, let me ask you, is that what you're working with out there?
Say it one more time, sorry?
Is that what you're working with out there in Canada? AW?
There's a few companies I'm working with out here. New Evolution Wrestling in Newfoundland, and Can-Am Wrestling / Alberta Wrestling Academy out in Alberta, which is almost on the complete other side of the country, but yeah.
Well, keeping busy any which ways, and how can let me like this. So, for instance, here, we got wrestling. Obviously, we got televised wrestling, like you guys got televised wrestling, but none of our independents, besides I don't know. Actually, no, I can't. I don't think any of the independents are actually on television. We have IWTV. You can find all that on there, and then the individual promotions will sometimes have websites in their own way to get it out there, but we don't actually have it syndicated on any television. So I'm just curious, how can my fans here watch what you do there?
So you are in what part of the country there, out in the U.S.?
I'm in the Northeast, so I'm in the Massachusetts, New York kind of area.
Okay. It's a good question. I don't know if you guys get NTV out there, do you? I know NTV goes across Canada. I don't know if it's available out in that area.
Maybe through a satellite dish or something.
Possibly, not 100% sure, but yeah, so New Evolution Wrestling is on NTV every week. We got a half-hour program on that network every single week.
And that's all across Canada, right? That's broadcasted across Canada?
Oh, absolutely, broadcasted across Canada, and it's something... it's a very massive network in Newfoundland. It's a huge deal here. The rest of the country, however, is not necessarily the same. However, having the option to promote the program to a whole new audience, where it's like, hey, man, you can check this show out at whatever time, and if you don't want to, watch it at that time, you can record it and watch it later, right?
Yep. That's, that is the plus side of, having, it being televised. We get to do that with, certain shows. So, but I'm guessing they also have a YouTube channel as well.
Of course, New Evolution Wrestling on YouTube. I'm also associated with, this is going to be a big laundry list here. Alberta Wrestling Academy, I'm pretty sure they're on YouTube as well. Let's see here. I already said New Evolution Wrestling. Myself, the Steel Panther, Cameron Stevens, I'm on YouTube. Easiest way to find everything I do is Linktree, linktr.ee/TSP Cameron Stevens. And the best part about that link is you'll find everything I do, from YouTube, social medias, Spotify, Google Podcasts, whole 9 yards. Whatever you want to find out of my stuff, it's all there, including my store. But yeah, it's all kinds of stuff. Staying busy.
That is great. We love Linktree too. It makes things very easy, especially when I meet wrestlers and I meet other people in the business, and they're like, "Here's a Linktree." it just makes it so much easier if I need to find photos, if I need to find, just
Absolutely.
whatever it is. It just makes it so much. We really appreciate it.
And one of the projects I had given myself was making myself a website. So I've got my official website is the number one top link on my link tree. So anyone who wants to check that out, feel free. It's got my match history. I can't say it's my full match history because when I went back to try to look into the information, there were a good few matches I couldn't find any information on. So pretty much everything I did in Saskatchewan, I don't know anything about. I lost all the information on it.
Yep.
But it's, I think, maybe 3-4 matches tops.
That is very cool, though. And it's awesome. You make your own stuff and do your own, work and all that. I'm myself a graphic web designer, so I can definitely appreciate, when people put work into what they do. It makes a difference. And so let me ask you this: you have any big matches coming up?
Well, I got another show here coming up in 2 days. Clarenville Days from the Eastlink Event Center in Clarenville, Newfoundland. And that show is going to be a good one, man. I'm super excited. And after that, I've got some big plans in the works, but we'll see how all those play out as they play out.
You hear that, people? You're going to have to follow along all the social media links just to see what's going on. But believe me, you're going to want to see. You're going to want to see, When people say big things are in the works, it usually is something big. And speaking of big and, things in the works, I hear that you two also have a podcast.
I do, yeah. I'm actually in the process of having more than one, but as of right now, I've only got one. I just did episode 3 with a good buddy of mine, Tony Novak. He mainly works out of Saskatchewan out here. The show is called Inspired, and basically the idea behind the show is, as professional wrestlers and promoters, business owners, musicians, whoever comes on, right?
Yeah.
As people who are in a position to inspire somebody else, I feel like it's a very powerful thing to be able to tell that next generation that we're inspiring what inspired us and who inspired us.
Oh, very.
You know what I mean?
Very, very true. And I mean, you briefly touched on your your cousin getting you into wrestling, but let me ask you, who inspired you? In the sport.
Oh man, I could go all day with that. I'll keep it brief with this. So the first 3 episodes we discussed, Mick Foley was the number 1 episode. A massive influence both personally and professionally. Mick Foley is one of my heroes, and I can confidently say that. I can confidently say Mick Foley is somebody who helped me get out of some very dark places, and I very much appreciate him, and he's tremendous. Episode 3 we just had yesterday, and we're recording this on the 21st. Yeah, so we had that yesterday, and that was myself with Tony, and we were discussing the Hardy Boys. He was more of a Matt guy, I was more of a Jeff guy, so we had a nice little conversation there. There's a good few coming up. I got a buddy coming on, one of my best friends, not just in wrestling, but in life. Heroic Headbanger, Jordan Aries. He's going to be coming on at some point, and we will be discussing Motley Crue.
Ah, that's going to be a great episode.
I'm very excited for that one. The Dirt completely... That movie alone, just watching The Dirt, I watched that and I was like, that looks like a whole lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And realistically, like, the dirt is where the Steel Panther was born, man. That's where it came from, and it progressed into. It just started out as, okay, I'm just going to be this headbanging rocker, this hair metal style rocker, and then it was actually Justin Crickard, one of the referees out here in Newfoundland, who. And I can't remember who had the idea, but Crick was the one who came to me with it. It could have been a John Biz idea, but they came up to me and they're like, what do you think of the Steel Panther? I'm like, have you ever heard Steel Panther before? And at this point, I had never heard of Steel Panther.
Yeah.
Not once. But I liked the name, so I was like, well, Steel Panther, that sounds deadly. Okay, well, I'll give it a try, right? Let's see how it works. And it worked. So I started listening to a little bit of Steel Panther, and holy fuck, they're hilarious.
That's great. So I mean, like, and that's always, like, I like to learn about it. You see people on TV, like, you get names, you hear a name, but you gotta wonder, like, how did they get to A to B? You don't just wake up and your name is this. There is some thought that goes behind that. There is, and sometimes there's even some sentiment that goes behind that, with hidden meaning in their name and hidden initials and all sorts of things. So it's always cool to kind of, like, talk about that kind of thing.
Absolutely. And, like, I absolutely love being able to express myself in different ways, and I find that wrestling is a tremendous way to be able to do that. I've found that doing graphics work has tremendously increased my creative outlet, so I can, just be hands-on with something. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Sometimes you just need that creative outlet, and it will make all the difference in the world. Like I said, I'm a graphic designer by trade and web designer. So, I started that a long, long time ago, and, it's changed, of course. Things have gotten easier for people to make stuff. Things have gotten harder for people like me because other people can just do it themselves. But, at the end of the day,
I'm kind of a outlaw mud show graphics designer. I taught myself, but
well, yeah. I went to school for like a year, and then I was like, you know what? I got certified in what I had to do, and I was like, you know what? Anything else further than this, I already know. And from then on in, like, now we're talking over 20 years, I probably self-taught myself, everything from then on. But, yeah, graphics, art, wrestling, music, it's all just outlets for, like, positivity. Or it could be negativity. But, if you choose to make it a positive outlet, you'll find your life in a positive place.
I agree, man. And being able to express yourself no matter what way you do so, being able to express yourself and vent any emotion you got, it's always a great thing to be able to release that energy.
Exactly. And, in all those ways I just mentioned, whether, like I said, even wrestling, it's all in a positive way. You can go out and put on a kick-ass match and, deal with all your frustrations of the week. And, it will be great. You can light the place up. You can use that energy that you have. You can use those bad thoughts. You can use whatever anxieties or whatever is bothering you and troubling you. You can use it to your advantage, harness the energy, and just put it all into the show.
Oh, absolutely. And, like, I'll be honest with you, one of my favorite matches I've ever had was my most recent one. We were in a bar, Kitty Vitty Tap Room out here in Newfoundland, out in St. John's, and I wrestled Drew Douglas.
Yep.
Formerly known as Too Damn Hype. He was, like, he's basically one of the iconic Newfoundland wrestlers, right? Like, he was one of the guys who came in under Sailor and stuff like that. So Yeah, I was very excited to get to wrestle him, and the match wasn't a get your shit in style match, if that makes sense. Like,
Yep.
It's not one of those balls to the wall. It's making everything count. And the fucker kept going after my eye. So I was a little visually impaired for the majority of the match, but I managed to plant my Superman punch, my Panther's claw, if you will, and yeah, he got his foot on the rope, but in typical chicken shit fashion, he decided to, instead of try to wrestle the match, he kicked me in the nerds and planted me from then on out. So Drew Douglas, I'll be seeing that bugger here at the Clarenville show.
Sounds like he's a cheater all around, though, huh?
Oh, absolutely. The dummy threw the match away. He kicked me in the nuts right in front of the referee. He got disqualified.
Well, this time you best be protected. Wear a cup in case, and be prepared for him. And this time, I think you'll have it. You know.
Oh yeah, man! I don't want to be giving no secrets out because Drew might be listening to this podcast here. But yeah, I'll definitely have something prepared there for good old Drew Douglas.
Definitely, and I hope, like I said, we wish you the best of luck in your matches, as we do with all the Cruising for a Bruising participants. You know, like I said, we started this off all the way down, in Kansas. Talking with, one of our great friends, Rodney, the Rodfather, and he, it just started on us as a little road trip, and we're all the way up here now in Canada talking with you. And, then we'll be going back and talking with some other people. So, we will be traveling around, and, it's all it's about is just, getting great stories, meeting new people, meeting new friends, and, getting to watch new wrestling, too. I don't, that's one of the things I don't really talk about, but every time I meet, a new person, or I invite a new person to the podcast, I spent at least, like 3 or 4 hours, depending on how much content they actually have, of actually watching them. If they start giving me YouTube links and matches, I'll sit there for hours and watch match after match after match. Just to see, who I was talking to, what kind of, ring presence do they have, what kind of style, how do they wrestle, who are they wrestling, where are they wrestling for, and all that fun stuff. And, how did they differ from their interview? How have they changed? I like all that kind of stuff. I'm weird like that. I get into the geeky stuff of the wrestling industry. It's just who I am.
Oh, man, I love that. And, speaking to the professional wrestling industry and just what kind of power and presence it has. I remember you asked me how I first got interested, and I told you I was about 2, my cousin, right?
Yep.
By the time I was 3, I was silently in line waiting for a Chris Benoit autograph where all I wanted to do, apparently, and I don't have a visual recollection, but I still have the WWE signing autograph.
Wow.
So what my parents told me is all I wanted to do was give them a hug, but they wouldn't let me.
Really?
And I was 3 years old.
Oh, you were young, yeah. I probably...
The night Benoit came back in Edmonton.
Really?
Yeah, you remember 2002 when he came back?
Oh, I do. Yes, I do, definitely. And that's an amazing story. That maybe that's another probably one of your maybe inspirations there that you did kind of subconscious inspiration.
Oh, I loved Benoit when I was a kid. He was my favorite wrestler before everything happened.
Yeah, I mostly to be honest with you, I mostly actually watched a lot of him in WCW, and then when everything merged, I had a little bit of an issue with the whole merging, but I did watch him a lot. Him, Eddie, all of them in WWE in those early 2000s. But for me, I got introduced to Benoit early on in WCW times, And yeah, there was nothing quite like him. He was something else.
Absolutely, unlike anybody else. And it's crazy because he was the first one I ever actually met. The first pro wrestler I ever got to meet in person was Benoit, and yeah, man, it's a trip, dude. It really is.
Yeah, I mean that's an awesome story. That's amazing, and the fact you still have the autograph, that's great. Have it framed.
All right, it's either somewhere in my house or somewhere with my parents, one of the two.
And someday WWE will be knocking on your door for those lost treasures, saying, "Hey, do you have a Benoit autograph?" You'll be like, "Yes, I do."
I don't know if they'll be asking for that one, but
never know, and what happens in the next 20. But yeah.
Who knows?
But these are great things, and on these videos that we've been putting, we have been sharing all your links just to let you know. You can't see it now, but it is up there.
Tremendous! I love it. Thank you very much.
We urge people to, I urge all my fans, check it out. Check out these people we bring on. If you can, buy some merch. What's $21 for a shirt? Not much. It's not much these days, but it helps. It helps people.
That they're all listed for what, $19.99, which out there would equal out to about what, 21 something.
I pay 21 with the tax, and then I think I pay another 4 to 5 with the ship. I think the whole ordeal comes to like $26 a shirt.
So that $26 a shirt equals out to, let's see here. So it's, I think, $7 US we get per shirt.
Okay.
And here in Canada, that's about, like, what, $10-12 each?
Yeah.
Because of the currency exchange?
Yeah. So, it all adds up. But the good thing about PWT that differs than, you can make more of a margin profit, obviously, if you sold them yourself. But you're not stuck with any overstock, and you don't have to deal with them out of this size, them out of that size. They just make them to print.
Well, that, and you're not sitting on the shirt. That's my favorite part about pro wrestling tees, to be perfectly honest. Like, it is a bit of a pain in the ass to not have merchandise, like the T-shirts, in my hands. That is a bit of a struggle when I'm trying to sell merchandise at the merchandise table sometimes.
Yeah.
However, it's also a very nice thing to be able to say, hey man, go to X website, pick up a t-shirt, and you're not limited to what you can pick from. I've got 21 different options as we speak. That's not including the 4 or 5 I uploaded today, which are coming out shortly.
Exactly, and even if you were at the merch stand, you had the physical shirts. It's not practical to bring 26 different designs in all different sizes. You'd have, you don't even have that much space on the table. I'm a big fan of QR codes. People just can scan their phone. The code comes up. It goes right to your page. You can buy what you want, and you get out. Digital, virtual, merch tables, we call them around here, and it works wonders. People can just buy what they want in the size they need, and it will be there in a couple of days.
Oh, 100%.
But I do thank you for coming on here. We are just about out of time on this. I got to get back to the border and pick to save Wolf up. But he does have one question, and he's been asking all the people that have come onto Cruising for a Bruising. Let me ask you this: why you, out of everyone, should become the inaugural first Cruising for a Bruising champion?
Well, I got a simple answer for that, and it's just because there are 100,000 different rockers out there, that doesn't mean there's anybody quite like me, and that's something that I have above a lot of other people. Is there's nobody quite like Cameron Stevens. Cameron Stevens is a one-time person. You're not going to find another Cameron Stevens. That's not going to happen. You're going to see me all over the place, whether it's on the podcast, on the live streams, on the internet, on the video games, in the ring. Doesn't matter where you're going to see me, but you're always going to see Daddy Panther going all over the place, getting his name out there, and holding championships above his head, especially this one from the one and only Versace Stoner.
That is what we like to hear. That's the attitude that we are looking for here at the VSW. Thank you very, very much for coming on, Garen. We really appreciate it, and we will see you around. Thank you.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you very much for having me on, and it was great being on here talking to you. Hopefully we can arrange to have another one come out at some point.
We definitely will. We will. Thank you again. Have a great day.
You as well, brother.
Wow, what a great combo that was with Cameron Stevens, the Steel Panther, all the way up here in Canada. My God, I just got a text. This Saber Wolf, they are letting him go, but he is not allowed in Canada. I have to take him back to the United States. That's fine. We're done with our work here. I am heading back to there, and we will see you guys soon. Hopefully, the Saber Wolf's not too frazzled. I can't stand when he gets frazzled. My God, it makes me anxious. Okay, guys, have a great day. Versace Stoner out. Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner, and we're here cruising for a bruising. What a road trip this has been. Me and Saber Wolf out on the open land. You know, two dudes kicking it back, chilling. Got good tunes, great smoke, good vibes, and awesome wrestling. What more could you want, really? You know, Disabled Wolf had a little pit stop. He won. He saw some little trinket store along the way. I'm not supposed to really talk too much about it, but I guess he is sort of a collector of some weird and odd, like, antiques or something. I don't know. He saw some kind of shop. It caught his eye. I said, listen, I can't go in there. I'm going to knock something over. Something's going to break. I'll end up owning half of the store when I'm done. I'm not getting involved in all that, but I will drop you off, Shirley, and come back to you when I am done. And that's exactly what I am doing. So I dropped him off, and I am just, cruising. It is a beautiful, beautiful late afternoon, early evening. I can see the pink sunset. And like I said, we're just vibing. Smoking on some strawberry cough. Very fun strain. And you know how the Versace Stoner does it. But like I said, talking about cruising for a bruising, we've met some very interesting people along the way. And, it's just been a great journey. It's been a fun time for me. I've really enjoyed all the people that I've talked to. They really are what make this industry so great. The wrestling industry, what you see on TV, yeah, that is good. And that will always be, what people I think may strive for, some people, but, for a lot of fans that don't connect with what's on TV, there is the indie scene to fall back on, and there is the indie scene to kind of get into, and that's kind of where I fit. I always catch WWE's main events. I always watch AEW. I love AEW, and WWE has its moments. Is it my favorite? No, I haven't really. It hasn't been my favorite since probably '99, but no. I don't like to really down talk because there's a lot of people that love WWE. And that's fine too. You can love multi-promotions. You can love all sorts of things. See, I'm not a lover of a promotion. I'm a lover of pro wrestling, and that means I like pro wrestling. I love it. And I love great wrestling, good wrestling. Every company makes mistakes. Every company has bad things. Here we are, though, right now. Let's take this. Well, hello.
Yo.
Is that who I think it is? Insane Dick Lane.
You're damn right. It's that meta-human, super villain, smoking, chillin', ready to kick things off here on the VSW.
Hell yeah, brother. See, that's what I was telling the people. We never know who we're running into on Cruising for a Bruising. We've seen all sorts of guys. We even ended up one night into the Dirt City. It was kind of scary. But now we run into you, and this is great. You're one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Ever since I first saw you in NCW, I don't remember the year, but I don't really remember the match, but I remember you were there. And I remember you had the purple gear and you had the headband, and, you just really lit the place up.
Thank you, brother. It has been an honor to be invited here today.
Much an honor to have you. We love to have you on board. And, and I'm very glad that you answered me when I reached out because, like I said, you are one of my favorite wrestlers. I've been now since that time, you've come a long way, I think. Titles, different belts, even other promotions I've gotten to watch you in, really kind of grown in that. But let's talk a little bit about your wrestling roots. What got you into wrestling?
I have always enjoyed the art of professional wrestling since I was a young boy. When I first saw The Undertaker turn the lights out and make his way down the ramp super duper slow and then turn the lights back on. Typical wrestling fair stuff. But the thing that really got me into wrestling was in the 90s, the Monday Night Wars. I was a big WCW guy. I was really into WCW mid-card, WCW cruiserweights, Benoit, DDP, Raven, that kind of thing, Canyon. But that's what got me into it.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of fans today don't really realize that, there was two major companies. If you didn't like one, you could watch the other. And WCW was a powerhouse of talent. Even the names that weren't, previous WWE guys, like you said, that whole roster right there of mid-card, a lot of them ended up, going on even further to further their career. You also had, Eddie Guerrero mixed in there and, X-Pac thrown in.
All the guys that they stole from ECW were great. And that kind of got me into ECW as well.
Yeah, that was a good time, too. I used to go out to Philly once in a while. Crazy times. But, the wrestling business has changed. But, the game is still kind of the same.
Yeah.
So you watched this on TV and, maybe you went to some shows and such. So then you decided to start training?
Yeah. I went to NCW, which was right near where I was living. So I started going to a couple of NCW shows, and I started to think to myself, I was like, man, I could do this stuff. I need to find a way to do this. And I just so happened to run into T. Phoenix, who was starting RWA training at the time. And I started talking to him, and then I showed up, and then it's just never left.
Very nice. Yeah, we've been talking to a few people, and that name T. Phoenix has come up a few times. Some people call him, the RWA their home, and so forth. He's done a lot for the independent scene here in New England, I feel.
Yeah, he's a great leader. He's a mad scientist booker. Yeah, I love him. My homie for life.
And that's great. I mean, all the promotions that I think I follow in New England all have that kind of a family feel vibe to them in the locker room. I can talk to almost anybody and they'll be like, that's my brother, that's my sister, and I love to see that because that's important. I mean, if the wrestlers aren't happy with what's going on backstage, they're not going to give us a good show what's going on in the front.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no. So let me ask you. So, I mean, I saw you at the show. It was 2020, NCW season opener. You had previously won the title the year before. You beat Montero in the straitjacket, and then we come into the next season. And then after that, everything ended. The next show got canceled out. The world turned to mud. And everything got, canceled. How'd you deal with all that?
Yeah, that was terrible because at the same time, I was still going to training with Brickhouse at the RWA building, and we ended up losing that RWA building just because the owner of the building was selling it, so we could no longer rent that space. So at the same time that the pandemic started, and I started to lose bookings because of the pandemic, I was also lost my training at the same time. So it was a really tough year for me. Luckily, I was able to go to like a few tapings. I ran my own taping, which I haven't released yet, but
really?
I was able to. Yeah,
that's very awesome.
Yeah, it's a secret show that I like to call Dick Lane Super Awesome Show. Great job. But I might come up with a DVD or release it to YouTube. I don't know yet.
That's awesome. I love to always see how, like everybody stayed creative and did stuff. And I call, they call it the pandemic era of wrestling. I think a lot of companies thrived in a little bit in that, I got to see you in Maine on, one of their tapings. That was great for a lot of people. The road, pandemic at the dojo, early on in that pandemic, it gave a lot of guys a place to go and showcase. NCW soon after came with Behind Closed Doors. And then, you had Chaotic and Beyond and a couple others running tape shows. We don't really get that. Usually we get once a month, and then we get some promos in between on social. It's been great for the fans to actually be able to, follow a weekly episodic of the independent scene.
Yeah, it was really cool, and, it's been great to see all these promoters adjust to the times and have these tapings and get them out there and give people some wrestling during the time where they can't go see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know it's definitely helped me. And Disabled Wolf, like I was saying to the fans earlier, we've been traveling on the road, and he likes to collect these little trinkets. I don't know how to explain them, but he saw some kind of and going from there. But yeah. So what are you looking forward to most now?
Well, I just had a baby a few months ago.
Oh, congratulations.
So, thank you very much. So I've had my hands full doing that stuff, but I am returning to action later this month on the 24th for Wrestlers Laboratory, and that's in New Jersey.
Oh, wow. We are actually going to be at that show. We got tickets.
Nice. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to do my first live show with them. I did a taping for them, and I'm really looking forward to it because they're a great company.
They really are. They've been one of these companies that I just kind of stumbled upon during the pandemic and started following them and following the whole alchemy journey. And they've been just really one of those wholesome companies. I can see every post, and the wrestlers appreciate it, the fans appreciate it. It's a lot of the toxicity that that can be in this community, I would say, doesn't exist there. And I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, very cool place, very open-minded place. And like they present themselves, they are a very experimental sort of wrestling company. They have a lot of different crazy gimmicks, a lot of different wrestlers from different areas. So it's a really kind of unique show that they got going.
Yeah, see, and that's what I was trying to tell somebody the other day. I started watching wrestling, I would say, probably around WrestleMania 2. That's a long time ago. But, what really got me probably was around 89, 90, and what it wasn't so much the wrestling that was taking place, but the larger-than-life gimmicks that were on stage. You had these giants, you had these the snakes, people with birds. You had, Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, yes, but you also had all these, even other characters as it got on, like Max Moon and Papa Shango. All these just great, colorful, creative creatures just, coming out and doing their thing. And I think that's what really, got me into it. I'm like, wow, this is just really creative. And you had all of these characters. And, as the time's gone on, it got definitely more athletic, and people cared more about the athletic aspect of it. But for me, it's always been that gimmicky kind of, crazy, wild things. And that's why I think draws me to the lab. You do have these wild people like Big Calix and, all these crazy funny dudes like Dickie Moon and such.
Pimp Daddy Apple Cinnamon.
Pete Dak, yes. He's another one of my favorite independent wrestlers on the scene. He doesn't like to do interviews, unfortunately.
Yeah, he'll do it, but you gotta pay him money.
It wasn't even that. He told me he had nothing to talk about. I was like, we can just say your name then. That's fine. We can fill in the rest of it.
All right, I'll start putting him over. That's a bum-ass move. I don't appreciate that. Pimp Daddy Apple Cinnamon. I'm going to give you an invisible choke slam on the behalf of the Stoner.
See? And then to boot, we sponsored the guy for the Wrestlers Lab, as we sponsored you too. Because I do like you guys. And then to boot, he goes off and gets himself suspended. I'm not even going to get to see him wrestle. He got himself suspended.
Yeah, he was in the ring. He was in the middle of the ring injecting his thigh with steroids in the middle of the match. I've never seen anything like it.
Come on. I mean, what is that? I mean, like I'm going to say it. I told the lab, just keep my money. It's fine. We appreciate it, guys. But next time, let me know if I'm sponsoring someone that's breaking the rules or something. I'd like to pick somebody else, someone I can enjoy watching actually wrestle.
Yeah, like my tag team partner, the Freak Show, Sean Leader.
Yes, that's going to be very exciting. And speaking of Sean, we just saw an excellent movie with all you guys on Proving Ground with the Dick Busters.
Oh, man. Yeah.
How was working on that film? Because, as watching it as a fan, I have to say, it was a range of emotion. I had happiness and sadness and just kind of like, even at some points, was a little scared.
Yeah. I mean, I think we were all a little bit better at acting than we thought we were. So that was a plus. Obviously, Todd is amazing with the camera work and with the editing of the film and the effects and stuff.
He's the true mad scientist.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. We filmed half of it at Tom Billington's house, half of it in my basement. Yeah, but it was a crazy experience. And Todd is a madman, and he's very particular about what he wants. But all the stuff that he asked us to do made the movie came out great.
Yeah, and it really did. He really put a lot of work into it. You could see that. But, everything that Todd does come out great. It might take a little extra time sometimes, but it does. It comes out on point.
He's a perfectionist.
He is. I bought a custom figure from him at one point of Mike Montero, and it took him a bit to make it. But, it's beautiful. You can't get that kind of quality.
Yeah, because he's in his house hand-painting these figures, custom order, and he's... putting in like the war hammer paint hours.
Yeah, and it's just great to see people with that kind of dedication and just the love of it. At some point it just comes down to it. You got to love what you're doing.
Oh yeah.
And Todd's definitely one of those people that loves what he's doing. And I always like to see what's going on with Proving Ground. I'm waiting. I think Monday is going to be ticket release sales. That show's coming back live.
Oh, yeah?
So where else you been wrestling at, and are we going to see you? Are we going to see you on RW4? That's being released this week, I heard, too.
RW4?
Reunion Wrestling. Mac Attack.
I think I was not on the last show. I believe the last show I wrestled for them was already released. No, I'm not sure, actually.
I know we saw you on 3. I think 4's coming out in Monday. I don't know the card. I was just wondering...
I did wrestle a zombie at one point for them, and I'm not sure if they released it yet. So if it's the show I think it is, I am on it, and I'm wrestling a zombie. So you can look forward to that.
So we might be seeing you on there with a member of the Undead. That will be great fun. We always like to see that kind of stuff here at the VSW. Really do. Let me ask you something out. Let me ask you this out. You said now you're a father now, and that's congratulations again. That's huge. I became a father a couple of years ago, and there's nothing like it in the world. There really isn't.
No, there's nothing that can prepare you.
No, there's nothing that can prepare you. And let me ask you, has this changed your outlook on how you look at wrestling and how you look at, like, what you do in the ring and how risky you might want to take yourself?
I mean, I'm not really the type of wrestler that does the type of things where I put myself in the position to get hurt, because I am more of a comedic style wrestler. I do try to do, athletic spots and do cool maneuvers and stuff, but it's at the same time, I'm the type of performer.
It's well in your comfort zone.
Yeah, the type of stuff that I do, I am very comfortable doing, and I don't feel like I'm going to get hurt. I'm not the type of dude that's like, all right, let's do a 450 to the outside, brother.
Yeah, and you're not fighting. I don't think I've ever seen a Dick Lane death match anywhere.
Yeah.
And most of the times you can beat these guys without even putting your hands on them, which is always a plus, and that you were probably the number one, person getting booked during COVID because you didn't have to touch the other guy.
Exactly. It was a very opportune time for me.
And yeah, we love that. And so let me ask you something. With everything open, is there any people you have on your radar that you would love to have matches with?
Yeah, I've been really looking forward to working, what's his name? Cross. Ness Lopez.
Yep.
I'm also his partner and former partner of Mike Ross, Smiley, another guy I'm a huge fan of. And of course, if I get my big money match, I want Danhausen.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be a very entertaining match.
Yeah, I think that we both have the same type of character and style, and it would mesh pretty well.
Yeah, it would. And he's not like a very big guy, but he's very he can wrestle.
Yeah.
Actually, I think they announced him at a show I'm going to on the 31st. I've never met him personally, but I've heard everybody that says that they've met him. He's just one of a kind to meet, so I'm looking forward to that.
I'm also looking forward to getting my hands on that slimy piece of trash, Tony Spencer, because he's been talking a lot of trash at me for the past few years at this point, and I still haven't gotten my hands on them yet.
Really?
Yeah.
I tell you, Tony's a weird character.
He is.
He's still defending that title. I saw what he did to Isana. That wasn't too nice. But I shouldn't really. I'm going to talk about it because it is kind of one of those weird wrestling moments. It's kind of really kind of funny. And who knows? He's probably never going to listen to my podcast anyways. So a while back, he hits me up through the old messenger asking me, he's like, look, I've talked to a few promoters in the area. I've talked to some few other guys. Do you think you can find me anywhere a panda bear that I can wrestle, have a cinematic match with, and we'll go from there? So he had me looking around for people, and it's in like the $30,000 to $40,000 range to rent a panda bear.
Listen, there's those guys that were on AEW with the panda gimmick. You can just grab those guys. They'll probably be a couple $100.
That's what I told him. He says, no, he wants the real panda bear. I'm like,
the real panda.
I'm like, look, okay, there's animal activists. This isn't the 80s. You're not Sidney Bacabella. You're not able to wrestle a live dancing bear.
You might have to travel to like Russia to wrestle a bear.
Yeah, I mean, I found a couple in California that have a panda bear, happen to have one. And they want to no, this guy can't wrestle my bear. That's my baby. I'm like, okay, I understand that. That's they're an endangered species. I wouldn't want him wrestling Tony Spencer.
I mean, the bear would beat the crap out of him.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, that's a liability. These bears, while they are cuddly and cute, will rip you to shreds.
I think the bear would be walking out of the building with that Bay State Championship.
Most likely, and the Granite State Championship. I think he'd be walking away with 2 belts.
Hey, don't forget that Tony Spencer is also still Turds of Wrestling champion. Don't ever forget that.
That is true, and that was one of my favorite groups during the pandemic. It really kept me going in the beginning until it just kind of turned left and south. But that happens in all the communities any which way. But that was a fun time, and, we all got together, got to, make some jokes and have a good laughing too, and,
Yeah, I am still glad I did that. I'm still glad I made that group because it was so much fun. It was one of the best moments of the pandemic.
It is, and I met a lot of great people in there. I met Baracho, and I still talk to him, and, he was a great guy, and a few other guys I still keep in contact with. But yes, he was the Turds of Wrestling champion. And, I think he still has a shirt up for that somewhere in one of his shops. And also, don't forget, he is nominated to most likely be Mayor McCheese.
That is completely ridiculous. Tony Spencer is in no position to be Mayor McCheese. That's all I got to say.
He's not in the position, but he is in the position to make money off of Mayor McCheese. He sold a shirt on his shirt site with Mayor McCheese logoing and writing.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe him. I just think he's trying to get publicity.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't believe him any more than I believe Dan Terry, really.
I did do an in-depth documentary where I searched for the identity of Mayor McCheese that you can find on YouTube, along with Wackest Players in the Game.
Oh, that is another great show, by the way, for our audience. If you've never seen his Wackest Players in the Game, I mean, you can get to know them all in Dick Lane's channel on his YouTube. We're going to have all the links up here on this video that people are going to be able to follow you on, just to let you know. They're going to be able to buy your merch with the click of a button. They're going to be able to go and maneuver through. We're kind of doing like Linktree kind of stuff where they can go and see all your stuff.
Hell yeah. Big shout out to BigDaddyTees.com, hooking up all of his boys with the t-shirt designs.
Oh yeah, that will be up there. We're going to give him a free commercial spot as well. He helps a lot of the independent stars get their designs up and out without, gouging like the PWT can do. And plus, you don't need the notability. PWT requires people to have a certain amount of followers, fans. If you're an independent wrestler, you don't have that exposure in the beginning. You don't have 1 million fans because you're not in front of 1 million people.
Exactly.
You might have 50 to 500 because that's all you've been exposed to. Here at the VSW, that's what we thrive to do, is expose anybody that, is in the game, to get them bigger, get them on a bigger stage. If our podcast is that platform to get them to the next level, great. If it gets them 10 more fans, awesome. Whatever it can do, that's what we made this for.
Hell yeah, that's a great attitude to have. That's a very positive thing that you're doing for wrestling.
Oh yeah, we love it here at VSW. Like I said, is the other guy, if he ever gets out to that damn knick-knack store, he'd tell you, it runs in his blood. But but yeah, so we started to do this whole Cruising for a Bruising tournament and kind of thing where we got on, made some calls and reached out to some people, and basically what we're going to do is a little contest at the end. We're going to break all these videos up, and whoever gets the most views in a month is going to get $100 cash clean.
I'm going to put my money, I know I'm confident in it myself, but I think I got to put my money on Love Doug with this one.
Love Doug is very, very over with this. He is there. Your arch nemesis, Tony Spencer's also in there. And then we got some people from down south in there, and we got some people from way up north in there. And we got some other local people. We talked with Tough Daddy. He's a very nice guy.
He's a crazy dude.
He is, but
Tough Daddy.
He is crazy.
I haven't encountered him too much, but I know him through the Mac Attack and have seen him. His gimmick is real.
Oh, yeah, there's no gimmick about it. He's tough as nails. Dude was talking with us, he was telling us how he started and how he got into it and, what he does, and he's as real as they come. And who else we got? We got that River Rat Juggalo, TJ Tucker. He's another Mac Attack guy.
Oh, man, that guy keeps trying to recruit me to his Juggalo stable. And I'm like, listen, man, Dick Lane is already in too many stables. I got Steve the Turtle with the Turtles at the time. I got the Dick Busters, I can't keep joining stables.
No. I mean, two stables is more than enough. 3 is way too many. But I'm sure they would love you to be in there. I mean, I'm sure you're probably wanted in many stables.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
So, anyways, let me go back. So, I mean, most of the time I've seen you in singles competition, but now in the Wrestlers Lab, you're tagging up?
Yeah. I've teamed with Sean Leader several times at the RWA.
Yep.
A few times for PG. But yeah, this is a shot on a larger stage. We didn't get the job done against the main state posse, but we're looking to get things rolling at this next show.
They're a tough team, you know. They've been in the game for a while, and you know, and even
they're one of the best.
They are one of the best, and even they kind of failed the last show trying to get what they wanted to accomplish against Garcia and Blackwood. So I mean, everybody has their trials and tribulations in this game, no matter how big or small you think. Yeah. And but we are just about out of time here. But I do want to ask you one more thing. The Wolf has been asking everybody on this show, and that is, why should you, out of all the wrestlers on the card, stand out and win the inaugural Cruising for a Bruising accolade?
Because I'm the only wrestler on this thing with superhuman powers, and if you don't vote for me, I will know through the power of telepathy, and I will use my telekinesis to kill you with my mind.
Well, there you have it, folks. I mean, shit, I'm going to vote for Dick. I suggest you vote for Dick. I don't want my brains fried from afar.
If I don't kill you with my mind, I will at least scramble your brain and make you think that you are a small ferret.
See, that's even worse than blowing your brains, you know. Now you're just in a world of fantasy. So everybody, go out, vote Dick Lane.
Yes, do that. Now, please.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you on our show.
Thank you so much for having me, Stoner. It was a wonderful time. Thank you. I will come back whenever you want.
Great to hear. Have a great night.
You too, brother. See ya.
Wow, what a great interview. One of our favorites. Insane Dick Lane. And yeah, we are trying to get a panda bear for Tony Spencer. We are going to work on that. But in the meantime, we got more Cruising for a Bruising to be doing. I think I see the Wolf calling in on my phone. I'm going to go pick him up. We're going to go get a bite to eat. I'm starving. And we're going to see what else we can find on this trail. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Versace Stoner out. Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, the Versace Stoner. And I'm cruising for a bruising. I can't find the Saber Wolf right now. We got somehow displaced when we left the last rest stop. I see he has this phone. I hope he's okay. Hopefully he wasn't taken or anything like that. We are wrapping it up, though. I mean, we've had one hell of a ride all the way, you know, from Kansas to Canada. You know, back and forth we've been driving, cruising for a bruising, talking to some of the greatest wrestlers in the game, and it's been nothing but spectacular. I mean, I've had so much fun on this show, you know, traveling, meeting with these guys, talking with them, getting to know them. I made a lot of good friends along the way, you know. You got to check it all out. Like I said, Cruising for a Bruising. This has been a spectacular show, you know, presented by Showbout Wrestling, VSW Podcast, all of it. It is just, you know, a spectacular event. And, you know, we're wrapping it up. And there's one more person we are going to meet. You know, we're here near the river. And we're looking for the River Rat Juggalo, TJ Tucker. What is a river rat juggalo, you say, huh? Well, we are going to find out when we talk to him. I mean, I've been a fan of Tucker for a little bit now. I got to see him wrestle live not too long ago in an undisclosed location and all. But let me tell you, he works with Mac Attack on Reunion Wrestling. You can find it on the YouTube. He'll tell you all about it when we talk to him. We're very excited for this one, though. You know, he's a great guy in the game. And we're really looking forward to talking with him here on the VSW, on Cruising for a Bruising, because that's what it's all about. And don't forget, after 1 month, the interviewee with the most views is receiving $100 cash prize. That is right, $100 any which way you like. You can take it cash. You can take it Venmo. Here we go right now, though. TJ Tucker. What is going on, TJ?
You tell me. Ain't shit going on but the fucking weather.
Yeah, that's for sure. We've had a shitty summer.
Shit. Tell me about it. I'm out here roasting my fucking balls off waiting on this shit.
You know. Let me ask something, though. We're here. We're by the river. We found you. We ran into you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You know, we saw you recently with Reunion Wrestling, Mac Attack show. Have to say, huge fan, you know. But what
Thank you very much.
But is this your first round? I know a lot of the Reunion guys had other, you know, wrestled then came back. Are you one of those guys?
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely one of them. I've been hanging out with these guys ever since they were in ACW, and I've been wrestling myself since, Jesus, age fucking 5.
Wow. You know, that's great. That's great. You know, you're a long timer. So you're in ACW, you know, and you've been working with these guys, you know, and it's really great that Mac was able to get you all together. And, you know, everybody's still in really pretty good shape, I think.
Oh, yeah. So far, so good from what I'm seeing and everything. But a few guys have gotten a little soggy around the middle, although I can't exactly say I've been there myself.
Well, yeah. I mean, it happens, I think, to the best of us, especially after the year we've had doing nothing, you know.
This corona shit has got to fucking stop and everything. So this is one thing why I'm against this freaking shit. You know, anything that'll freaking piss you to fuck off and shit, I've had it happen to me and everything. This is why I am the way I am in that fucking ring.
Yeah, I mean, we saw you're pretty violent, you're pretty volatile.
Oh, you have no idea. Just what you guys saw ain't shit. Anyone listening to this right now, let it be known, it ain't shit. Anarchy is really freaking here, folks, and it's in the River Rat Juggalo, and especially when I catch you, brother.
See, you know, that's the kind of attitude we like here at the VSW. We like the aggressive beasts that step into the ring, you know, and fight and wrestle and claw at each other. We love that kind of stuff here. We don't like all this dancing shit you see on TV. That's good for ballet. We want to see two people destroy each other.
No fucking way. I'm from the goddamn day where wrestling was fucking wrestling. This shit and I don't give a fuck about Vince McMahon and shit, okay? This shit on WWE is fucking pathetic. I've seen this freaking show come up from absolutely nothing in a bingo hall to absolutely something all over the fucking world. And let me tell you, everything has been gone down to shit ever since Attitude and the Ruthless Aggression era got fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in my opinion, I've been watching wrestling since the early 80s. I've seen it go from, like you said, the greatest to the lows to the highest. You know, my whole thing is when they merged all the companies, they took ECW, they fucked that all up. They
fucked that shit up right there. That right there was pissing on my motherfucking pole right there. I mean, the minute when that shit got so fucked up, I was so happy to see ECW back. Even if it was under the ranks of Vince McMahon, at least I thought, okay, now they're going to do my fucking company right.
Yeah,
why don't we bring some JCW down here and shit in a way? Maybe Vince McMahon would get something like that, but you know what?
we've been so dead set against Vince McMahon that I ain't even pulling for the motherfucking shit. Do you want to know, fans, if you ever want to know what kind of WWE product the River Rat Juggalo will endorse and fucking say shit about, then you got NXT. That's about it. That's the only company I can see worthwhile to giving shit about. Raw ain't shit. SmackDown ain't fucking shit. Go for NXT. It's the best freaking way that you're ever going to see freaking best action in WWE, unless you're talking about AEW. Or why don't you go to my circuit on the independent style, and then we'll show you just how real fucking wrestling is supposed to be.
And that's what it is. Like I say, we started to cover a little WWE here just for nostalgic reasons, because yes, I grew up with it. Most people did. We had WCW, NWA, WWF. Forget the E. I fucking hate the E. I put the F in there. I don't give a fuck about the wildlife either. It's WWF. But
well, you see, this is why actually me and you are going to technically get along.
Because we probably have the same mindset when it comes to wrestling.
Oh, odds are, bro, if you bought one of my shirts, which I know you did, then I know you are one of my chosen few.
Oh, I do own a River Juggalo.
You get that shit. You get where I'm coming from. If you went ahead and bought that shirt, it's not just for looks and everything. Guaranteed, you bought that shirt because you are on my bandwagon.
It's a movement. It's a movement shirt. There's a movement coming.
Damn right. That A stands for a lot. It's not just anarchy. That's a way of life for the River Rat Juggalo.
And that's what I like about the independents, and that's why I direct all my gear to the independent scene, because that's where the action is. That's where the wrestlers. That's where
exactly.
All
People
this is.
out there, fans, fam, juggalos, juggalettes, homies, jits out there, support your local independent wrestling spot, because that's where all your fucking action's gonna really be. Fuck the goddamn television.
And second of all, in all honesty, in the next generations, this is where they're pulling from, the independent scene. There's very, very, very little homegrown talent anymore.
Oh, hell yeah. If you ask me, I see a bright future for YouTube and the independent scene, because this is how the shows back in our day would have been broadcasted had this shit already been out.
Oh, yeah, it would have been. Had we had the technology back then, it would have been just like that, And that's why
the thing is with technology, though, is that's another thing that fucking pisses me off. We take 20 steps forward to take 15 fucking steps back. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah. Look at Twitter. I can't even fucking edit what I write. If I tweet it out,
I don't even fuck with Twitter and everything. If you want to know where the River Rat Juggalo hangs out at, try YouTube and Facebook. Other than that, Snapchat, Twitter, Twitch, I don't give a flying fuck.
Yep, I hear you.
I'm all about YouTube and Facebook. That's about it. That's where my homies, my fans and fam is at. That's where everybody's at. I can't stand all these other freaking things. All they do is just take up fucking room on your goddamn phone, which, by the way, I can't even afford on the fucking shit.
Yeah, I know. The phones are getting ridiculous now. Every day a new one.
You follow my posts on Facebook. Anyone out there who's following my post on Facebook, those pictures ain't bullshit. This is the freaking lifestyle that I live. I live in those fucking houses. I live in that fucking stairway hallway. I live and I am all about the fucking River Rat Juggalo and all about the Juggalo lifestyle. I am pulling these people into me to make sure that they see where a real independent wrestler who ain't got jack shit to his name comes from. Everyone else works out in a fucking gym. I see everybody like fucking Scott Levesque from the Bitter So Sweet Club out there posting all the fucking time about how much he's working out and everything. And I see all these other wrestlers out there just like him, even almost like me, but they're trying to be like the WWE stars. They're trying to be like Scott Levesque, working out in the gyms all fucking day. Isn't it nice to have money? I wish I could fucking go in a goddamn gym and work out. You want to know how I work out? I work out on the fucking streets, walking all the freaking ways, running all the freaking ways. I'm a bronchial asthmatic, but I don't give a fuck. I smoke my cigarettes, I smoke my weed, I drink my liquor, and by the way, Justin Klein, if you're listening to this, bitch, I got your fucking number. K-Swiss is lucky to have his shit that he has, and I'm proud of what he can do inside that ring in EPW. But as far as you go, you are the worst manager I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Wow.
That's one motherfucker that keeps on fucking with me all the time is Justin Klein from EPW.
Wow, some bold words there. But you know what? I know you can back them up, so that's why I let you go with them.
Told you damn right. Anybody who's ever questioned it and shit, I only got one match so far, I believe, out there on YouTube, but view it and make sure that you freaking pay all the fuck attention to what I'm doing in that ring, because it's not just for me, it's not just for you, it's for the juggalos out there. I'm busting my freaking ass out there all for you guys, and it's no problem because I love you all. But as far as the everyone else goes who's not understanding me right now, that's because, bitch, you's a mainstreamer, and I don't fuck with mainstreamers, although they just love to fuck with me.
Oh, that's something there. That's something. Now, let me ask you this. So, you're working with Magatag. You're doing the reunion wrestling. We can see that now. I think it's on Mondays, I believe the last episode was just on. Great show. I think it's season 4 we're at. That's great.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anybody that you have in your sights you want to wrestle with?
It's funny that you asked that, because if you paid any attention to the last show, Stoner, you'd know exactly who's on my fucking target list.
Yes, but I'm saying outside of...
And that's my freaking brother. Right now, I can't see past my brother right now. That's all I want is my brother. Just a chance to make sure that he gets it freaking straight through his bony-ass fucking big head. This is the way that I've been done. If it wasn't for me in CCW, he wouldn't even be in that fucking ring right now. And yet he has the balls to do what he did. Let me tell you something. I'm going to set it straight right now and shit, because I don't know when RW's going to put me in an interview or whatever and shit to explain how shit's going and shit. Maybe this is my standpoint and everything. But let me give you a little bit of a dirt signal, if you like, the future Jamie Tucker. This is what your fucking future is, people, okay? Check out this. I started wrestling a long-ass time ago, and eventually I got my own backyard fed promoted and shit. CCW, Crazy Championship Wrestling. This is where I got my ass really started and shit. Now, he watched me wrestle everybody down that line, all over that yard. Brooklyn street fights, steel cages, dumpster dive matches, Royal Rumbles, Battle Royals, you name it, I fucking did it. He saw all of it. He was always trying to get in the action and cut in on the camera's action and shit, trying to whip everyone's ass in his own little 5-year-old mind and shit. I thought that was freaking cute at the time. That's my brother. That's my blood right there. And years down the road, he creates his own backyard fed called SCW, Sadistic Championship Wrestling. Gives me an invite. I was pleased. I just got out of ACW. Dave Oliver, Pig Vomit was fucking me up all the freaking time. And finally, Jamie comes along and says, bro, I want you to meet my boys, and I want you to come wrestle for us. So I say, great, fine. Boom. I go down there. I get introduced to Jason Medeiros, and especially one in particular person I just loved over there was LDB, Little Daddy Bravo. Most recently, match happened between me and him and shit, and I was pleased to wrestle him and everything. No, don't get me wrong. I was pleased when the damn match was over, because if he would have let me go a little bit more, either I would have ripped his throat out, or he would have freaking pounded my ass down to the freaking ground. Which, by the way, I don't care if my ass gets pounded down to the ground, because I get back up and ride again.
That's all that matters, is that you get back up.
That's all this business is right there.
Yeah.
But what happened is, after in CCW, I got hit real freaking good during a match, and I busted up my tooth and shit. I went back there, and I had just won, like, I'm going to say about 2 weeks, I won the SCW Hardcore Championship.
Yep.
That was something for me. Fuck your world title. Fuck your company title. That's
my title right there. That title to me, the hardcore championship, that's like having the world title to me. That's the only title that I possibly care about. If I get any championship around my waist, I'll worship the fucking shit out of it. But just to everyone knowing, okay, I'm not in this for the money. I'm not in this for the gold. If I happen to get gold around my waist, then that's one hell of an accomplishment. All I'm here for is to kick your fucking ass while you love it. So, that being said in mind, I won the hardcore championship. Had it for about 2 weeks, okay? 2 weeks. That was like living gold life for me.
Yeah, that's champion life.
High on a cloud and shit. What happens? I get hit so good that during the comeback, my brother notices that I take my first freaking grand mal seizure. So I was in the hospital for about a week or so till they let me go home. And just when I decided, okay, I'm feeling ready and spry, I got my title, boom, go to SCW that third week and everything, what do I get? A little bit of a drop notice. They called me out on the mattresses, and they say, okay, this was my brother now. He says, since you had that little physical problem, things aren't exactly looking good for your possible future. So what I'm going to ask you to do is I need an open spot for that championship. And if you're going to be out of commission, I have no choice but to do this. He stripped me of my SCW hardcore championship. After I took that kick in the fucking balls, I couldn't really breathe. So as I'm looking at my brother and I'm handing him the fucking title, he then takes the title and looks at me and says, oh, by the way, you're going to have to force to be retired.
What the?
So that, yeah. Now that I put that little fuel on your flame right there, hold off on lighting the match and throwing it in the pit just yet, and listen to this. Years go down the road. I heard a slight little mixed conversation amongst my ravens and crows that I have in the city that Mac and Trainee were coming back and they possibly would have a show or whatever. So I said, all right, that's sweet. I said, James, keep your ears open and let me know. Now, come down to RW1, I was supposed to be there, believe it or not. I should have been there, but I didn't get the notice. They told my brother to give me the notice and give me the invite. My brother never said jack shit. I was left to fend for myself for years, wondering what the hell, what the fuck. You know, these guys must have forgot about me and shit, which I'm not too surprised of. Independent wrestlers, you know, come a dime a dozen.
It's not
and
an
shit.
easy
They're
life,
very,
yeah.
very easy to forget. I don't want to be part of the freaking circuit that people have forgotten and everything.
No.
But still, somebody forgot to tell the man. So, I find out through the grapevine of the great tree of wrestling and shit, eventually that, yeah, Mac was looking for me, and they've been doing shows, this and that. They just got out of the backyard, you know, they're thinking about doing a third one. And I said, well, Jesus, where the fuck have I been? Where the fuck have you guys been? So they said, we asked your brother to give you the invite. He didn't give you the invite? I said, absolutely not. I stay out here on the fucking street. I don't really stay with my freaking family anymore. Once you get a certain age, you just kick yourself out.
Yeah, exactly. You move out of the way.
So that's exactly what I did and shit. I've been living out on the streets for fucking years, dealing with freaking muggers, this COVID shit. Everyone's trying to fuck with a goddamn juggalo. They see that freaking silver hatchet on your chest and they just aim for you.
Yep.
So that's why I decided to do what I'm doing now and shit. Once I figured out that I had an invite, I asked around until I got the right combination of numbers, and I found out that I could call RW. I called RW, and I said, hey, what the hell's going on? They're like, who this? I said, this is TJ Tucker, the River Rat Juggalo. They said, what? Where are you at? So I gave them directions, and they found me on the Quikasham Trail. I told them, I don't exactly know where the hell you're going to find me, but I'm in the Flint section of the river. Yep. I'm all up in the Flint's ass. So freaking come up there and try to see if you can find me, because I don't do appointments anymore. This is my motherfucking life. I'm sick and tired of listening to motherfucking people who give you the same fucking runaround and shit. Exactly. That ain't the way that I fucking do.
You've already been waiting years,
especially when it came to my freaking brother, bro.
Yeah, I mean, he could have saved you years of fucking shit by just giving you the notice.
Exactly. Yeah. Not to mention, this problem that me and him have right now wouldn't have even started. But the second that I found out that he didn't give me the invite, and it took Mac and Trainee to travel their asses and walk all around the Flint section of Fall River to look for me just because my own bloodline couldn't give me a message that was 2 minutes away?
Yeah, I see.
I decided right then and there, when Mac told me that and gave me the invitation, I said, yes, I'll take it. But what I didn't tell him is something I'm about to tell you. I plan for things to happen in RW with me. And it's not just going to be with me. I'm starting a new fucking regime. I'm not going to give out any freaking thing that anybody should know right now and everything. Just know that when, I've mentioned this before in a post, when this comet hits, RW is going to shake. And when I get my hands on my brother, it's going to start with that right there. There's a new version of myself coming out. The last show, if you were there, I think you were, because I remember seeing you hold up my shirt.
Yep.
Okay. Then you understand what the hell is going to go on and what the hell happened that night. See, these people out there don't know, and they won't know until YouTube creates the next RW show. And that's okay.
That's fine. Okay. That's fine. They're going to be very interested, and they're going to be very surprised.
Oh, yeah, that's indeed. But when you saw what happened over there, and I broke, you heard me breaking that ring. I don't just laugh like that for nothing.
No.
I don't say what I say unless I freaking mean it.
No, and I looked around and, people were legitimately scared in there.
Exactly. They didn't know what the hell to do. And they better realize they're not going to know what the fuck to do any freaking more. This is a new regime. A new freaking regime. I'm going to bring something to RW that JCW has only fucking had. That's the only freaking hint I'm going to give to you right now. Other than that, take your ass, put it on the freaking Facebook, and decipher whatever you might think my message or what the hell I'm going to do through my stories and through my posts. You people will soon understand. My lows and lets are probably already hip to the fact of what the hell's happening and what the hell I'm going to do. But this time, for the mainstreamers that don't know what the fuck I'm going to do, that's the only clue that I'm going to give you, is there's going to be a new regime around here, and it's going to start with in RW soon. But I'm not going to give out when that freaking D-Day is, because just like you and everyone else who doesn't understand the River Rat Juggalo as far as everything goes, you will find out just what I'm talking about. And it's going to be so clear, and when that freaking shit hits, everybody's mouth is going to drop and accept the giant dick that I'm going to give them to suck on.
Well, you heard it, folks. You're just going to have to tune into, Tugger's Facebook, the YouTube, and, of course, Reunion Wrestling by Mac Attack and Trainee, because this is going to be some serious shit. And, we love to hear. We're glad. Thank you for that little inside scoop. This is the kind of shit we love here on the VSW, and that we look forward to. We really can't wait to see what you have planned for everybody. And, I know deep down it's going to be something great. Now, let me ask you this.
And when it comes to the next match, by the way, when I finally get my hands on my brother, if you thought it was bloody last time, whether it's him or me, like I've said in my past post, someone's gonna fucking bleed.
You heard it, folks. There will be red. Yeah, no, but, we're just about here out of time on this Cruising for a Bruising. We thank you tremendously for coming on, but there is one more question that we asked, Disabled Wolf has asked all of our guests. He's not here. I don't know where the fuck he went, but...
And what's the question? Because right now I'm getting pissed off.
Okay, the question is, why out of everyone that's been on Cruising for a Bruising, deserve to be the first inaugural Cruising for a Bruising champion and win the $100 cash prize?
Because, Stoner, if anybody needs $100 fucking dollars right now, it's someone that's out on the street. And I'm going to do more with that $100, even though the $100 bill isn't considered a lot of money now. But as you and me know, we grew up in the line where $100 to even $20 to $5 was a lot of money.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, do you want to know something where I'm from and shit? I asked my grandfather for $1 for the school picnic. He told me how he killed the grizzly bear with his loose leaf notebook. That's how tough it was to try to get money and shit. Now I'm an adult and I'm in the independent circuit, and let me tell you, pay is whatever the hell you possibly make and shit. And it ain't enough to afford Fall River housing, but it's just enough to afford my lifestyle out on the streets. And when you're out on the streets like me and you flash a C-note, that's almost like being on a Trump Tower, baby.
Well, there you have it, folks. Thank you for coming on our show. You can go back to doing whatever a Rat River Juggalo does. Much love, brother. Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop.
There you go, folks. What a tremendous interview with Tucker. That was insane. That was everything we've expected. Now I gotta go find Disabled Wolf and get the hell home. I can't wait to get back home. We've been on the road for what seems like months, probably just a couple of weeks, but thank you everybody for watching this. I hope you've had a great time, and don't forget there will be an inaugural champion. The one with the most views after 1 month will be winner of $100 and the accolade of Cruising for a Bruising Champion. Thank you everybody, and it's your boy Versace, Stoner out.